Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Sonii Hates Eject Button Day 2. My name is Kbot, joined early this afternoon by Sloth from across the pond. 12 teams remain in our 58-team tournament, and we are going to crown an eject list winner at the end of the day today. And we've got some heaters lined up, even for the first part of this bracket. Because, Sloth, this is basically just like a bonus Nassel playoffs day.
Yeah, it really is, because it's a matchup that we actually didn't see in Nassel playoffs, right? With the Sad Boys starting in the lower side of the bracket and Showtime never dropping down into the lower half. We never really got the chance to see it, but today we will see it, and you see the maps already as well that have been picked. We're going to Inkies first, to Clarion next, and then we're going to finish it up with a potential night market if it does go to a game 3. So exciting maps ahead. I'm just really interested to see Inky gameplay because I feel like it's so unique as well.
I will say this is not terribly surprising given what we know about these teams. Vaughn in particular has been very vocal about how at this point, like, it's no longer Boys Village. You know, back in my day, Waves Fistic Cloud. Sad Boys used to win every game on Odie Village, but now they're banning it in the first part of the map draft. Here we are also already through Striker Select and about to load into the game. The Juno ban from Showtime is no real surprise. Don't want to put up with the damage Juno on prime time. The Now ban is also no surprise, but I think most notable is Joker is back on this Octavia on the Castellast start here, Sloth.
Yeah, and the Castellast start is just such a strong awakening for this character, right? It's such a great base value already. But hey, you know what Castellast actually doesn't help you with? Survivability. And that's exactly what Sad Boys is going to have to play for this game. Make sure that Joker does not get to play the game on this Octavia, because they've already taken him out.
And that's the difference between a lot of these coordinated teams, you know, that are at the highest level of play, especially a duo such as Bells and Vaughn that have been doing it together for just so long. That they're able to sync up the damage, stack it on one, and then realize that there is the opportunity to KO this Octavia, not let her take over the game. Shionzu, nice play, gets it in there. It'll go up to the top side. And Joker is there to strike the core in. So even despite the early damage pressure, it's enough for Showtime to score the first goal.
Yeah, and that is an important lead to be grabbing here as well, right? Because if you have an Octavia, you want to get priorities in these Awakening drafts, and getting a first draft win, first set win, can already set you up so greatly as well, right? Because stuff like the Twin Drive is going to be available if they do get lucky enough for it to drop in, and that could just basically win you the game at an early point, and you can already see it as well. Showtime's just not giving up. They're just keeping on the pressure and taking a 2-0 leads already.
Energy Burst will confirm the goal there. Also worth noting, of course, you already lose. Burns his Energy Burst after the core hits the barrier. Apparently, maybe not fully warmed up yet. This, well, I was about to say morning. You know, it basically is morning. Sometimes 3 p.m. is good morning, as it is in Omega Strikers. Shionzu, though. The pressure that this Estelle provides, we were talking a little bit about it before we came on, but the Estelle on Inkies will line up the piercing shot, hit all 3. It's just so much offensive pressure. I think especially paired with an Octavia, you get enough of a presence on the map and enough of just sheer pressure of shoving the core back that it's real nice to have when you don't have that traditional brawler that Joker's playing.
Yeah. It is incredibly good as well to optimize that in that way, but again, you see Sad Boys are finding the angles that they need to with KOs here, because in power play situations, they have a much easier time actually executing what they want to do, and finding these crucial KOs with that Asher on the edge, like Bells has twice already, and Vaughn actually with a great Giga has found on the water beam as well, is exactly what they need to be playing for here, and they're doing so well now to adjust to this game plan.
Bells just sticking around, staying alive, and then we'll dash in to put the core away. I think a large part of this game, obviously there's the traditional Octavia stuff, but even I think in this game, the way that it's getting played right now, Sloth, it feels to me like it's going to be more a matter of whether or not Sad Boys is going to find significantly more damage awakenings, especially for Vaughn. Maybe you already lose, getting some more projectile distance so that he can be more involved on this Mako. Or is Joker going to pick up some survivability awakenings. We often talk about Huss's hat, right? Because that's just one that he's going to love. I think especially the way the Sad Boys are trying to play this game and dumping all of that damage on him, it'll be something that he's looking forward to in the later stages of this draft.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a priority for him to try to get something like that. But I feel like Joker is also not the only person that could do well with a little bit of survivability, because Shionsu, again, is also just getting damage dumped into, right? Sad Boy's really making use of that damage and playing for that damage playstyle that you mentioned earlier. And it seems to be working out really well for them, as now Shionsu gets KO'd off of a flip. Power play is going in Sad Boy's favor again, and they're just trying to even out this set as soon as they can.
Doesn't look like Joker has the flow state. Barcode, beautiful dig, keeping this one away. Bells will predict incorrectly. That clear towards the top corner. Now has an energy burst. Lines it up here, Shionsu. Rose warping back. Both sides are covered. Barcode doesn't even sweat by the looks of it. Now Joker finds his revenge against Vaughn for the last point. Another power play opportunity here for Showtime. Barrier's going to go down. Whoever loses is going to be able to find a clear. Here comes the water cannon. Joker just a little bit shy on the flow state, picking up that core. It is going to last quite a while, but even still, it's going to dissipate. With Vaughn back online, doesn't matter. When the primary comes out, Strike War is lost to the projectile, and set 1 goes to Showtime, who arguably here, Sloth, still remain the favorites. And what did I just say? Do I have foresight or what here? Give him the hat. Put the hat in the bag. It's Huss's hat, and it could be a quick 3-0 for Showtime in this game 1.
Yeah, that's gonna sway momentum extremely, right? Now Joker cannot be taken off the map as easily. And on the other hand, Sad Boys, they do have some kind of damage options to pick up here, but they're not really excellent, right? They're not really gonna enable any kind of sudden burst that would even go through the Stagger Swagger that Joker has picked up. They do have the Specialized from Vaughn, so there is edge threats now with that Giga Blast, but definitely an uphill battle from here on out for the side of Sad Boys.
Both goalies as well opting into Sparks, something that we'll have to keep an eye on as things progress here, particularly You Already Lose, because you don't feel it as much on the Mako, but if the Mako gets even just a little bit of extra speed, she can be that much more potent on the offensive side, which is something that, of course, Caleb, as veteran of a player as he is no stranger to doing. And you don't get, those eject button goalies this time in this particular tournament in order to do that. So that extra projectile range will certainly help, along with the extra speed. Power play doesn't find its mark here for the Sad Boys, although finally Bells is going to take the barrier, bounces off the goal gates. Vaughn coming under the blazing pace, but can't get the pass up to Bells in order to put this one home. Another opportunity here potentially. Water cannon is out, surfs up, but Bells is going to be able to send it to the opposite corner just outside of the range of Barcode's Expanse, and the Sad Boys are on the board first in set 2.
An important goal it is, right? Because you need to get every kind of advantage that you can. You need to try to, if you're aiming to actually win this game, you need to get every single step from here on out, because more drafts means more Octavia enables, right? More Awakenings that will make it so much more difficult for you to deal with. And even if the Octavia might not be the big issue, Estelle is also very good if she does get the Awakening she needs to play with, especially with a primetime start. She might have the opportunity to pick up a rapid fire or something later down the line, which would make her so much more difficult with these piercing shots coming out all the time. So Sad Boys are putting on the pressure. They're doing it well. They did take a barrier here as well, and they're trying to get the attack in as well, but Barcode is just holding it down. Obviously, we're in an ejectless tournament here, and Barcode is basically the expert in that environment.
Almost exactly the goalie you would want to have in a eject button-less tournament. Now, of course, most goalies nowadays are opting for no eject button anyway, but even still, Barcode was one of the people to do it first, has always been that iron wall holding it down, and was no small part of the reason why Showtime went on to become national champions just 2 weeks ago. Bells, what a beautiful flip combination up to the top corner. And it's Sad Boys now that are on set point.
The flip was used from Bells there, so they do not have that available for this last point, but Vaughn is still very much holding on to his own here, though. They are able to find avenues here, maybe to get the barrier, maybe to get the score in as well. But as it stands right now, Showtime's actually taking all of the momentum. Joker with a beautiful snipe will just put it right past Yao there.
Welcome to Inkies. Things can get out of hand real fast if you're not careful. And especially with a striker like Octavia on the pitch, piloted by Joker, realizes there's an opportunity here. The second that core gets into the water cannon, it doesn't get dug out, and Joker's able to find the primary to get it done. You know, also worth noting here, Xianzhu does have the Rose Warp as well for some extra coverage. Now, there's another burn. Vaughn is actually going to be able to pick up the barrier now, and primary comes out. Here's the Path Splitter. Bell's attempting to use that energy burst yet again, picking up Catalyst in the last draft. Just feel free to burn it where you can. Barcode patiently waits out the water cannon. Beautifully done here, and it looks like this point has stabilized for the most part for Showtime. Bells tries to get some momentum going towards the bottom side of the pitch, but even still, Barcode's there, and Showtime has done a great job of keeping possession of the core, killing time as things go along. Here's the flow state again from Joker. Beat drop is out as well, and Caleb can't react in time. We're tied at 2 in set 2.
Unfortunate strike from Vaughn. They're not really dealing with that Octavia ultimate properly. Core just gets sent back, and Caleb isn't really able to react to that in time. As Showtime is now on an even point in the set, and if they can find the second set right here, it's going to look extremely well for them, because they're just going to be able to continue to snowball the game even more than it already is. And if you look at the current state of the field as well, you do have a lot of energy to play with, but Vaughn with it, a crucial Giga Blast will actually find that KO onto Joker. Power play in favor of Sad Boys now.
Xianzhu, beautiful job on the penalty kill, sending it up to the top corner. That'll buy critical seconds off the clock, waiting for Joker to come back online, and now Barcode burns his energy burst. They hold the barrier here, even in that boys power play. Once again, killed off to the top side. Xianzhu does have an energy burst here as well, but hasn't been the damage threat for some time. Giga Blast comes out again towards Joker, and there's the KO. Bells will punish with another energy burst of his own. A second power play this point now for the Sad Boys, but they're struggling in order to try to get this one through. There's the Expanse cooldown burned, and that's going to be an easy barrier. Now Bells maybe looking for this corner. Vaughn up to Bells, and beautifully done to the top corner. That's one of the things for the Sad Boys here too. Capitalizing on that Expanse going down is going to be critical. They get it done there.
Yeah, and now you're looking at this draft, you're looking at a few awakenings that you would want to deny off of the Octavia, but unfortunately Octavia's already sitting on that second pick. So I'm interested to see what Bells is going to opt to pick up for himself here. The Aerials does end up finding its way onto Joker. That just, again, enable this Octavia so much more. The flow state going to have so much more value. On the other hand, though, perfect form for Bells, a really good pickup for the Asher. Cooldowns are going to basically be non-existent at this point. Glass Cannon, really great for Vaughn as well, to give more mobility on this Kai pick, to control it even better in the midfield area. And Timeless Creator actually might be a little bit of a sleeper pickup, because what you just mentioned, right, that Expanse disappearing is what is the best way to try to get around this Atlas pick. But if the Expanse just stays around for seemingly twice as long, it's going to be much more difficult to try to play for that.
That is true. I do think some part of those Awakening picks were certainly aimed towards trying to limit Barcode's options, right? The Glass Cannon for less speed so that it's still easier to punish when that Expanse cooldown is burned. The Perfect Form, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it still procs off of Atlas's Expanse. So if there are, if you do get that healing down with, or sorry, not the Expanse, with the ult, rather, if you do get that healing down, that will actually build up those cooldowns faster. So maybe that's also part of the logic there. Nonetheless, Sad Boys are going to get the goal first here, and they're seeming to have found their stride in the last little bit. Again, no small part about punishing when the moment is right in order to get it done, and Bells might have another opportunity here, although is taken down to a staggered state, and now Joker is actually going to be the one that ends up getting KO'd first. Xianzhu will respond in kind. and it's a 2v2 now on the pitch. Vaughn trying to come up with a barrage, doesn't find it yet. 2 energy bursts online for the Sad Boys, baits out the Expanse once, and now there's the energy burst used out of You Already Lose as well. So energy advantage has dissipated. Joker dangerously close to getting KO'd there, thanks to Bells' primary. The dash punch on the Asher, as it turns out, which can be just as potent if you're not careful in the current state of the game. But here we are, back to about neutral. Never mind. Xianzhu actually finds the primary with the barrier. Tries to get this one back on up to Joker. Water cannon incoming, but actually Bells is going to steal it away. Xianzhu denies the energy burst, sends it right back to You Already Lose, and here's one out of Joker. Yala's going to be able to send it away in time. React there. Bells doesn't have the strike cooldown now. Gets stunned there for a moment, thanks to that primary from Barcode. And there's that Expanse. Timeless Creator sticks around. There's a beautiful pass, though, from Xianzhu down to Joker. Strike it to the bottom corner, and the Mako doesn't have the speed to keep up.
Yeah. And I feel like you were really able to see it on this point as well, specifically. Inkies is such a snowball-heavy map, right? Sad Boys, Vaughn, and Bells both were continuously finding Strike War wins, but just because you have to play so much further back and you just need to constantly be wary of that water cannon, they just weren't really able to get any great attack on Barcode there. And over time, Showtime's pressure just added to be too much, and in the end, they were able to find that goal in this set as well. So you really want to hold on to this barrier for as long as possible on a map like this. A great kickoff from Bond there that will create another power play. Xianzhu has to interrupt with a flip of his own, but the core does not find the barrier, actually. A lot of damage finding its way into Xianzhu. The barrage will actually secure it this time around, as now open goal on the side of Showtime.
Beautiful barrage from Vaughn. Gets that barrier, but now Joker is building up speed in the flow states. Got to be careful. Primary already burned. Bell's just going to steal it out of the water cannon, baiting out that primary from Barcode. Well done to him. And it is set point now for the Sad Boys. They look to go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of mind games up front as well. We can really see it with how Bells is getting these attacks through to Barcode. Just always playing around those Atlas abilities. And if the Atlas has missed a single ability, he basically just boils down to being another Strike War champion, right? So if you are the Asher in that situation, you're going to be sitting very happy, but Showtime is answering pretty swiftly, takes a barrier, and will just take the goal, actually, without even having to use the flip on Joker here.
That was actually incredibly smart play from Joker, preferring to stun the goalie with the remainder of that beat drop, rather than actually going up and knowing that the core is going to come on back. But to your point, Sloth, I think when you get 6 players of this kind of caliber together, especially of this kind of caliber that have been at the top of the scene for so long. I mean, nearly everyone here has played with one another in some form or fashion over the course of Omega Strikers here. As now Bell's going to get another one to the top corner. But it does come down to those mind games, and you've got to try to be unpredictable against people that know you so incredibly well. Sad Boy's going to take the set. Vaughn's going to get pick of the litter here up first. What does he deny away from this Octavian? Fight or flight? It's got to be fight or flight here, right?
It has to be fight or flight, yeah, because the fight or flight would hold too much value. But it's what I pointed out earlier, actually. The rapid fire does find its way onto Xianzhu. This Estelle now going to have primary seemingly every 4 or 5 seconds. So gonna add a lot of core control, and even then the fight or flight didn't find its way onto Joker, but he's gonna pick up a peak performance. That's just more speed, more survivability. Still an incredibly strong pickup for the side of Showtime there.
Still very strong. I think even still, a lot of this is cooldown dependent, right? Does Joker have the flow state online? Does Barcode have that expanse? Xianzhu is going to have the most presence, right, with shorter cooldowns on the primary, picking up that rapid fire, as you mentioned. Doesn't quite time it there, but it doesn't matter. They're able to recover as Joker comes in for the goal as well. But it feels like as we continue coming along, Bells is going to have more size as the set continues. Vaughn just has the straight-up speed at this point, especially when he pops that blazing pace, as he does at the very beginning of this next rally. And so I feel like as the set maybe wears on, Sad Boys might have the opportunity for more goals here as now Bells tries to play the mind games. Barcode not falling for it this time. Water Cannon just going to go away. Vaughn is there on the blazing pace, tries to shove it through the barrage, but unable to do so this time around. Good revive comes out, means that Bells is going to be dissuaded from pursuing a KO against Xianzhu. Joker tries to come in with that energy burst, trying to rip the core right away from the Sad Boys. But there's that expanse already used. Bell's still in position. Now finds the KO with the energy burst off the corner. It's going to be lack of a goalie here. Can Xianzhu find a way to hold? Does now. Here's the Rose Warp. Crystallized Thorns come out. Does have it. The energy burst there as well. The penalty has been killed. Barcode is back in the box. Showtime maybe has an opportunity here as they look for a top corner play. Here's You Already Lose with a flip. Sends it back that direction. As it seems like the forward duo of Showtime can't quite find one another in the sea of Sad Boys players. Good weight on the ensnare drums, and now the water cannon comes out yet again. The expanse is burned here. There's a little bit of a gap there. Barcode is going to be able to hold it down for now, and there it is, back in the water cannon the other direction. Joker's got the flow state. Xianzhu's just a bit wide on that piercing shot. And now the core falls back to the midfield line. Vaughn low on Stagger's. Got to be careful. Now both cooldowns used out of Barcode. Bell's still in position. Still going to be able to survive against Joker's tickling is what it felt like of the beat drop. And now is going to be able to strike it to the bottom corner. That's how that point ends, Sloth. Oh.
What a beautiful strike sequence that was, actually. These passes just slicing straight through the positioning of Showtime. It was so well coordinated from the side of Sad Boys, but that point just really highlighted, right, what he said before. These are all, like, extremely strong players, where it's all going to come down to those small decisions, those small mind games, and they're really not giving each other any kind of space or any freebies in this game, as we're looking to go into this third point of this set.
Joker's healed back up thanks to the Stagger Swagger. Now is going to find a KO against Vaughn. And he's still building speed on the flow state now. Barrier has been taken. Xianzhu back up to Joker, trapped in the ensnare drones, but it doesn't matter. He's got enough cooldowns for now. Water Cannon back out again. There's the energy burst. Joker taken incredibly low, but can still catch up to the core. Run away, wait for a moment. Doesn't have the punish from any of the members of the Sad Boys, and just gonna keep hitting the core. Might as well, as the Octavia looks to continue taking over the game. Can't find the strike this time, but is still in the flow state. It is not dropped, I believe, in 60 seconds. There's the energy burst to get it done. Well done, Joker, taking over that point.
Sad Boys was basically playing a triple goalie line there to just hold on to the point. Again, the snowball just coming into play. And in the end, even with 3 people defending the net, it just wasn't enough. A beautiful flip angle from Joker there to actually find that point and put themselves 1 goal away from evening up these sets.
The pesky little Octavia back in the flow state again. If you can't find the KO immediately, you best be sure that Joker's going to be able to keep that flow state online with the cast to last off of one of those 2 starting awakenings. Giga Blast, though, comes out. Barcode can't react in time. Sad Boys in pursuit of the goal here. Here comes Bells. Just a little bit too shy. Vaughn finds the corner. Can't get it back over to Bells. Xianzhu's looking to strike away. Here comes the water cannon, though. No one's in position to capitalize. And it's just going to be met with the expanse from Barcode. There's the KO as Vaughn's taken off the pitch. And now it's Showtime looking for the goal. Energy Burst is out, but the ensnare drums are used. Bells will use his to clear that core out of there and buy some space and time for the Sad Boys. Well done by Bells here, playing the midfielder's role beautifully. Now is going to be looking for the goal, but then again, there's that expanse from Barcode, shutting down the corner play entirely. Exactly what that Atlas does so well. Joker shot towards the net. He already loses, ready for it, but now Xianzhu finds the piercing shot to take Bells out. Another power play opportunity here. Joker doesn't have the flow state online, though, and Vaughn's going to be able to outpace this Octavia with the Kai right now. Once again, the Sad Boys will survive yet another KO and power play opportunity. Vaughn in position there and just shoves it straight through. Barcode gets that expanse on the wrong side of the core, and now the Sad Boys are on game point.
Vaughn just really being able to read the way that Barcode wanted to defend that. The barrage coming in at just the right angle to just shut down any kind of clear towards the bottom. It just forces Barcode to use that expanse. A little bit wrong there. even out the set. Sad Boys are not wanting this to go any further. They're wanting to look now for a close-off in this set specifically here. So it's more important that they're trying to go up here, try to get an attack going, flip coming out from Bells, and the Giga from Vaughn interrupting the core as well, but they didn't find anything, and now the energy advantage is actually hugely in favor of Showtime, as Joker will find a goal here with the flip.
Water Cannon is out, but that looks like it was burned a little bit too early. They can't get it behind Bells and Vaughn. There's a quarter play potentially here. Xianzhu is looking for another KO. There's double piercing shot burned on the opposing Asher. Energy Burst now out. So patient with it. Just strikes it forward. Joker will win the strike war, and we're heading to a set 5 on Inky's Splash Zone.
And I'm curious what awakenings are still up. I don't think a hotshot has gone anywhere. Yeah, so hotshot in this draft, 2 sparks, which could be potentially a pickup, but more importantly, it wouldn't be an Octavia here if it's not more speed. The stacks on stacks, finding its way onto Joker. I feel like at this point he's just going to be able to run circles across the entire lobby. Kai is going to follow suit though. Vaughn with a Super Surge going to make it even more lethal, more speed for that secondary, and the hotshot on Estelle definitely not to be underestimated either.
Siege Machine actually going to end up being the pickup for Barcode here. Something that's a little bit surprising. I mean, I suppose it makes sense, obviously, with the creations. I was honestly expecting him to pick up one of the 2 sparks just for the extra cooldown reduction with the Spark of Focus that he already had. But Siege Machine will attempt to do the job. Water Cannon is out. Bell's another opportunity, and there it is. The goal is going to go in here early for the Sad Boys in set 5.
An early lead they will grab, but the energy advantage there is still in favor of Showtime. So even though it's 1-0 as it stands right now, Showtime is gonna look to probably take this next point. Sad Boys will have something to say about it though, as they're trying to get the core control in any kind of nice way to get an attack going on Barcode here. But Joker, with all the speed on the Octavia, just being so annoying, so difficult to deal with, just going in and winning strike war after strike war, looking for a KO on Vaughn here as well, and will actually find it in combination with the piercing shot from Xianzhu. Power play now in favor of Showtime as they're trying to get this barrier off of Kalos.
Oh, but Bells with a clutch KO against Joker sends him to the bench for the moment. Beautiful expanse here again, and now Xianzhu comes through yet again to find a KO. 6 KO streak for the Estelle of Showtime, as they'll be looking to put the goal away again. Vaughn looking mighty low. I imagine the piercing shots are going to come out of Xianzhu once more in just a moment. Vaughn has to back one away to pick up the goal box orb of the Sad Boys. Overtime now. Xianzhu with a Rose Warp. Vaughn looking for some kind of play, getting it up to Bells, but no, that's going to get denied real fast. And here comes the flow state speed from Joker. Sad Boys are trying their best to play keep away, and they are successful in doing so. Joker is out of the flow state now incredibly early. And has to wait for that to come back online. You already lose. Very disciplined at the moment. Both goalies, for that matter. Holding down their pitch. Bell's not going to make it on the energy burst, but the primary will find the small gap as that expanse retreats. Another KO comes through as Barcode gets caught in the corner. Water Cannon is out here. Xianzhu has retreated back to the goal box and is now going to send it back away from Bells, looking for the piercing shot, actually successful in doing so. Barcode back online. Joker going to find a strike war versus You Already Lose. The expanse comes out again. Bells is going to go down, and now that's energy burst versus energy burst here. Vaughn going to use his first out of the Water Cannon. Xianzhu not going to use it just yet. Flow state now active for Joker. Finds the KO versus Vaughn as the power play is extended. Barcode back down to Joker. Xianzhu might have potential here. Likely has a Rose Warp soon, but it doesn't matter. Crystallized Thorns come out. Looks like You Already Lose just a little bit late finding that strike. And Xianzhu will maintain that energy burst. How about the play out of this midfield?
Yeah, and I feel like that entire point as well was just a point of power plays. I think Showtime was able to find 5 or 6 KOs, and they're not stopping now as Xianzhu will find another KO onto Vaughn. Flip available for Showtime, surely taking this barrier here and want to snowball this into a goal while Vaughn is still off the map. The water beam coming out and finding another KO, and Joker with clean strikes up front will just put it right in. Showtime now 1 goal away from taking game 1.
Game point for Showtime as the wind is in their sails, it feels like at the moment. It's swung back and forth multiple times over the course of this game, but it feels like it's all Showtime. They're feeling themselves now, although early cooldowns burn for both Joker and Barcode means that maybe an opportunity here for the Sad Boys to take the barrier presents itself early. No, there's the energy burst into piercing shot combination out of Xianzhu to take the barrier. Joker back in the flow state again, has an energy burst of his own, is going to be looking to use it on the goal line, but the crystallized thorns from Xianzhu is what puts it through again. Played incredibly well in this game. Large part of the reason why Showtime is successful, and they hold on in the nail biter here. That was only game one, though, Slav.
Yeah, only game one. Very promising for the next few games as well, but looking at this game, right, Sad Boys was doing so many things right. They were trying to play so well against the team comp that Showtime was playing themselves, and it just, in the end, was a bit too much, right? There's very small margins of what kind of errors you can do when you're playing against such a punishing pick like an Estelle and such a scaling pick like the Octavia. And in the end, Showtime, just with the consistency, were able to close it off. You said it as well, Xianzhu doing masterful work in that midfield and catching every core whenever he can, and also being a KO threat, right? Something you're not really thinking about when you're talking about Estelle, but just being so aware of those edges of the maps and just punishing the side of Sad Boys so often whenever someone got a little bit too close to the edge there.
8 KOs, 56,000 damage for not the brawler, the midfielder, Estelle on Inky's splash zone. I feel like the game was a 30-minute game, I guess, because we played enough points, I suppose. You don't see those numbers put up by many midfielders, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered when Joker's going over to the Octavia for that reason. Now, though, of course, we're on to the Showtime map pick of Clarion Test Chamber up next, which I think everybody at this stage loves playing on this map because you can get away with doing a lot of different things. What kinds of adjustments do you think we could see out of the Sad Boys roster here?
It's a bit difficult to say, right? Because looking at what happened in the draft in this game one, Inky's is just fundamentally a very different type of map, and I don't think Sad Boys necessarily had any kind of error in the way they approached the draft or they approached the game plan as was. So it was more so just coming down to a execution problem in a way of just it being too punishing on a map like Inky's to be dealing with the pick stat Showtime was bringing down. So I'm not quite sure what you want to be changing up for this draft. We do have the Awakenings now actually as well. The Spark of Agility and the Catalyst showing us we're probably going to be dealing with a pretty quick game again. Mako Ban coming out from Boys, Showtime taking out the Juno and the first pick. Now, no surprises there, I feel like.
Yeah, certainly no surprises. I think it's a smart move, right, for the Sad Boys. They have the opportunity to play the first pick, so if you're not going to take the now, we certainly will. And I think the energy start here in general is going to be quite nice for them. Now, interesting as the last two picks come in for the Sad Boys composition, Asher, Finny are the answer. Of course, expect the Asher, but the Finny coming in from You Already Lose in the goal box on this kind of start feels like they're trying to play some kind of damage something or other, which obviously the now is going to be just fine at attempting to do. And I guess it's going to be a direct response to a Zentaro pickup here as Joker attempts to play it.
Yeah, the Finny pickup definitely is a unique one. I do feel like it can work, right? Finny has a lot of tools to pump out that damage. Now and Asher, both two picks that do an excellent job as well, just passively dishing out damage and creating these KO threats, even though they're not necessarily aimed to be doing that. So it definitely can have its way. I feel like with Finny, you're just going to have some difficulty because you're on Clarion, because some of the maps are going to be difficult for you to control. If you're in the Bouncy Castle, it's going to be rather difficult to properly set your primaries and your ultimates down to really interrupt that core where you need to. And especially if we're now looking at the head-to-head in that regard as well, Zentaro into the Finny, actually a pretty passable matchup, I feel like. Better than if you have to deal with an X in your face immediately. But Zentaro obviously has continuous damage output, which you do have to consider. And the Kai Barrage is always going to be difficult to deal with for a majority of the goalies. So I'm going to be interested to see how well Caleb's going to be able to fields this Finny on a map like Clarion.
Yeah. Certainly will be interesting. Obviously, if Caleb is locking it in the goal box, have to be feeling pretty smart about that overall. And I guess we'll see where the rest of this one goes. We'll be getting into game in just a moment. As you mentioned, of course, I would not expect Xianzu to be any slouch on the Kai right now. Kai, now Estelle, apparently we have to add into Xianzu's striker pool of strikers that are going to be incredibly strong for this particular midfielder. But we'll see where this ends up going. Also, shout out to Saya, who is attempting to ask you all in chat to subscribe to the Bessie and Slot YouTube channel. They are close to 1,000 subscribers. If you have not already, please do so. And that'll help a lot for the folks at Bestie and Slot as they attempt to monetize things, to do things like lands for you all. I think land is coming up here in a couple of days. Well, if you want more of those in North America, you should certainly do your best to subscribe, because those events are a blast overall. But now we are loading into things here. Clarion Test Chambers and Showtime is up, winning the Sad Boys map pick. We'll see whether or not they can get it done in 2, or if the Sad Boys will force game.
Yeah. And looking at the Awakenings here, by the way, I don't think there's a single surprise. We have 4 Maxwells, we have 2 Strike Shots, and we have 6 Catalysts. Pretty much what you would be expecting when you do have an Energy Awakening like the Catalyst. I would have maybe hoped that someone actually ended up opting for the Spark of Agility just for the potential snowball, and as well the potential to deny that speed spark off of someone else, but Catalyst is just a bit too much in the end. You can't really be just in an energy disadvantage, especially in a game like this where it's just so close in every single interaction. Having these flips more consistently is just way too valuable, and you can clearly see that with this pick and this play as well, as Joker just uses that Catalyst flip already to get a KO. Showtime power play.
Actually surprised that Vaughn is the first one down with how low Joker has been for the bulk of this point thus far. It'll be both barriers taken first by Showtime. As Vaughn comes back online, will find the KO against his friend on the opposing team. Giga Blast will come out of Xianzu and attempt for the goal. Here's the energy burst. Vaughn backs away. Both of the impromptu goalies will find the clear here as Joker comes back online. Beautiful misdirection here. Barcode doesn't hit the energy burst. Barrier down. Joker doesn't collect with the Oni's blade. Vaughn will strike it out of the slice and dice here as well. Bells looks for the shot. Barcode's ready for it off of the bounce. And Vaughn still has an energy burst here as well, but it doesn't matter. Joker has all of the dashes that the Zentaro has to get the core in, despite being so low.
Yeah, not really being perfectly positioned there to get that strikeout. Joker will force it through, but Sad Boys do have 2 flips, but they also just have 1 barrier as Joker returns a flip of his own to take the first one down. Xianzu almost taken off the map, but Barcode showing the value of this Atlas pick on here. Because if the enemy team is looking for KOs, but you have the ability to just completely deny that, obviously it's going to change so much about the flow of the game plan and game flow as well here. But we are in a rough situation for Sad Boys. 2 flips coming out here defensively, slight miscommunication there as they still hold on to the barrier, but that's going to put them at an overall energy disadvantage. This Joker again has flip. I feel like he just used it.
Welcome to Catalyst Start, folks. Expect to see many more of those. Thus, each one will be slightly less impactful. Joker now very dangerous here, is going to be able to retreat, pick up the orb. It actually could be interesting here, especially in set 1. I feel like Joker probably has more orbs picked up than Barcode does. Everyone dives on top of the core, and it's going to find the back of the net. Joker credited with the goal. The Showtime is up 2-0.
Yeah, and I feel like it actually took me a bit too long to realize why the Zen pick. Obviously, Zentaro being great at using Catalyst, right? All of these multi-hits coming out from the primary, from the ultimate, just going to give you so much more energy to be playing with. And again, Zentaro as a baseline also has plenty of damage, as you can see it right here as well. Vaughn being taken off the map, Joker down to being staggered, has to flip, but will get the barrier. Meanwhile, Bell's getting really low, but will be able to find a KO onto Joker, as it's now a power play in favor of Sad Boys, but Bell's is rather low, so it does need to be a little bit careful around the edges of that map.
Joker back online here. Showtime with the open goal box. Looking for something, although many of those cooldowns have already been burned by Joker. Now Xianzu picks up the Project Maelstrom Orb, although he's going to have to be careful here. Bells nearly finds the KO. The energy burst from Xianzu is burned to just stay alive for a moment. Joker doesn't seem to have the most amount of core control in this map. The second that you let that Zentaro out into the open space, though, is the second that the Brawler will get it done. 3-0 set early here for Showtime. Joker, pick of the litter, put the hat in the bag again, man. Are you kidding?
It's just right there. I am curious, though, if he's going to opt for it, because Perfect Form is also an insane awakening for the Zentaro. So, yeah, it does opt to pick up the Perfect Form. But again, that's going to make it so Zentaro has basically no cooldowns. Combine that with the fact that energy is just going to be generated so strongly as well for Joker there. Zentaro going to be an absolute menace to be dealing with. Other than that, though, stacks on stacks for Xianzu going to help with movement speed. Spark started on Bells. Definitely not going to be a weak pickup as well. And Yal, just with the Stagger Swagger, is going to be having a little bit more movement speed to get involved. We all remember the Finny that had a little bit too much movement speed and how much damage that character was doing. I do wonder if that's going to show its face here as well or not.
I will say, to your point with the Catalyst start and everything, right? Maybe Joker just has more evades now, although didn't that time, evidently. Immediately gets taken out in the first point. But if you're relying on your dodges instead of relying on the hat, maybe that's a better game plan overall. Nonetheless, Sad Boys double KO here early in set 2. They look for both barriers, not quite able to do it in time before everyone else gets back online. As the point's going to carry on here, Xianzu has the opportunity to get something done on the bottom side of the pitch. Here is Joker with the energy burst, has plenty of abilities to just shove the core through. Now is going to be backed away, but is going to just be saved by the Celestial intervention of Barcode. Here's Joker once again, ping-ponged around on the bottom corner. Will get sent into the goal box he's attempting to score in. Xianzu has to try to maintain possession of the core. The expanse of the middle of the map will help out. Now gets knocked away. And might be another opportunity here as you already lose. Comes up with a misdirection. Double power play for a moment. Bells strikes it to the barrier. The mine comes up just shy. Bells going to set it down to the corner here. Beautifully done from Caleb to keep this play alive for now. But all three members are coming back online for Showtime. Joker has an opportunity. Xianzu pestering Vaughn. Now with that, and interesting interaction there as the core is going to get blocked by the Project Expanse for a moment. You already lose. Up to Vaughn. Bells looking to try to get into position. Joker likely has cooldowns ready, but is just going to be able to get it done with a strike. The drought continues now for the Sad Boys. 4-0.
The core, they were able to keep up the core in the side of Showtime so consistently well, but in the end, it was just not enough to be able to get the core past Barcode on the Sads, right? It's just so difficult to do that efficiently. And if you are with a now Asher, you do have movement speed, but you still need to be set up properly to actually get that barrier. But now, Sad Boys not getting sad about it, as they will get an attack going. They get a KO. They have a power play in their favor now, trying to get the second barrier off of Barcode, as Bells runs up with that primary on Asher. But it is defended quite well. Caleb trying to be offensive here with the Finny. Will get an attack on the barrier going, but again, Barcode is there to hold it and not give any space to Sad Boys, as now Vaughn is being put down to stagger and taken off the map by Joker.
Power play opportunity here now for Showtime. Bells, though, tries to maintain possession of the core. Joker not going to be able to come up with it on the eye rush this time. You already lose. Patient on those strikes, but Xianzu comes up to take the barrier. Vaughn now back online, tries to buy some space, but no, Xianzu's there on the barrage. Another goal goes in here for Showtime, and to your point, I mean, It feels like Sad Boys had multiple opportunities in the last rally to score some, but just couldn't find the execute well enough. I imagine are going to be looking for speed in the next draft as kind of a last hope, but at this rate, Joker's going to come up with some incredibly strong awakening on this Zentaro that's just going to help him continue to take over the game. Xianzhu, of course, doesn't need any awakening help to really take over the game more than he already is. And Barco's just going to keep holding it down on the back line. This is going to be a very tall order, although Bells is going to start with the first goal on the board for the Sad Boys, ricocheting between the goal barriers before going in as they retract.
It's going to be a good start to the momentum for the side of Sad Boys, but they need to be able to hold on to it as well as they get an attack going again here. Joker a little bit low on energy. We'll see how long that'll last, though, as the ultimate will come out and he's already to half the flip.
Yep. That's Catalyst in perfect form Zentaro. He's just going to continue primarying you until it continues to go through. Barcode credited with the goal as it goes quickly off of that corner bounced barrier. No speed, the name of the Sad Boys, in order to collect Joker. Pick of the litter once more here. Heavy impact, explosive entrance, both on the board for this Zentaro worth.
So Zentaro now doesn't only have very low cooldowns, very high energy generation. He now also has an insane damage output. So at this point, I wouldn't even know what you're specifically playing for if you're Sad Boys, because Joker's just got everything. So gonna be fun to see how they're gonna be approaching that. We do have a little bit more survivability on Bells, being able to pick up a second spark in addition to the spark of resilience. But overall, this is gonna be an incredibly difficult point for Sad Boys to play out, because Joker, if he'd like, can just sit on one of the Sad Boys and just get a KO.
That's gotta be the weakest 3 awakenings page for a Zentaro out of Joker right now. I will say, of course, Vaughn getting his hands on the explosive entrance does make for a little more speed for the Sad Boys when that secondary comes online. Now, though, they find at least 1 KO. Joker taken down incredibly low here as well, and Bells will strike it in. And that's the other thing that Bells doesn't have to worry about now. With Spark of Resil, Spark of Power, and the other thing to remember, Slav, is Spark of Agility is still in the pool because all 6 people ended up taking Catalyst. So if this continues to go on, and if the Sad Boys win this set in particular, they very well could set themselves up to win the game.
Yeah, most definitely. These sparks would be such high value for Bells, and even then there's a lot of other awakenings that are still in the pool as well that can just help with that survivability aspect. I'm personally still thinking about peak performance that's going to linger somewhere around there as well, that maybe could find its way onto Vaughn, as now he's going to be the target of that damage. But a swift reaction from Sad Boys will actually turn his tower play into an equal one as they get a KO onto Joker as well.
Xianzhu, maybe with an opportunity here, already has burned that barrage. Vaughn immediately dives in on the lifeline, tries to get the job done. 1 barrier found now. The Sad Boys. Joker tries to get in the way, as well as Xianzhu coming in here on the Giga Blast. Here's the energy burst out of Barcode used, and the extra strike as Vaughn was attempting to be a little bit tricky. Barcode will be able to hold. Xianzhu is going to get healed up by the Atlas ult for just a moment. The misdirection is going to go just wide of everybody, and now the airship versus the Expanse. Unstoppable force versus immovable object. It's just going to lock the core down there on the bottom side for a moment. Here's another energy burst from Joker. Bells comes up from behind to strike it slightly away. Joker continues to get knocked around. Now in the big finish. Have to be careful. Lifeline comes out here as Bells is looking to keep up the pressure against the enemy Zentaro. Dory lose. Does have the energy burst here on the back line as well with this Finny. Joker barely hanging on, still doesn't have any orbs that he can find anytime soon. Now tries to leap out the cloak with the dash. There's the energy burst. Will finally get burned. Xianzhu looks for the barrage, heading up towards Joker, but Bells is going to shut it down with the Pat Splitter. There's another energy burst, and Barcode will burn his. Feels like we've used about 6 in the last point. and Joker's about to have a second. It's going to get used just to try to evade the damage that's coming in from the Sad Boys, and no one can really seem to get the momentum swinging. Finally, we see Xianzhu take over the point on the bottom side, strikes the barrier, and strikes it into the goal.
Sad Boys here going for a more interesting approach. I feel like they're putting as much damage as possible into Joker to disable the Centauro pick as much as possible, but I don't actually think they're looking to finish off that KO. It's much more valuable to them for the Centauro to just be kind of unable to play the game, low HP at the edge of the map, as opposed to taking him out for a few seconds and him then coming back full force, being able to pick up the Catalyst stacks and everything included again. So it didn't seem to work out in the end, though. Showtime still holds on to the defense in that last point so well. And now on the bouncy map, very much not a favorite map for the Finny here. The Showtime just getting the attack going, both barriers down, wanting to now find this goal as well. Joker has a flip available if he does want to use it, but Core doesn't find its way up there quite yet.
Energy Burst about to be online for the Sad Boys. Bells finds one barrier, strikes it down to the second. The Odie's blade is on the opposite side of the core. Sorry about that one, Barcode. Joker tried to jump in. Didn't quite get it done. Sad Boys, though, on set point here. And again, like I said, especially if there's a spark in this next draft, this could be critical for Bells to start taking over the game. Particularly looking for that spark of agility that wasn't picked up by anyone earlier.
Yeah, Joker hitting a Barcode there with a quick goalie check. Not able to respond, though. But we do have the point played out again. And again, Showtime is on the offense. Takes both barriers off of Sad Boy's side. As Joker is again being put down to a rather low HP. Needs to be careful not to be taken out. He does get a lot of it regen right now, though. As the play reset it a little bit. And Joker with the Centauro value just absolutely taking Caleb off the map. Not much that Caleb was able to do about that, as a power play is now going on in favor of Showtime.
Oh, no!
Oh, the core almost snuck its way in, but is defended. Never mind. Picked up by Joker. The ultimate will confirm it. And Showtime is now 1 goal away from taking this series 2-0.
That strike was pixels away from Vaughn, hitting the corner and going down to the bottom side of the map, rather than hitting the sword angle and coming right back up to him, allowing the Odie's blade to put the core away. Now, one more goal is all Showtime needs in order to come away on top and send themselves onto the winner's final. Bells looks for barriers, not going to find it. Xianzhu in the blazing pace, going to find one barrier. Does have the energy burst here as well. There's the Odie's blade. There's one burst used. Now Vaughn uses his in response, and Joker's is baited out in the process. Both expanses on the pitch at the same time, but Bells is still going to fly through. Now finds both barriers. All the meanwhile, Joker's KO'd. Xianzhu can't do much of anything thanks to the fact that You Already Lose has an energy burst, and now it's just a matter of finding the goal. Bells down to the bottom corner with his own energy burst, but Sad Boys can't collect the core. Joker's back online now, and Xianzhu's in pursuit to the goal. Barrage comes out. Joker's in position, has all of those abilities online. The resurrection comes out of Barcode, hoping to keep this play alive, but it looks like the pressure will dissipate. Overtime now. Vaughn has an energy burst. Strike shot doesn't connect from You Already Lose. Potential play here. Now Odie's blade is out. Vaughn will use the energy burst, sending it away. Barcode's got his own. Actually, all three members of Showtime do here as well. Xianzhu trying to come up with it. There's Joker in the corner off the expanse. Barcode attempts to send it right back to him, but the two staggered forwards actually are still going to be able to get it done. The core finds the back of the net thanks to an errant projectile off the barrage, and Showtime will take it over Sad Boys 2-0.
Vaughn hitting us with the reverse goalie check there. He saw Xianzhu and saw Joker goalie checking Barcode. Felt like he should do the same to Caleb, as that now in primary, I think, unfortunately, just sends it right back. Difficult reaction strike for Caleb there, as Showtime will take the 2-0 victory in this series. Overall, though, it got really close towards the end, right? Sad Boys were finding their way towards the enemy goal. They were finding ways to score, but in the end, it wasn't enough to get past that Atlas and goal. And Showtime was able to recover that core and get the goal in. Very well executed from them.
Wow. How about that one from Showtime? Hats off, of course, to them, showing that they can still be the best team that North America has to offer at the moment. Of course, we expect that after their Nassau crown just a couple of weeks ago. There's plenty of other competitors in this bracket other than the Sad Boys. I will say the other thing too is that the Sad Boys did have some very close best of ones over the course of the day yesterday. Two teams like Bang Bang took them 3-2. What was the other one I noticed? Sundubu Strikers took them to a set 5 as well. So we'll see whether or not they can rebound. Of course, plenty of time left in the day. And the good news for the teams that are in the winners bracket is they're going to be playing less best of threes over the course of the day today. Meanwhile, you take a look at the look ahead from the losers side, and it is so many best of threes in a row in order to move on there. Worth noting as we take a look at the losers round matchups, the Bozo Bunch has knocked off the Sundubu Strikers. Obscure Breads beating Obscure Breads. No, Shapeshifting was in the box for Gramella's team. Otherwise, looks like Wee's Little Bees is up 1-0 on Bun Bun Bonanza. Bang Bang up 1-0 on Pass. And Cosmic Calamities versus Return to Form is currently on Case's stream up to Game 3. So some exciting stuff for the rest of the bracket here. But we've got another heater up next, Sloth, in our next winner's semifinal.
Yeah, and that one's going to come up. Dragon Slayers 2 against Demons Raw. Definitely an interesting match to be watching and to be looking into afterwards as well. Demons Raw, obviously an insanely strong team, and Dragon Slayers 2 being able to find their way into this upper bracket here. So it's going to be an interesting matchup to be seeing as we're going to head into a small little break to get everything ready for that matchup. Do not go anywhere.
you want to keep watching that match, you can go over to Cakes' stream, but we're about to get into our next one here between Demons Raw and Dragon Slayers 2. Now, Sloth, this is a roster that has had some pretty decent competitive success in the past couple of weeks. They got up to second in Pick Your Poison last week, have played well in a handful of other weeklies, but now, and I think at this point, they're probably contenders to make the North American Strikers League, but now they're going up against some of the best players that North American competitive Omega Strikers has to offer.
Yeah, there's not really a truer test to see if you're fit for the National Leagues, and going up against Demons Raw here, obviously, an incredibly strong team. I think placing third overall in National, so really strong showing from them so far, as both teams do start off on this ad lab, by the way. We do have a few interesting picks coming on here. The Kainoob Octavia showing its face in this game as well, as we have a Rapid Fire Demolitionist Awakening start. Interesting choice. I'm curious to see how well it's going to be executed here.
Sloth, so welcome to Demons Raw, who like making picks just when they're allowed to limit test. They have a best of 3 here where they can, you know, have some fun with at least one game. No, I mean, not that Kainoob is going to be any slouch right on this Octavia. It might be a little questionable here, I guess, unless you're real worried about something getting out of hand with the Kai speed on the other side. Actually, I guess it was first picked in Striker Select here for Demons Raw after the Atlas and Mako bans. So, I don't know, Kainoob must be feeling pretty confident on this Striker today, although it is going to be Dragon Slayers that get the first goal here. Now, here's the other thing, too, that I will say. Dragon Slayers have made it to this point by beating both Bun Bun Bonanza and the Bozo Bunch in best of ones yesterday. That's the reason why they are here in this bracket. So there's certainly a team that's got something to prove here this weekend. And again, they're going to do it by getting the first goal on the game. See whether or not that momentum can continue here.
It's going to be difficult to continue the momentum, though, as the KO is being found by Snake, and they're just looking to get a second one on Twisty here as well, as she's getting incredibly low and taken out by Snake. 3v1 advantage play for the side of Demons Raw now. They do not actually find the barrier, though. Matter of fact, they're going to drop one of their own there. So, very, very strong defense from the side of Dragon Quest there.
You've got to be kidding me, man. Gooby's like, oh, I saw that angle. I can hit that angle right back, and then hits it right into the barrier. Oh, Demons Raw, you just never fail to disappoint. Absolute cinema here today in the first couple of points of their winner's semifinal match. Kind of going to hit it backwards with a beat drop. Snake trying here. Is going to be able to get it through the Tofu Fortress. Kainoob back into the gravity well, and there is Striker Kai getting comboed off of the pitch. Twisty, good top spin. Trying to keep possession of the core here. Snake over to Kainoob. Can't quite find a way to get it done. Back and forth between these two. Kainoob doesn't find that energy burst. Core goes to the other side of the map. Twisty's there to strike it in, and it's 2-0 up here now for the Demon Slayers.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me to see because Luke is very proficient at some of the Eject goalie picks as well. Obviously not something that he can pick up for this tournament specifically, but it looks like the Stu Boost hits him pretty well as well. He's holding off this barrier as almost perfectly, as Demons Raw can't really find that barrier just yet in any of these points. And because of Gumi's playstyle being a bit more aggressive at times, the moment that a clear does come out, the barriers are immediately under attack, right? And Striker Kai and Twisty doing a really good job taking advantage of that, finding these gaps, and also this is kind of the reason why we are currently in a 2-0 lead in favor of Dragon Slayers 2, as the core continues to be fought around in the midfield for, but no lethal attack being set up from either team so far.
Looking to try put this one through. Twisty, though, taken away. Snake going to do some Tokyo drifting into that barrier. Now the flow states up here for Kainoob. Striker Kai will collect. There is the Tofu Fortress out. Is going to knock the core away for a moment, and the power play will dissipate, though Snake now has possession even just for a moment. The Summer Assault came in, though, from Luke. To send it back. Striker Kai finds the barrier. Now Twisty looks for the pop-up in the corner. Is going to be able to find the strike past Gumi. It's a 3-0 here set early for Dragon Slayers 2. Look at their pick of the litter here. Luke, actually, first pick in this draft in the goalie box from this duo.
Looking at this draft, I do wonder if Luke's going to opt to just straight away take away the fight or flight so Octavia doesn't get it, or if we're going to opt for a more defensive awakening. No, fight or flight has to go, cannot be given to Kainoob here, as size goes in the way of Snake. Double size awakening on this Juliet now. But Rapid Fire Prime Time gonna enable Kainoob to keep up this flow state much longer as well. Hotshot finding its way down to Gumi here as well. Gonna be a massive pickup for him, actually, as that core speed is gonna help so much more at keeping this core on the side of Dragon Slayers.
2 Sparks opted in here, meanwhile, for Dragon Slayers, with a set to work with. Maybe that is a wise choice. You'll see potentially more drafts where you can pick up your second, unless, of course, they both show up in the next one. It might not work out quite that well. Twisty, you're going to be able to find another barrier. Overall, the execution for Dragon Slayers here has been quite on point so far, as they look to take just a couple barriers. Quick little passing play. Twisty has enough cooldowns with this Kazan. Not going to be able to find that barrier that time, though, as Kainoob is back. Now in the flow state, has the energy burst. Snake going to find one barrier. Fiery Flurry. Energy burst also going to come out of Snake. Kainoob's flow state going to dissipate, and Snake just can't come up in time, but Gumi finds the KO with a piercing shot. The power play here now for Demon's Raw. Twisty, though, takes Snake off of the pitch. Kainoob, energy burst here. Top corner, finds it. Luke is stuck in the Summer Assault animation. That'll be the first goal on the board here now for Demon's Raw.
I do want to point out, though, how well Twisty is actually currently piloting this Kazan. She's playing so well with these bigger strike ranges, being a damage menace as well to some degree, just making the most of the character, and especially in a matchup of Kazan versus the Estelle. Estelle's not going to have an easy time defending against a character with as many mix-ups as the Kazan. So really well executed from Twisty, but also a beautiful defensive role from Luke there to send the core behind the barrier. But Snake does find a KO. Demon's Raw now in a power play and looking to make it 2 KOs as Twisty is getting low as well.
Luke does what Gumi can't there. Flashes the Sad Boys emote immediately afterwards. Does have an energy burst here online as well. Meanwhile, the power play is going to dissipate. Rollout log is going to get stopped. Going to stop the momentum here from Snake. Now the Juliet is looking rather low. Maddening Descent is not going to connect. It's going to allow Twisty to step back and pick up the orb. Gumi playing very far forward right now as this is Estelle, trying to get involved as much as he can, even without the eject button per the name of the tournament. Energy Burst is out. Goes into the Gravity Well. Kainoob now burns the beat drop. Doesn't find Twisty. This Kazan is now looking rather low. Snake perhaps looking to drop back. Could be threatening a KO versus the opposing brawler. There is the top spin trying to do just that. Snake also has an energy burst here. Twisty will fall back, though. We'll be able to pick up the orb. All the meanwhile, though, Snake picks up the barrier. Double energy burst online here. Luke barely finds the save. Scrapes it off the goal line to send it back away. Snake still has his own energy burst as well. Some low Sagger bars now for the brawlers on both sides, as Kainoob will build up the flow state here at the midfield line. Luke's going to get challenged once. There's the strike. Kainoob now will lose the flow state, as Snake looks potentially for a pass up to the midfielder. No, that one's died. There's crooked leverage in from Twisty. Top spin doesn't collect the core the second time around, but Gumi's burned the crystallized thorns. Of course, that cooldown will come online sooner rather than later. And here comes Kainoob again on the midfield line, patrolling as if it's his job. Now going to lose that flow state yet again. Twisty in position, and the second that that core goes up there is ready to strike it to the top corner. Very quick in overtime there as the points drone on.
A beautiful Giga Blast, though, from Kai is able to deliver that core up to Twisty. A nice angle to be found. And I do feel like if we are starting to hit into that overtime, the side of Dragon Slayers have a much more lethal attack, because even with just that Spark of Strength, Twisty has a red core strike in that closed form, which is going to accelerate the gameplay so much more. Which means the side of Demon's Raw will try to get these goals early in the set, not want to give that Kazan that extra power to be dealing with. And you can see that just here, even though Luke and Twisty doing a wonderful job holding on to the point, in the end Demon's Raw will find the way to force it through that defense.
Good collapse on the goal, as is usually the case, of course, with these melee goalies. They'll lose their cooldowns eventually, meaning that anyone can come up and finally find the way to strike it through, even when your brawler is sitting there with you. Twisty now taken rather low once more. We'll have to be careful here in a moment. Tofu Fortress does come out. Luke doesn't quite have the speed to continue following it up here, but Striker Kai now gets into position. Giga Blast is out. Can't find the goal barrier there, as it'll go up to the top side. Kainu's flow state will once again run out, and Demon's Raw won't have that extra resource here. Primary, though, is going to find the barrier. Kainu, once again, back in the midfield line with the core up and down. Striker Kai will find the Strike War victory, and now the Giga Blast comes out to send Snake packing. Rollout log is there, and not a lot of momentum here, although Twisty tries to change that. Crooked Leverage pulls it back, but is stunned by the time that she tries to strike it. Overtime now, once more, and here's that part that you just mentioned, Sloth. Crooked Leverage is already used. Twisty doesn't have that. Can't get as creative, maybe, as she'd like. Kainu now in position, looks for the primary, but can't take it himself. Luke is there, continues just to keep striking this core. Excellent control. There's that Crooked Leverage. Twisty finds the barrier. Snake looks for a KO against Striker Kai, but can't find it. Low speed now for Twisty. Doesn't have the range of this energy burst to get the job done. There's the Giga Blast as Twisty comes diving in, and now we'll use that energy burst to send it through. Set point for both teams here.
Twisty's just so clinical, I feel like, in the way that she's executing these goals, just taking advantage of Gumi's cooldowns, of his positioning, just making it so difficult to properly be dealing with. But overall, I feel like it is still kind of in Demon's Raw's hands to lose these sets, because they seem to be in control of the core most of the time. They just kind of can't get an attack going that really translates into a goal. So the few cores that the side of Dragon Slayers is able to get and set themselves up with are enough for them to actually find the barriers and find the goals, as you can again see us being in a pretty even game state here, with both teams with only one barrier left. HP bar's going low on Kainu as he has to run back to get the orb. Striker Kai also has a flip, tries to use it, but gets answered by Gumi. Twisty with a lovely Crooked Leverage, though, shutting down that flip, as now HP bars are gonna go low. At the side of Dragon Slayers, needs to hold on to dear life.
You know, we didn't mention it early enough, but as the set continues to progress, Demolitionist stacks are going to continue stacking up, particularly for Twisty on this Kazan. It's going to be helpful for Snake too, of course, but even still on this Kazan, that extra extended range of the Crooked Leverage, push the point and such. See where this continues as Twisty once again, Crooked Leverage pushes it through, and that is another set here for the Dragon Slayers. They're up 2 sets to 0, and now it's Twisty here, pick of the litter in the draft. Big Fish, Adrenaline Rush, both online here. Also the Spark of Agility is a possible option, but yeah, we'll just opt for the size.
Yeah, the size is just going to help so much more with the win of these strike wars, with that pressure being built. Stacks on stacks, finding its way into Kainu could be a bit scary, but as it stands right now, Dragon Slayers have been dealing pretty well with the play from the side of Demon's Raw, and with that movement speed of Octavia as well. So they're kind of calling the bluff there to some degree, saying, hey, you can have the speed, because us getting an even bigger strike war advantage on Twisty is going to be enough to deal with your attacks, to deal with your defense as well. As again, the point goes, and a beautiful Giga Blast from Striker Kai will actually find the first barrier there, almost a second, as Gumi is forced to hold on to that barrier with some clean strikes. But overall as well, I do want to mention that's a second spark on Striker Kai. So even if Demon's Raw finds this set win, we're looking at a potential another spark for the side of Striker Kai that's just going to continue to snowball this game a little bit in their favor. I still feel like Dragon Slayers, I almost said Demon Slayers, well, I think I might have done before, still have a difficult set to win here, but you can see they're doing just fine, with Twisty almost getting another goal.
Gooby with a last-second Rose Warp to get back in time. Keeping that one away. Now Kainoob taken off the pitch. Striker Kai, possession of the core. Twisty dives in and has the crooked leverage to pull it through. Will be able to get the job done there. And now, 2 goals away here are the Dragon Slayers. Potential 3-0 versus Demons Raw and winners semifinal slot. I mean, seriously for this team?
It would be insane if they do find it, and they're playing well, right? It's definitely deserving at this point with looking at how they have been playing and looking at yesterday, right? With the series wins that they did get already against other national teams, right? It is just an incredibly strong showing for them, and they're just continuing to pile on to that showing here. As again, Twisty with that extra size, just so difficult for Gumi to deal with. As one barrier drops, a clean pass to Striker Kai almost sets him up to take the second one as well, but it wasn't quite enough. As now Demons Raw are going to go back on the offense. Kainoob has a flip. If he does need to use it, has to use it defensively here. Kazan just with all of this outplay potential. The Octavia ultimate actually taking their own barrier there, but it's a power play in favor of Demons Raw as they're almost making it a 1v3.
Tofu Fortress is out here. Striker Kai interrupts the pass now with Giga Blast. Gumi has to Rose Warp backwards, and Twisty is back online. Striker Kai, though, low on stagger, and now is going to get KO'd thanks to the dash punch from Snake. The power play continues for Demons Raw. Luke will use the energy burst. Gumi's going to be able to scoop it away, and the core will go around the world. Snake in pursuit sends it down to Kainoob, who will punish with the goal.
The punish did come through, but Demons Raw really only evening up the set so far. So still 2 more goals to be found, as they do need to get past the defensive wall of Luke as well. The strike actually playing with a black hole there, getting the first barrier, but as we all know, on a 2-barrier map, the first barrier doesn't mean that much. The second one still has to be found. That's usually the more difficult part, as the Dragon Slayers are now walking up. The Twisty does get taken off the map, but Striker Kai secures the barrier. Flip has to come out from Kainoob here to hold on to this point as the power play continues to be played out from the side of Demons Raw.
Another piercing shot will keep possession for Demons Raw. Crystallized Thorns burn out of Gumi, but Twisty is in position, already has used that crooked leverage, and the pass from Striker Kai is just not fast enough to cut through the 2 forwards of Demons Raw. Strike shots traded from both goalies. Snake attempts to rack up that extra stagger. It has been done before on Striker Kai, but now is going to get punished for it. Snake taken off the pitch. Rose Warp from Gumi back first. The Tofu Fortress leaves an opening for Gumi to send it through, and the goal doesn't happen this time around. Kainoob will strike down to the bottom corner to buy the time, and the penalty has been killed. Striker Kai, there's the Giga Blast. Twisty just a little bit shy on the top spin. The Mirage is going to keep the play alive. Luke with an opportunity, but actually will just opt to keep possession here now for the Dragon Slayers. Gumi finds an energy burst, sends it away. There's a good summer assault from Luke, keeping this barrier alive. Giga Blast sends it right back up to Striker Kai. Twisty might have been open there, but the pass couldn't come through. Now the topspin's there. Crooked leverage as Twisty will win the strike war. And it is game point now for Dragon Slayers 2.
I feel like Dragon Slayers 2 just has everything that they kind of need now, looking at the matchups, right? Because the Juliet is going to have a tough time dealing with the Dubu, Tofu wall, or the rolls as well. Difficult to force through. On the other hand, Twisty with the Kazan has a favorable matchup against Gumi, which we've been able to see so many times already with that crooked leverage, with these plays. And on top of that, Demons Raw, I feel like also finding some misstrikes consistently. Barrier dropping now again, as Dragon Slayers are going to try to close off the set in a 3-0 manner.
Looking for it again with the goal barriers open. Snake, though, in pursuit on the other side with the fiery flurry. Kainoob now in the flow state, but it's going to be Twisty taking Snake off of the pitch. Kainoob just has to play damage control here at the midfield line. There's the energy burst. Will find the barrier as Luke can't find the strike. and will send it down. Now it orbits the gravity well. Kainu back in possession, still in the flow state here. A Snake actually will now collect the core. Flow state will dissipate. And now Demon's Raw doesn't have an opportunity. All three members, though, of Dragon Slayers 2 in pursuit. Gumi tries to be patient, and enough strikes from Demon's Raw send it away from Twisty. We're in overtime now. A maddening descent comes through, can't find the core. Striker Kai does have another Giga Blast. Doesn't find much of anything there, though, and now Luke will just play it patient for a split second. Take a little bit of a breather, as is needed on occasion. Snake will keep it in this corner. Rollout log gives an opportunity for Twisty. Almost breakaway goal, but Gumi's there in time. There's the energy burst to send it away as well. Game point, again, for Dragon Slayers 2. They'll want this game now before things start getting out of hand. Tofu Fortress is online. Twisty doesn't have the crooked leverage this time around, though. There it is, just a little bit shy of the core. Kainoob has the energy burst. Snake does as well. Burns it, looking for the KO versus Striker Kai, but the midfielder won't go down that easily. Energy burst again for Kainoob. And Luke, for that matter. Beat drop is out. Striker Kai in possession on the backside. Gumi with a Rose Warp. That cooldown's been burned. But the core is going to get away. Twisty can't capitalize on it. Just doesn't quite have the speed to catch up to the core as it continues to move so quick. There's the top spin. It doesn't find the core that time either. Luke tries to play it patient here. Here's the energy burst. Maybe looking again. Tofu Fortress is out, continuing just to try to play it patiently. And Dragon Slayers have held the core for so long. Here it is. Finally, Twisty will find the play with the crooked leverage. And that's all she wrote for Game 1. Dragon Slayers win Game 1 over Demon's Raw. We'll see what adjustments Demons will make in the next draft slot, because I don't think they're going to play nice in the next one.
Yeah, they definitely won't be. I feel like the side of Dragon Slayers just had such a strong game plan, and they just executed it so well as well, right? The mismatching characters of Gumi and Twisty, in the end, they just took advantage of that so well, because Luke and Striker Kai just continuously held the back line. They just didn't give any barriers or any goals for free, and then just sent the core forward with one nice flip or with a nice red core to just create that 1v1 situation for Twisty and Gumi. And Twisty, obviously, on the Kazan, she's so proficient, just able to bring out the most of that character with the crooked leverages, with those kind of fake out plays as well. And it's just so difficult for Gumi to defend. And I'll be honest, before this game, if you were to tell me this is going to be a 3-0, I would have said, sure, yeah, I agree with it. If you were to tell me it's a 3-0 in favor of Dragon Slayers, I don't think I would have believed you.
Yeah, hats off to them for that showing. Demon's Raw just couldn't pull it together for an entire set at all. And I think some part of that, right, has to be a first pick blinded Octavia on a start that doesn't have an incredibly strong awakening for her, right? But even still, right, all of that aside, and Gumi Estelle and what have you, Dragon Slayers are executing, and that's the reason why you can't just take this team for granted, and the reason why they've made it to this point, right, is teams are kind of just being like, all right, come on, I've never heard of these folks. They can't be that good, right? And then they get the job done, and you go, wait a second. Here's the problem. Now, of course, is where the real thing happens, because they're going to the Demon's Raw map pick of Inky's Splash Zone, and they've won. Dragon Slayers have won best of ones versus Nassau team so far. Now they have to put two games together to win a best of three. We'll see whether or not they can get it done here. The start is prime time perfect form for this map.
A lot of picks that can be played here. I do wonder what the priority pick will be here for the side of Dragon Slayers, and what the bans are going to be as well. Perfect form, just giving cooldown so efficiently, right? Just enabling a lot of picks, like a Zentaro, like an Asher, like a Mako, like an Atlas. It's just many more as well, going to be difficult to deal with, and the prime time as well, giving even more cooldown. So this is going to be a fast-paced game for certain, simply just because everyone's going to be low on cooldowns. And they do seem to realize that themselves as well, as they take out two speed characters almost immediately, Mako and Octavia gone. At the Atlas first pick, definitely a reasonable pick on that perfect form start.
However, it's two classic characters in response Snake's Zentaro was really what he was known for first, and we've seen it with some level of success in the current meta. We just saw it with Joker, of course, in the last series. Kainub on the now is exactly what makes this guy the perennial MVP in the North American Strikers League, but the quintessential forward pickup is met for Dragon Slayers 2. All a matter now of what Goomy decides to lock in, and it is the Asher here. The only thing that might happen weirdly here, Sloth, is for them to switch Zentaro and Asher. But of course, it's not an eject button Zentaro because they can't do that. So I'm a little less worried here about this comp from Demon's Raw.
Hey, you never know. But I wouldn't be expecting it either. I wouldn't be expecting it either, especially because that Kazan character is so difficult to deal with as a goalie, right? And Twisty has shown a lot of proficiency on it. So opting for an Asher pick and goal here is definitely going to make it a lot easier for the side of Demon's Raw, because unlike Estelle, she can just completely shut down the attack by using a singular ability. She doesn't really care for a lot of fancy play around because she's just going to go into you, press a primary, and the core is going to be stuck. So it's definitely a more easier matchup for the side of Demon's Raw to be executing here in that goalie to forward comparison. But it's not going to be enough to win you the game as is, because you got to keep in mind as well, Striker Kai is called Striker Kai for a reason. He is quite experienced on that pick, and just giving him that as well might be enough for the side of Dragon Slayers to maybe try to find a 2-0 here.
We'll see, of course. They have their work cut out for them here on Demon Splash Zone, as it was once called. I have seen this one plenty of times before. The unfortunate truth for Demon's Raw is they can't randomly roll into Inky's Splash Zone twice in a row. Prime time here, obviously for the Kazan and the Kai, both going to be huge boosts in their overall effectiveness. And I mentioned the perfect form on the Atlas earlier here as well. So this also seems like a great start for Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, most definitely. But they are on Inky, and on Inky, as we've seen it in an earlier series today as well, it's all about that snowball effect, getting that water beam and playing for it. So it's going to come down to Snake Kainub versus Striker Kai Twisty. Who of them is going to win that midfield control, set themselves up for a barrier take first, and then start playing off of these advantages? As they're going pretty head-to-head as of right now, no one really getting a significant advantage to a point where really an attack has to be thrown. Luke does have to defend a little bit already, as opposed to Goomy, who's just having a good time in front of the barrier.
Gooey's bored already. Without eject button, without an eject button goalie, Gooey is just bored. Sitting there in the box on the other side of the pitch, waiting for the core to come to him, because he knows that his forwards are just going to continue controlling the core. Now finally has to do some work here as Striker Kai is in pursuit, is able to send the core away, and the water cannon's out. Luke on the wrong side of the goal, and that's of the cannon, and that's going to be an easy punish for Snake, getting the first goal on the board here for Demons.
Yeah, cleanly executed there. Luke being a little bit overzealous, not using that flip in the middle of the water cannon either to shut that down, as Demon's Raw will find the first goal of this set. And find another barrier as well. Demon's Raw now not playing around, just taking these barriers, taking these advantages, and finding a KO as well, as I believe that was Goomy's old path splitter on the Asher, taking that KO on Striker Kai.
Now the core goes back to the other side of the pitch. Water cannon used as the penalty KO, and oh no, the core just flies past Luke. Very slow here within the first 20 seconds of the point. Welcome to Inky Splash Zone, and Demons Raw now are up 2-0.
Up 2-0. Still need to find a third though. But they're doing a lot of damage already. Striker Kai, again, needing that Atlas ultimate to stay alive. That's Zentaro perfect for him. We've seen it earlier today, how much it can do. And Snake definitely going to be someone that can pilot that excellently as well. As Dragon Slayers will take, never mind. Barrier is being held onto by Goomy there. Flip has to come out from Luke as well to keep this point alive.
Asher is so weak as a goalie character here, as Goomy is clearly demonstrating. Continues to just send the core away, has enough hitboxes thrown around to hold this one down, especially given picking up the prime time here for double the primaries, because why not? Especially as the goalie player. Crooked Leverage comes back out from Twisty. Gumi's ready for the strike war this time, and also does have the energy burst to his name. Now on the other side of the pitch, maybe we'll see something going, but speed is just not there for anyone right now. Twisty going to pull it back with the Crooked Leverage. Striker Kai, potential opportunity here, but the path splitter comes out. Here's the water cannon. Striker Kai does have the energy burst. Top spin out. Gumi has the energy burst to send it away as well, and so that play will come up just shy. Twisty in the slip almost finds it, and now Kainu finds it with the primary of now. Beautifully clear from Luke, just on the corner. Impossible nearly to predict. And now here's the energy burst, baits out the expanse. Luke's got his own, and now another strange clear from Luke is going to find Twisty. Almost tries to get this one out of here, but Snake is back in position, looking to get the job done. Twisty comes up just shy on the slip in the Crooked Leverage. Here's the top spin, but Kainu's got his own energy burst. Now the Oni's blade is out and try to collapse the goal from the corner. Can't find it just yet. Path splitter out. Twisty there trying to KO Snake. Can't find the goal just yet, though. Finally, we'll see the energy burst used from Kainu. Expanse burned early here from Luke. And a beautiful mine from Kainu keeps this in position. Snake throws himself forward and will find the goal. It's a 3-0 set for Demon's Raw.
And the first pick for Kainub as well, now being so scary with a perfect form. And now likely going to pick up a Speed Awakening to enable her even more. I do wonder if it's going to be the Fight or Flight or the Stagger Swagger. Stagger Swagger holds some value in denying that the enemy side is not going to be able to get it. Does not opt for it himself as it's being picked up by Striker Kai. But yeah, Fight or Flight finding its way onto Kainub. And more importantly, another Catalyst and perfect form combination on Snake. I'm getting a sense of deja vu here.
Well, we'll see as this continues to happen. Yeah, some excellent Awakening pickups here for this Demon's Raw team. Twisty will be forced to settle with these stacks in that last draft. Probably would have preferred the size, but speed, of course, will continue to be king. And the Twin Drive, of course, from Luke will help out quite significantly. We talked a lot about punishing this Atlas when it doesn't have that expanse online. Now, of course, has two. Can't save you there, though, from the energy burst play, as gets burned a little bit too early. Snake's able to punish, find the barrier, and now Demon's Raw in pursuit to the goal. Water Cannon is out here. Kainu looks to try to sneak it through, but it's actually Snake is the one that gets KO'd on the backside of the expanse. Power play opportunity here. Striker Kai and Twisty are going to pass it back and forth. Now looking for just some kind of play in the corner, trying to dribble it around, but Kainu's going to intercept the play altogether. Twisty does have the Crooked Leverage, burned the strike a little bit early, and Demon's Raw will win back possession of the core. Top spin is out. There's another expanse used from Luke. There's the second charge. And now an opportunity here as Kainub starts to come forward. Snake almost in position. Couldn't find it there. Energy burst here from Twisty, but Gumi's got a primary for that. Garage, though, comes out of Striker Kai. Almost finds the pass. Not able to there. Barely saves it as Luke reacts in time with the energy burst, and it catches the core. Keeps the points alive here for both teams. Giga Blast up to the top corner. Striker Kai now once again looking for Twisty, but they can't keep momentum rolling. Water Cannon back the other way, and Snake is there on the eye rush to get it done.
Really well executed from Demon's Raw, even though the attacks were consistently coming through from the side. Dragon Slayers, they were keeping control of the core and getting these attacks through. And you can really kind of feel that difference in that Kazan this game, because you don't have any extra strength to send the core flying like you did last time around. You also have a much more difficult matchup because you can see Striker Kai and Twisty, they're consistently trying to play around Gumi. They don't really have a way to go through him like they did last game. And that just makes it so much more difficult, especially against a team like Demon's Raw that is so proficient at defending and also so proficient at attacking, as Gumi, almost a forward here, sets up with Snake, flips coming out, and a 2-0 lead for Demon's Raw in the second set.
This Gumi guy does not need a checked button to find himself in the opponent's goal box, all right? Let's just make that abundantly clear. You will almost never need it and will always walk up or do the offensive play in order to assist the teammates. Now, there is yet another strike shot. Path Splitter launched forward. keeps the pressure up here for Demon's Raw. There's another water cannon. Strike back on from Kainoob over to Snake. Doesn't even need the energy burst to get the job done. 6 goals to 0 here, Sloth, in game 2.
Demon's Raw showing us why it's their map pick. They're just playing it so well. They're just so efficient with it. And they're keeping core on the side of Dragon Slayer so consistently. It's just so difficult for them to really play it out properly as we're now going into this draft. Is Intaro not picking up anything yet? As a Monumentalist goes the way of Luke, together with that Twin Drive, gonna make those expanses so much more difficult to be going through here, as the size gets denied off of Twisty, just really making sure this Kazan doesn't get anything more than he needs to. But still pretty happy to pick up the Rapid Fire Primetime for the Kazan. Hotshot going down to last pick surprises me a bit, but considering all of the picks that have gone through, it does make sense.
1-2 punch actually not picked up in the last draft. Evidently, damage not a priority from either of these teams. Wacky expanse there from Luke, actually. He is going to be able to get the job done there, and we'll see where the rest of this one goes. Also, of course, Kainoob more speed. Some might call it Kainoob's clock. Others will just call it Stagger Swagger. It's a very good awakening in general. And Kainoob is no stranger to playing a speed character in the midfield slot. Striker Kai just going to be able to hit the corner of that barrier. Now, where's the momentum here for this Dragon Slayers team? They can't find it yet, and Twisty is just shy again on the crooked leverage. Snake now in possession of the core, finds the goal barrier for Demon's Raw, and the water cannon goes back the other direction. Here's Snake again. The expanse is there. Strike shot. Kainoob keeps it in the corner. And finally, the primary comes out from Luke. Striker Kai backs away, but Snake still has possession of the core. Twisty can't pull it back, and Snake just executes so brilliantly. Continues getting the job done, and that is what this gets this guy so many S-tier titles.
Yeah, just so clinical in front of the net there, being so aware of what Luke can do to defend and just matching his own cooldowns so well into it, enabling him to get these scores in consistently against an Atlas, which is also important, especially in a map like Inky's again, right? Because that snowball effect will always come into play. Demon's Raw now will try to get an attack going, though, again, as a flip comes out from Snake, doesn't find the target, but Gumi and Kainoob both have a flip as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Gumi might get a little bit bored again and walks up the field to get that flip to get a barrier here.
Oh, he's thinking about it for sure, walking up to that midfield line. Probably will save it for the last point if that's possible. The eye rush here from Snake, tries to send it back through. Here's Twisty, pulls it back to the crooked leverage. Pass down to Striker Kai, keeps possession, and now the barrier will fall. Giga Blast is out, but even still, there's just so much to fight through on the defensive side here with Kainoob's mines and Gumi's primaries. The Pat Splitter comes out here as well, dividing the field in two for a moment. Overtime now, as Striker Kai does have an energy burst, but hasn't been on the offensive side of the pitch in some time. Twisty pulled back with a crooked leverage, now has a second one, but can't find it there as Gumi maintains his own energy burst. Other side of the pitch, Giga Blast sends it flying. Maddening Descent will find the corner. Finally, the drought is snapped here for Dragon Slayers as they look to pick up some semblance of momentum or even just salvage it before we go into game 3.
Yeah, and they do have 2 flips available as well, so they can continue to extend this lead if they find themselves in the proper position. But Kainoob and Gumi doing such a good job on the defensive end as they do actually drop a barrier there. Twisty needs to be a bit careful. A lot of damage being pumped into her as the Atlas ultimate has to come out to keep her alive. Flip from Striker Kai being answered there properly, though, as Demon's Raw will not give them that gold just yet. Striker Kai trying to run up using that barrage, but Asher just says no, plops down a primary. There's not much you can do about that, as again, 2 flips available for the side of Demon's Raw on the offense, and even one on the defense if they need it, as flips get traded between Snake and Luke. No barrier dropping there just yet, though. Twisty trying to get the core up front, setting herself up to make use of this Kazan play. Dashes up as well, flips in front of the goal. Cooldown's coming up from Gumi, but the core not going through as it actually goes back to Luke. And it's just really, it's just a continuous fight for this core possession, and Dragon Slayers just can't seem to get past Gumi here.
Yeah, I almost wonder if, you know, I've noticed Striker Kai playing much more defensively on the backside, and now Kainoob just walks right up, and the complete opposite, the kind of vision of what a midfielder should potentially be doing here, but just feels like there's not that same level of offense. It's very much reliant on Twisty to try to come up with some kind of play out of this Kazan, and hasn't been as successful doing that this time, just given how much can go on that defensive side. Will find the barriers, corner again, as it's now game point for Demons Raw. Off the post, it's not quite in yet, as Gumi's got enough time to react with the angle that it was at. Snake has an energy burst here, going to wait out the water cannon as it was already hit. Here comes the energy burst as well. The expanse will sink around and will lock that corner play down. Now looking for another pass here. Luke up to Twisty. Potential opportunity here. Crooked leverage down to the bottom corner. Here's the top spin, looking for the dribble to herself. Can't find it just yet. Striker Kai is forward this time. Can't get the job done just yet though. Crooked leverage can't pull it back fast enough. And Twisty can't find it. Energy burst online though. Potential opportunity this time around. There it is, but Kainoob was blocking it with the extra speed. Primary is up there for Gumi, as now Snake finds a response. Could be the goal to send us to a game 3, although Twisty says not yet. We'll pull it back with a crooked leverage and finds it right behind Gumi to that top corner.
Yeah, the game plan that Dragon Slayers are employing is still roughly the same that they did in the Atlab game before, right? Get the core up to Twisty and let Twisty do her magic. But it's just so much more difficult when you now have Kainoob on that now pick that can shut down any kind of passing play, and you have Gumi on that Asher pick to just win every single 1v1. So it's incredibly difficult for them to really execute this properly, as again, Demons Raw will find the barrier first, will use the water cannon, but doesn't get any kind of result out of it. A Snake runs up, almost secures that goal as well, but Luke will hold on to it, has a flip as well now on the defensive end if he does need to use it, and he might have to because Kainoob has a flip and he's gonna try to use that to secure this set and this game.
Oh, but it doesn't find the core. It just goes slightly wide. Snake now will stop for a moment with his own energy burst, and that's 2 flips burned from Demons Raw. An opportunity presents itself here in this set, but Twisty has already burned hers as well. Luke has to try to hold this one here. There's the primary and the flip to bail it out to the top side, but Kainoob now is looking to maintain possession for Demons Raw. It's going to be nearly impossible to get it through Gumi now with 2 primaries and an energy burst online. Twisty, though, finds the KO versus Kainoob. That's going to be huge if they can try to capitalize on it. Beautiful expanse, shuts that play down from Snake as the core continues to fly across the pitch. Kainoob will come back online in just a moment, and now the water cannon is going to send this one back the other way. Kainoob in position. There's an expanse burn to prevent Snake from scoring the game-clinching goal, but he'll find an energy burst that takes down 2. Twisty is still holding for the moment, but an energy burst is there, and Demons Raw will send us to a game 3.
Twisty almost doing God's work in the end there, but in the end, the Gumi run-up was a bit too much. Demons Raw continuously putting on the pressure that game, continuously pummeling down that defense, and just not allowing any kind of strong attack being sent their way as they find this 3-0 win. So we went from 3-0 one side to 3-0 the other side. That's gonna go lead us into the deciding match here as well. But about this match, it's just really, you can just really see it, the control that Kainoob had, right? 240 redirects. That is a little bit less than 50 more than Striker Kai had. Just ever present on that now pick, just being so proficient with it and just shutting down any kind of forward connection to Twisty with that now, just doing such a good job at it.
How about this too? Snake, 42,000 damage on Inky's Splash Zone with Zentaro for a game that only went to 3 sets. May I remind you, certainly it didn't feel like it was that big of a role, but this is what happens, Slough. I was saying Demons Raw isn't going to mess around the second time after you take the first game. That's all what today is really a test for Dragon Slayers. Can they win these best of 3s versus NASA level teams? Because we know they can take games. Will they be able to take the best of 3? Of course, we've got one more map, and it's Night Market here to try to find that out.
Yeah, going into the night market, there's gonna be some prio picks again, right? You're gonna be looking at the Nows, you're gonna be looking at the Asher. Juliet also not a bad pickup here, maybe even an X, who knows? It also, with the Awakening Star, can potentially be another Octavio. Maybe Kainoob will try to run it back, but we will see. once we have the awakenings. Now, okay, but do you have any kind of rough idea what these players are going to be opting for in terms of bans here, maybe to disable a player?
In terms of bans, I obviously it's going to depend on what side you are. I think if you're Dragon Slayers, it feels like you almost have to ban away the now if you're not going to try to play it yourself. And in fact, they are red side here. So I feel like they almost have to ban this now. It might not sound like much of a threat now, but Kayub is just so proficient on that particular striker. It feels nearly impossible to get anything else done. The start is Ariel's Twin Drive. There are potential thoughts here of an Octavia pick. I kind of doubt it from Demon's Raw, right? I think they were limit testing in game 1. I don't know whether or not that'll be as successful this time around, but I guess we'll have to see how this one comes through. I expect to see Twisty remain on the Kazan. Now you get an Aerials potentially here for the dash range, or you even take the Twin Drive. Actually, no, we're just going to see the Octavia get banned away here from Demon's Raw, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, the Octavia does hold so much value if executed correctly. I'm not quite sure if Striker Kai has an Octavia in their back. I do think so. So they're just being a little bit precautious there, making sure that doesn't find its way onto Striker Kai's hands to take over the game completely, as Dragon Slayers are opting to remove the X. So the now is still on the field with that Aerials, with that Twin Drive. Doesn't get picked up though. The Mako, another priority pick here, obviously. Really great defensively. And with that, Aerials and that Twin Drive, either or, really strong awakenings to enable both of your forwards for the Mako. So no surprises there, as the Atlas Kai also get picked. Dragon Slayers looking to maybe run back the same comp here as they did last game.
I mean, at the end of the day for Dragon Slayers, it's comfort picks for them, right? Luke is going to be fine on any kind of a melee goalie there, right? Of course, that's probably about what he's playing, especially when A, eject button is banned, and B, you've got Striker Kai on your team. Snake's going to go back on the Zentaro. Kainu, just go ahead and lock in the now. Just go ahead and do it. That's fine. You might as well. You've got a Twin Drive here potentially too, where you could pick up double secondaries for even more strikes. There it is. And I expect to see the Kazan here again. We're just going to run it back and see what happens in game 3.
Yeah,
no, I was wrong.
The Kazan would be interesting because it's a pretty proficient Twin Drive user as well, but the Rasmus, I feel like, makes a little bit more sense, right? Because you're, again, if you were to pick Kazan here, you're going into a defensively strong goalie like the Mako. Kazan doesn't really have a way to force it through a goalie with a kind of hit stun. Rasmus, on the other hand, does have a pendulum swing, right? If you're setting up yourself correctly, you can use that ability, or you can even hook the goalie away to disrupt their clear. So it gives you a little bit more playmaking utility and more consistency at getting that goal in, because that's what the side of Dragon Slayers were struggling with the last time around. They just couldn't get past that last defensive line. So it does make sense to pick up the Rasmus here. I do wonder if another pick also could have been on the board there, but it's no use thinking about that. We're going to be playing with Erasmus, and we're going to see Twisty hopefully putting down another masterclass, this time not on account.
We will see what comes of this final game in this series. Showtime awaits the winner of this next game in the winners finals. Meanwhile, the loser will drop down to the lower bracket, where they'll have the opportunity to climb their way right on back up. We'll see as this one continues who is going to be able to take this. Now, off rip, right, with the Twin Drive Aerials start, I don't actually know who's favored. I expect to see what Snake's going to take the dash range for the Zentaro, right? Don't even have to think about that for the rest of the draft. Kaidoob certainly on the Twin Drive, and I don't know, likely Gumi too, although the Aerials buff, I suppose, for the extra dash speed is going to help. It feels like a lot of that is thinking with those early awakenings.
Yeah, and the awakenings that have been opted are actually pretty even. We have 3 Aerials, and those are all on the speed characters, right? Kainoob, Gumi, and Kai all getting enhanced movement speed from this Aerials pick, and everyone else opting to just go for more cooldowns, more consistency. Even Snake picking up that Twin Drive over the aerials, potentially just to be more aggressive, to have more mobility on the Centauro. And also, looking at the game itself, in terms of dash awakenings for the Centauro, the Super Surge, and the explosive entrance, yes, there are some people that can take that away from you, but it's not going to be the highest focus for Snake to get this kind of dash range here, because why do you need more range if you have two people behind you that just make you faster anyways, right?
Yeah. Very true, and in that case, in that way, positioning is going to be a little bit easier, and that allows you to have a shorter but maybe more effective rush, Oni's Blade, what have you. And oh dear, welcome to Gumi walks forward a little bit too far once more. First goal on the board here, though, for Dragon Slayers, and they'll feel a little bit decent about that momentum, but I'm really, again, watching Twisty. We've watched her put on playmaking performances in the last 2 games. It's all a matter of whether or not she can do it here now on this Rasmus as well.
Yeah, and I also do want to point out Striker Kai, even though not as a parent, has been consistently finding great Gigas to get the core up front and even take a goal, because in that last point as well, it was a Giga that's coming out from Striker Kai that just wasn't really expected from Gumi there. So also really good proficiency on the 3rd game of Kai for him today. But we are now again on the attack for Dragon Slayers. They do find the second barrier, but Demon's Raw answers with a power play as Luke is running up and making himself a menace on this Atlas with a flip. They have to play around them. If they play into him, they're running the risk of getting scored on. Luke using the flip here as well to completely shut down the power play. And Twisty back on the field now, trying to get this goal. And that's exactly what I was talking about. This pendulum swing can be used so well to just get this core into the net and just force the goal, well executed from the side of Dragon Slayers.
Good improvisation off of that down turn, right? You lose one of your characters, you're like, oh no, what's going to happen? But Luke realizes that he actually has a better idea of holding the line at the midfield line rather than stepping back for the goal box, and then keeping the core alive for Twisty to come in, throw out all those abilities. And some players have talked about it. I mean, it's been a while since it's been really talked about, but it's relatively difficult to adjust when you come immediately back online out of that power play, right? When you come off the bench after being KO'd, suddenly it's another player on the pitch, and they have all of their abilities online. Exactly what Twisty does there to capitalize on that opportunity. Snake now has one of his own, is going to be able to find it there, and the mine comes up as well. Luke is going to be able to bail it out to Striker Kai, though. Giga Blast attempts to cut off a pass, and does so, and is at least successful for a moment. Almost 2 energy bursts, though, online for Demon's Raw. Kai Noob will use his almost immediately, looking to get up to Snake. As the expanse is burned already, the core goes just around the whiplash of Twisty. Here's the pendulum swing. The energy burst comes out as well from Gumi. The barrier does not get found there. Snake, though, on the other side, will find a nice corner play of his own. Get it right through Luke, despite him having the energy burst.
Yeah, that is a first goal for the side of Demon's Raw, but energy still in favor of Dragon Slayer. Striker Kai is about 1 bar away from getting a flip for himself. Luke has one as well. Twisty looks rather low in the energy department, but she's going to catch up eventually as well, because the core, again, is just being passed back and forth. Twisty finds a crucial strike bar win, and a nice strike shot from Luke actually sets them up to take the second barrier, immediately answered from the side of Demon's Raw, though. As Snake now has a flip as well, maybe wants to try to use it. Striker Kai using his flip first, though, as now Demon's Raw in an attack. A nice expanse from Luke will shut down that flip from Snake, as now Twisty could potentially look for a KO on the Zentaro here.
Energy burst from Luke will prevent Snake from scoring. Now Twisty in pursuit of the goal. Striker Kai in the blazing pace, looking to just try to shove it through the corner, and it eventually will find Twisty for the goal. Dragon Slayers take the first set in this 3rd game. Critical here potentially for some of these awakenings to start coming online. Pick of the litter here, and Fight or Flight is in the awakening string.
Fight or Flight definitely has to be picked up for Striker Kai here. It's such a strong awakening for Kai, and again, it's an awakening that you're not giving to Kai Noob. Now Kai Noob still has Among Titans, still gonna get speed for this now pick, but more crucially is also losing size for it. Talking about size, Rasmus really enjoys himself a little bit of size. All these abilities are getting so much stronger if he does have it, and Twisty was able to pick up a Might of the Colossus for herself here, as Sparks find their way to Snake. Primetime rapid fire, just consistent and solid awakenings for both Luke and Gumi here, as I feel like everyone's walking away with something that they like, but Dragon Slayers, I feel like overall more satisfied with how this draft went.
We'll see whether or not they can capitalize off of that. But the other thing that I actually want to reflect on for a moment is the Mako, I feel like, in this particular case, right, has access to the strike shot, has access to the aerials, and doesn't even need to worry about a lot of anything else, right? You're able to have that much extra projectile range. Comes through here, and Gumi attempts to help out on the offensive side as well as he can. And the last draft, of course, with the rapid fire, continued harassment with that perfect pitch will be something to look out for. But the primaries on the other side are going to team up to get the job done. The pendulum swing comes out, and it'll be enough for the stun, but that barrage has so much extra distance.
Yeah, Striker Kai and Twisty are just doing such a good job, and they're being so clinical about it as well by shutting down both clear angles from Gumi. Usually, one of them is attacking from one angle with a pendulum swing or the barrage, and the other one's using their abilities respectively to just completely shut down the clear angle. And for Gumi, then it's almost impossible to clear. So they're doing a really good job at utilizing this range and this force as well to get these barriers and get these goals. But Demon's Raw is back in a power play position and will find the second barrier here as well. Are they going to be able to find the goal off of it, though, as Striker Kai still holding on to dear life?
Will be able to hold on for now in pursuit to the goal on the other side of the pitch. The drum and bass will come out as Gumi will send the core away. Now Striker Kai gonna get KO'd. If the perfect pitch comes through, the ensnare drums from downtown will take out Luke, and Demon's Raw will equalize the set.
Well executed. I almost thought Luke had that with a miracle down clear followed up by the primary, but Gumi with that Mako ultimate was right there to punish it just in time. Demon's Raw even out the set.
We'll see where the rest of this one ends up going. Twisty is waiting at the midfield line in that speed gate. Something that all of the forwards are going to jockey for position around the midfield line. Even more important in a Mag Souls meta above all else. Now one barrier is going to get taken here. Kainu looking for Snake, but an Expanse comes out. Snake is rather low and will be forced to retreat to pick up the barrier. Now Striker Kai actually will elect to hold on to his energy. So close to the burst here. Has to be careful not to get KO'd, as Snake potentially could be looking for that right close to the edge. Almost finds it there, but Striker Kai will escape. Energy burst comes out, and now he'll finally get punished for it. KO comes through. 2 energy bursts to the name here. They're burned, but both at the same time, and it doesn't matter to Snake, who will take the barrier all the same. Potential opportunity here. Kainu finds Snake. Luke's Expanse is going to send it at a weird angle, and Gumi will get credited with the goal. Everything got out of hand there real quick.
An unfortunate miscommunication there from the side of Dragon Slayers, using both of their flips and not getting the value out of it. It's going to put them at a disadvantage now, as all of them are low on energy, and Gumi, meanwhile, has a full flip available. Demon's Raw doing a good job at just making sure that the midfield control is within their hands. And on the side of Dragon Slayers, it is a bit difficult as well, because as of right now, there's not a lot of KO threads currently due to the Awakenings. But if Demon's Raw find sets, find Awakenings that can enable them to get KOs, it's going to be so difficult to stay alive, even with an Atlas. As Snake, with a beautiful flip, will secure the set, even if the flip failed. Gumi was right there as well to confirm it. So Demon's Raw winning the second set.
Momentum built up there real quick for Demon's Raw in that last set, and now looking to take that here into this next one. Snake will find his second spark, Resil, and agility, meaning that he's probably not going to end up dying anytime soon, and with even more speed, both provided by his Mako and his Now, this guy is going to be all over the pitch.
And more crucially, just more speed across the board being picked up as well. Though peak performance for Striker Kai help a little bit the survivability, gives him a bit more speed. Twisty being able to pick up another size awakening, really good for her as well. And Kainoob being able to almost even out the disadvantage from Among Titans with that big fish pickup. So even draft again, I feel like, as we're now going into this third set.
We'll see how this continues to pan out. Of course, the extra projectile range on Luke with the Siege Machine could prove to be useful, but first the core's got to get away from the goal box in order for it to be useful, and Demon's Raw right now are doing an excellent job of keeping the pressure online. They did all of last set. They'll be looking to do the same in this one. Breakaway goals are just that much more difficult to execute on the Rasmus here, given everything that's happened and given just how much speed the members of Demon's Raw have. Snake in position again, looks for the barrier, but it's sent away with an expanse. All three members of Demon's Raw are about to have their energy burst, so expect to see a play coming out here in a moment, although Twisty tries pulling it back in. Has the whiplash, but he'll get trapped in the ensnare drums. Snake has the burst, will send it around to that bottom corner. Doesn't really have another play to follow up with it as a result. Here's Kainoob now crossing up Luke. Striker Kai is in position here as well, and the expanse is going to come out. Gumi's energy burst is just a little bit late. Snake is trying to dive back in position. Luke will send himself the core right off of that bounce, but it looks like the core will escape. Twisty now has an energy burst of her own. Striker Kai, there's one. Looks for the shot himself, but can't find it. The pass to Twisty is just not there as it's covered by the members of Demon's Raw. The expanse is so tiny as it's used by Luke, and now he gets KO'd thanks to the Now Mine, but it doesn't matter. Twisty finds the shot to the top corner.
So much happening at the end of that point there. I first noticed that Luke was taken off the map, and so I paid attention to that side of the field, and suddenly the core is in. Just a lot of chaos being played out there, but the side of Dragon Slayers do control it excellently, as they will take this point lead in this current set. On the other hand, though, Demon's Raw has an energy advantage. Snake almost being on that flip again. Can use that to secure a barrier when he does have it, but it still needs to work for it, as the strikes are being found. Twisty runs up, tries to get the barrier, but Gumi clears it pretty well.
One barrier apiece on both sides of the pitch. Perfect pitch just comes up a little bit shy of guaranteeing that barrier, and Snake will burn his own energy burst in a play that doesn't materialize. There's the AI rush. Twisty now taken down incredibly low, and he'll get KO'd by Kainoob's energy burst. There's that ensnare drums come out again, harassing Luke, and will allow the barrier to fall quite easily. Although Gumi walks up a little bit too far forward again and gets punished for it. Another barrier down. Twisty back online, gets interrupted by Kainoob's mine. Beautiful thinking from him, and now they're in pursuit to the goal on the other side. Although, as I say that, it goes back and forth between Kainoob and Gumi now. Twisty, pendulum swing, looking for the dribble, can't find it. Oni's blade now in the corner, going to get stopped by the expanse. The core goes flying back to the other side of the pitch, but Gumi still doesn't have to burn his energy burst. Striker Kai back on the goal line is going to be able to assist Luke for the play, and the death touch just doesn't pull it back far enough for Twisty to get the Dragon Slayers out of this pickle. Luke is still there. Finally, maybe Striker Kai. Nope, doesn't have enough distance because the speed of Demon's Raw is just too much to surmount right now. They don't have any options in order to get this core back to the other side of the pitch. And it's still Demon's Raw that is finding opportunities, keeping the pressure alive on Luke one way or another. Barrage comes out, maybe finally an opportunity, but no, the ensnare drums come out one more time, trapping Twisty for a moment. Snake will find an Oni's blade that'll send the core at a weird angle, and now it's Twisty's turn once more, takes the shot, doesn't find it. Striker Kai, low on stagger, has to be very careful. Here's Kainoob, looks for the pass down to Snake, but he wasn't ready for it with the core going as fast as it is right now. Still looking for a corner play, can't find it. It's back now to Luke. Kainoob looking potentially for the shot here, but Twisty will interrupt once more. And here's the whiplash out of Twisty, just a little bit too shy. Still doesn't have the speed on this Rasmus to follow, and certainly not to match for Demon's Raw. And oh no, the core goes just by Luke. Snake gets credited with the goal, and it's one goal apiece, all tied up.
Those are the goals that are just always so painful when he gets scored on, because Luke ended up being a little bit too greedy with the abilities there, thinking that it's gonna be enough to be just striking out, but he wasn't able to reach it in the end. And dropping a goal like that in such an intense set is gonna be difficult to be dealing with. As again though, Dragon Slayers are setting themselves up for another attack. They took one barrier, but the second one is the difficult one to get as they're mounting the attack, but it gets answered by Kainoob again on this now, just being so disruptive in this midfield, not letting any core go past, doing such a good job piloting this midfield character right now.
Here's the other thing for the Dragon Slayers is you really have to make sure that your mental is on point. This is going to continue being one of the longer games versus one of the best teams in competitive North American Omega Strikers. You have to be able to hold the line, especially if you're Luke. Don't let that last one get to you, because it's all a mental game from here. They have to believe that they can do it, and Twisty does, pulling it right back in with the death touch before the energy burst up to the top side. It's almost a set advantage for the Dragon Slayers.
Almost a set advantage, but 3 flips on the side of Demon's Raw is going to make that much bit more difficult to actually realize. As the first barrier does get found by Twisty, second one they're trying to make use of the Sky Brush, but just can't quite find the angle. But Demon's Raw is being pushed back into their side of the field. A nice expanse from Luke will actually hold that core and immediately set up Striker Kai as well, as the Zentaro dies off the edge. That is the funny Zentaro interaction that we know and love as power play comes out for the side of Dragon Slayers here. Can they find the second barrier? They need to find it soon, because Snake is now back on the field. Kainoob has a flip, Gumi has a flip. So does Striker Kai, though. Maybe he wants to walk up and uses it to get it up front, but Demon's Raw using both of their flips, not able to hold on to the barrier there, as it does drop Twisty and Striker Kai now up front, trying to get this goal in. But Kainoob and Snake doing such a good job at layering strikes. Gumi doesn't even have to get involved just yet.
Oh, a misplay there, but Demon's Raw find their way to get it back to the other side of the pitch. Now Snake still will find the barrier, and this is just so much speed. Again, you watch Kainoob, and soon he'll just drop a mine and go back to the outside of the pitch, but it doesn't matter. Twisty finds a way to pull it back in, and they are one set away from knocking off Demon's Raw.
And what a beautiful hook that was. Saw the angle between Kainoob and Gumi there and just plucked that core out to just get that goal in, and they're rewarded with another set win. 2 Spark Awakenings in this draft now. Probably both have to be denied to not give Zentaro triple sparks, but first things first, stacks and stacks for Striker Kai. Gonna give much needed speed. Perfect Form being an excellent pickup though for the side of Kainoob as well, as now both sparks do drop, not giving Snake that triple spark, but hey, Snake will instead just take an explosive entrance with Twin Drive. Still very, very good pickup for him. As we now go into this 4th set, and Dragon Slayers, if you can find this set, you will have taken out Demon's Raw from the winner's side of bracket. Let's see if you can do it.
Spans on the wrong side of history that time around, but yeah, I mean, do what you will to try to deny Snake, right, with both of those sparks, but to your point, just picks up that Dash Awakening that's oh so good on the Zentaro. As per usual, Demon's Raw will continue to harass, will find both barriers. The Whiplash doesn't quite find the core. Now Twisty will find one barrier, get some of those cooldowns right back up. They're looking for another one here, but Snake will continue to harass. There's the lifeline coming in from Kainoob. Expect to see that secondary drop now, and there it is. The speed is just too much, and a quick little passing play will net the goal for Demon's Raw.
They do take the goal, and they hold on to basically all of their energy as well. Snake and Kainoob now have a flip to their name. Will probably try to use those flips to get the second barrier, because that is so difficult to take off of an Atlas defense, as a flip comes out from Snake but doesn't quite find its target. Well defended from Luke, as now Striker Kai tries to get an attack going, doesn't get it past Kainoob though, as Kainoob answers with a flip of their own. Barrier does now drop. Gumi walks up with flip as well, and the court doesn't go in. An excellent save from the side of Dragon Slayers.
Striker Kai digs it away, and now Gumi doesn't find it against that barrier. Open goal gates on both sides. Snake tries to dive in, but the expanse is there. Doesn't matter because the core goes back to the other side of the pitch. Snake, though, can just drop right on back with all the extra speed that he's gained so far in this set. And now the Giga Blast comes out, challenges the goal, but Gumi's ready for it. Doesn't need to burn the energy burst just yet. Oni's blade is out. Kainoob is starting to be in position here as well. And here comes Snake. No, it does have the energy burst here, but Luke will use his first. Snake burns his. Doesn't have access to that for now. I imagine the Death Touch is quickly coming back online for Twisty. We'll have to see how she elects to use it. The Expanse meets the Eye Rush again. And there is the Giga Blast that'll go just wide. Energy Burst also burned on the other side of the pitch as the nerves continue to be high and the core speed continues to escalate. Gumi now back down to Kainoob. Twisty is there, as is Striker Kai, up to the top corner, but Kainoob's got the speed to catch up to the core, and now we'll just continue striking it away. There's the KO, though, that the Dragon Slayers were looking for. They take down Snake, and Striker Kai might be looking for the pass, but it ricochets in an awful angle. As it continues, Twisty finds another KO. Gumi has the energy burst to try to buy some time as the power play continues. Striker Kai looking for the Rasmus, but just can't find it. It's just out of reach. All they needed is another goal, but they can't find it yet as all three members of Demon's Raw are back online, and here comes the extra speed out of Kainoob. Can't find it yet. Barrage is out. Twisty's Death Touch was also used, and the Expanse from Luke saves the core again. There's the Now Mine. The Expanse burns in panic. Twisty looking towards Striker Kai, but they just cannot find a full play together thanks to all of the extra speed that Demon's Raw has access to. The Ensnare Drums trap the core for a moment. The Expanse is burned again, punishing Snake, or preventing that core from going in, rather, I should say. The Giga Blast will interrupt any play and the momentum for a moment as the nerves continue here at this point. Oni's blade is out. Luke patiently waits with the energy burst and finds it. Here's the energy burst from Kainoob. There's the play. The rush is there, and the Expanse isn't used in time. Demon's Raw can send us to set 5.
And Dragon Slayer's just doing such a good job trying to keep attacking, but they can't find a way past Demon's Raw's defense in the end, as now Demon's Raw are one away from setting us to a set 5 here. Kainoob has a flip available as well if he does opt to use it. We'll probably try to get up front here, get it out, and get that value to secure this open goal situation. Gumi has a flip on the defensive end if he needs to use it, so Dragon Slayers have a tough challenge ahead of them if they do want to try to finish this game off in this set. A Snake with a beautiful dash will actually take the barrier. Kainoob, Gumi still both have flip. Might want to use that to secure the goal because Luke's doing a good job as well, making use of these Atlas abilities early enough. But Twisty with an even better attack will take one barrier, gets a second barrier, and a pendulum swing will just confirm the goal.
Will confirm the goal, and we're heading to a set 5. We'll see what Awakenings... Or not yet, actually. Sorry. I lost track of my teams. All right, whatever. All good, folks. That's what happens. As the players make mistakes, the casters can make mistakes too. Death Touch out here. There's the Ensnare Drums. Come through. This time Striker Kai will use the elusive to stand away. Gumi is there. Now finds both barriers. Hold on to your hats for a second here, because we could be heading to a 0.5 in set 4. There's the energy burst out of Luke, sends it away, buys some time. Striker Kai coming in on the blazing pace, and Gumi was too busy harassing Twisty and keeping her away that the core just falls in. He assumed Kainoob had it, and now it is match point for the Dragon Slayers.
The best shot from Twisty doing so much work. They're pulling Gumi away, actually not even allowing him to defend that point. As Dragon Slayers found a second win here in this set and are trying to make this game finish right here, trying to finish it off as quickly as they can. As Demon's Raw now have 3 flips available. Find a barrier, find the second barrier. Snake being so clinical with the strikes there. Kainoob now walking up with the flip. Gets denied by the Atlas primary though. Not really able to get the attack going just yet. One flip coming out, the Expanse coming out from Luke. But a quick and clean hold will actually make that ability go to waste. As Demon's Raw again keep on the attack, but we've seen it so often already. Demon's Raw attacking, but the side of Dragon Slayers find a KO just like that to get the power play into the other direction.
Looking for the passing play again. Twisty will find one with the pendulum swing. Looks for the Death Touch to pull it right back, but won't maintain possession. It's back on over to this side of Demon's Raw, almost bullied off of the pitch. Snake, though, looks for the Eye Rush to send it back the other way and burns the Expanse out of Luke again. There's the second Expanse. Now all he has is the energy burst, but it doesn't matter. Snake will punish in the top corner, and we're heading to a final set.
So such a tight angle from Snake to be found, but an important angle to be found as we're now going into this last Awakening draft. And we do have some high-value Awakenings here. The Monumentalist and the Heavy Impact. Both going to do so much work for this now. Monumentalist being picked up. Wonder if the Heavy's going to go down to Kai, to Zentaro, and it will, as Dagger Swagger will actually be found on the Kai. And never mind Catalyst. It makes sense. Again, so many more flips available to the Zentaro character as the Heavy Impact that's picked up the Atlas to make sure Mako doesn't get it. The size being denied off of Twisty. Twisty's really only left with the Adrenaline Rush. Will have to do with that 1 second cooldown reduction.
I will say, though, Twisty's got some significant power already. Might of the Colossus, Demolitionist, Spark of Strength gives a little bit of extra, and then if you find the KO, this one could quickly snowball out of control. I have to imagine that is what the Dragon Slayer's game plan should be right now. Find a pick, find a KO that Twisty can pull somebody away, and just use the extra speed that's given to you there to capitalize on the lead, but that's going to be so much more difficult with Kainoob's Monumentalist. This now is still so strong, and especially right now when it gives so much extra speed to Snake, it's going to be that much easier for Snake to find that speed and capitalize off of it. Here is the energy burst that comes out of Luke, sends the core back the other direction. Look at Snake fly! He didn't even need a dash for that one! Finds the goal barrier, can't collect with the Oni's blade. Here's the energy burst again out of Snake, gets knocked away and won't be able to find towards the goal. Overtime now. Twisty might be looking for something, but again, Kainoob is there, has so many different hitboxes that just get thrown out in an instant, and it feels like such a tall mountain to climb right now, Sloth, for the Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, and it gets so much more difficult as well with Kainoob being able to hold this midfield with the Monumentalist so much more efficiently. And on top of that, Luke's job isn't made easier because Snake, I don't know if you've noticed, but in his positioning, he's disallowing Luke from really getting anything out of his Atlas expanses. Just being on top of him in that last play as well, just put the range down to minimum, but the side of Dragon Slayers are not done yet. Find a KO on Kainoob. Find both barriers as Twisty now in a 1v1 will not be able to get it past Gumi just yet. Snake has to use the flip to hold on to this point now. As Striker Kai is getting rather low, has a flip soon as well, probably wants to use it to get the core up front, but really swiftly denied from the side of Kainoob now, as Demon's Draw will try to set an attack going again.
Immediately stuffed there. Luke does have an energy burst, could be looking for a breakaway play again, but it doesn't matter. The Pendulum Swing has a big enough hitbox, and we're tied at 1 goal apiece in the final set.
The stakes that this matchup has is already so high, I feel like, because you're going up against whoever wins this goes up against Showtime next. And then, oh no, the Zentaro gets taken off the map! Power play for the side!
The Giga Blast was just shy, but it doesn't matter when you have one less player. The Dragon Slayers could knock off Demon's Raw right here, right now. Only 1 goal away. Strike shots traded on the opening. Every moment has to drive you absurd. Striker Kai finds 1 strike to the barrier. The expanse is used out of Luke first. Oni's blade, there's the second expanse. Doesn't have many resources now if Demon's Raw can try to punish. But Striker Kai comes in on the blazing pace. There's the AI rush from Snake to pick things up, but 3 energy bursts are online for Demon's Raw. They take the southern barrier, and will now be looking for more. Snake is still in position, still has a bunch of extra speed given by both of his teammates. Giga Blast is out. Kainoob and Gumi still both have their energy burst, and Gumi will burn his. Twisty can't get the job done this time around, and there's the one out of Kainoob, though. But Twisty has her own. It's denied immediately by that now secondary. Recently buffed with the Monumentalist in the last Awakenings draft. Snake, here's his energy burst, but he'll have it right back online in a jiffy, given that Catalyst Awakening that he's just taken. Overtime now. Twisty and Striker Kai incredibly low. Striker Kai picks up with the barrage. Looking for something more here. The Atlas ult was also used in order to provide that little bit of extra healing because they need it now. But Gumi is just standing tall on top of this final barrier. Now Mine will send it away. Striker Kai still has an opportunity to get this one up to Twisty. There's the Whiplash. Another energy burst out of Snake. Doesn't connect with the core. And still once more, these members of the Dragon Slayers are incredibly low. There's the barrier taken. Striker Kai has to back on away here and try to protect this goal, especially in overtime. Luke with the energy burst here as well. There's the projection. Gumi comes up just a little bit shy. And now the winning goal is open. Will there be an opportunity for another breakaway play that Twisty will be looking for? Energy burst will come from Kaidu. Send it to the other side of the pitch and send us to a decisive point.
Luke not having that flip timed quite well there as the core does go in, and now the energy advantage solely in the hands of Demon's Raw as one comes up from Snake. Doesn't find the barrier yet though. And the side of Dragon Slayers, they're suffocating Demon's Raw as much as they can, but it has its limits. Eventually it goes out, and the barrier now does drop as well on the side of Dragon Slayer.
Uh-oh. Its snare drum is there. There's the barrier. Game-winning goal for the other side of the pitch. Double energy burst burned. Twisty's in position to prevent the pass down to Kainoob. There's one barrier taken. Snake maybe on the breakaway, but the Expanse comes up to deny just that. Snake sends it backwards, now goes in front of the core with the eye rush, tries to find a way to get it in, but gets KO'd to the Giga Blast of Striker Kai. Twisty also gets in on that and has the extra speed with the Adrenaline Rush, finds the pendulum swing, here's the energy burst, won't send it through just yet, is patiently waiting for the cooldowns to come back online, and call yourselves the Demon Slayers now! Dragon Slayers 2 are on to winners finals in Sheb.
What a performance and what a game as well. So well executed. Twisty in the end making a use of that Rasmus pick to just force the core through. Gumi, not much he can do there. And again, that patience on that flip, realizing that they have a better chance, waiting a little bit longer to get their cooldowns back to push it through, as this was an absolute banger of a game. Just look at those stats.
81,000 damage out of Snake. Are you kidding me? And I think, KOs? Actually, Dragon Slayers have more KOs despite the 81,000 damage from Snake. You've got to be kidding me right now. I don't have words. I don't have words. Put the hands up. Absolute cinema. Yeah, wow. I just need to breathe right now, Sloth. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what more there is to say. I think the game speaks for itself.
Yeah. I mean, and the players definitely will have to have a breather as well. Like, lowest amount of redirects this game, 274. Highest amount of redirects, kind of with over 500. This is a game that you get up from, and you just have to go for a walk for a bit. You know, you have to calm down. I don't even want to know where the heart rates are for all of the players involved here, and especially for the side of Dragon Slayers, as they found this crucial win for themselves.
How about that? So they've now proven that they can contend with the best that the North American Strikers League has to offer, but will they be able to contend that the best the league has to offer? Dragon Slayers 2 are up against Showtime in the winners finals of Sheb right when we come back after this break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that next match.
Good afternoon, Strikers. We have just come off of an absolutely fantastic series where we just saw Dragon Slayers 2 take out Demons Raw on the winter semifinals, but we're going to be seeing them again here face off against an even bigger threat. Showtime looked absolutely phenomenal in the first series that we saw today, and we're going to see them again in action here to defend their North American Strikers League title here in the offseason in Winners Finals.
Right, Dragon Slayers 2 going on a crazy run, as people have been saying, the Demon Slayers here. And now we are going to be loading up, as in the chat, you can see Xianzhu versus Striker Kai. It's happening right here, right now. The legendary battle. We'll see who truly is the better player.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And these are two teams that are actually surprisingly familiar with each other. For those who were around the first half of the North American Strikers League season, Twisty had actually substituted in for Showtime, taking over the role, I believe, of Xianzhu, playing Brawler, while Joker moved back into the midfield for those days, if I recall correctly. And so this is, these are teams that do have some experience with playing with and against each other, and we'll see if some of that intimate knowledge will come into play here. Kind of a mention of the starting awakenings. I think that stacks on stacks is something to be huge. A very standard Octavia ban I think we've seen for this tournament as well coming in. So I expect to see 6 stacks here, maybe some size on the goalies at best. But no, yeah, it is going to be 6 stacks. Taking our trip to IHOP here, as we're all going to be getting our pancakes.
Yippee, feeling international House of Pancakes. And we're looking at Xianzhu on the Kai instead of Striker Kai. And I've heard a lot of people talk about it, thought a lot about it, and I do think that into this team, this is a great draft strategy where you ban the Octavia and you pick the Kai, or vice versa if you're feeling a little Octavia-ish. I don't know. No, a lot of people are recently. It's pretty big deal. But it forces him onto this Drakkar, and I don't know.
Thanks.
I just don't think Drakkar is in a great spot right now. Very hard to justify picking the character. So, gonna have to see the impact that he can create on Drakkar versus what we've seen, especially in that past series, from the Kai, from the Octavia, those kinds of things. In the meantime, though, we're seeing a power play for Dragon Slayers 2. After a power play for Showtime, both barriers still up, so it looks like these teams are just going to be taking it slow the whole game, if this point's any indication.
Yeah, and KO is actually going to be fairly significant here, which is something that Drakkar can. One of the few things that he can actually contribute to is getting that damage down on 2 fragile strikers here. Right, the Kai and the Zentaro. No Atlas in the backline as well to back them up. So in a stacks on stacks game, that can snowball out of control. But right now, what is looking out of control right now is the final goalie barrier now. So we have an open net for both teams. Twisty finds herself with possession at the core. Striker Kai trying to take a shot on the bottom side of the net past Xianzhu. Nothing going to be found. Giga Blast almost there on the demon angle, but not going to be found. Striker Kai with a strike shotgun trying to get the goal in. But it is going to be defended away by Barcode. Now Twisty finds herself in a 1v3 situation. Not going to be able to score. It's going to be up to Luke here to use his flip to defend the net. Xianzhu moving the core forward. Flip does come out here. Barcode with a strike shot to keep the core forward. Striker Kai now back on the field, uses the Xeno Cloak to get some much needed core speed to advance their line. Now Pendulum Swing comes out, defended away by Barcode. The Oni's Blade comes out just for a little bit of damage and to get this flip, which ends up scoring. Good understanding of energy there from the Joker there, able to sneak out that first point, and it's going to be a quick advantage here going to Showtime.
Yeah, great timing on the flip too. Striking it pretty quickly, not allowing Luke any opportunity to get anything out. We saw the Expanse come up. We see Joker go down in response. Dragon Slayer's not happy about that last point and just going on a bloodbath here. But we're looking at an interesting matchup, Rasmus into Mako for the side of Dragon Slayers, and that's usually a pretty Rasmus-favored matchup because you can just kind of stand outside the Mako range, drop a Pendulum Swing, stun, get the core in all at once. But we've been seeing Barcode use all of these Mako, like multi-hits, strike resets, all of that to kind of prevent that from happening, which is really interesting. It is hard to make any argument other than Barcode being the best goalie right now, just broadly speaking. We're seeing some things that he is doing. But we've seen Dragon Slayers take down Demon's Raw, a team that's been considered the best team ever at some point. And so I think Dragon Slayers have the expertise to get around a player like Barcode, where others have been really struggling, but we'll have to see how they respond to him on this pick.
Yeah. Great. And now that you put it in context, it really is a crazy bracket here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, former NASL champion into current NASL champion for your back-to-back series. So that's got to be a bit of pressure here on the side of Dragon Slayers. But if their name is anything to go by, right, I'm sure they could be a Showtime Slayer as well. Right now, though, Barcode, good use of the drum and bass there to keep that final goalie barrier alive. Twisty trying to find some advantage here with the core. Nothing is going to happen right now, though. Striker Kai, Xenocloak popped. Unfortunately, not going to find an advantage as well. It's Xianzhu. Barrage looking very scary, but the strikes from Dragon Slayers 2 looking even better, actually, now officially in overtime. Luke has possession of the core, passes it down to Striker Kai. Twisty hovering, trying to find an opportunity to strike. Joker, though, wins the interaction. A good stop with the core, using his primary. Able to get that 50-50 shot against Luke, and wins it 2-0 now for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, Joker swagging up, stopping the core, saying, hold this for me real quick, and then putting it in. What I'm seeing is that every time Joker has the ball and then loses it, Luke Strike shuts it away, he clears it out. Xianzhu is there behind him, getting him the ball. This guy is so fast. Max stacks for everyone on the field right now, but Xianzhu having that increased base speed, this guy is moving incredibly quickly. It's just everywhere at once, and I feel like is so suffocating for Dragon Slayers, who look like they've been on the defense most of this game, and I think it's almost entirely because of Xianzhu's coverage right here.
Absolutely agreed. Joker's been the one mainly taking the spotlight right now as he aims to take that final goalie barrier, but like you said, Xianzhu already waiting in the wings just to get the core up again in order to give Joker another shot at greatness. Barrage comes through, core tries to get pushed through Striker Kai. Eventually, with some assistance from Joker, it is going to come through, but it is going to be cleared away. Now, Xianzhu finds themselves taken off the pitch. Unfortunate boys angle. Keeps the core. Oh, a double boys angle, unfortunately, keeps the hopes of Showtime alive. Flip comes out from Joker, able to snipe it right past the Cosmic Expanse. Luke now has to play as an Atlas against an open net. Does have the flip to work with, but that isn't saying too much for Showtime. Barrage from Xianzhu, able to catch the core, not able to bring the core forward. Gotta actually pay for that with a lot of HP taken. Strike shot from Luke comes out just to stop the regeneration, but it's not going to lead into any KOs. Joker, again, trying to get the core forward, but Striker Kai able to find a response here using the Magnetized Souls to its full extent here. Barrage not finding anything either, as Barcode once again in a very familiar spot of having to hold here against Twisty. The Iron Wall is yet to crack. Speaking of those, Striker Kai able to perform here in the midfield. Oh no, an unfortunate dribble sends it perfectly into the hands of Joker, who's able to find that small gap in Dragon Slayer's 2 defenses, and that's going to be Showtime taking set number 1 here.
Yeah, great execution from Showtime, exactly what you would come to expect. And moving on to draft, we're seeing a peak performance at 2 Dash Awakenings, just great picks. Stagger Swagger, all phenomenal for Xianzhu here on this first pick. Might be taking the Stagger Swagger, might be waiting to let Joker take whatever he wants.
Yeah,
and peek and Stagger Swagger, the Huss hat, going on to the man himself. Looking very nice. And it's just beautiful. Showtime gets their speed. They love having speed. Joker on Zentaro, one of the lowest Stagger Awaken characters in the game, is just going to mitigate that problem so well. Meanwhile, Dragon Slayers picked up size on Twisty, which I think is going to be a pretty big deal, and aerials on Striker Kai. The Drakkar has a full, I don't even know what it would be called, a better shotgun, and blasting that thing from Timbuktu. And Timeless on Luke, also very nice. It just looks like a good draft on both sides, but as we have seen time and time again, Showtime picking up speed usually means that they're slated to just start picking off points, winning, and we'll have to see if they can continue the dominance that they showed in the first set.
Absolutely agreed. I think as well, everything expects a spark of resilience now out in the field in terms of durability. So it ain't going to get much better than this unless you are able to get that mayor election going. We do see Joker coming up field, has that flip because of the Oni's blade. Barcode, last minute save there, keeps the goals closed for the side of Showtime. Now, Striker Kai able to find that final goalie barrier here as we enter overtime. The dribble comes through to the black hole to open up the field. But Xianzhu and the Joker do have flips now. One flip burn from the side of Showtime. 2 more left to deal with this point, though, if Dragon Slayers want to take the point. Striker Kai now playing on that corner defense. Twisty, though, is going to be the one to clear it out officially, but it is going to be sent back and forth right now between the two teams. Black Hole once again spawning in. The speed a little dastardly right now. Joker winning a critical strike war here. Now an open net for both teams. Xianzhu aiming to finish it, and that he does. A clean shot. Field goals the entire team here. Dragon Slayers 2, and again, a 4-point streak here for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, just incredible execution on these flips. Joker able to catch Luke's flip on the barrier and cancel it out, and then Xianzhu with the great shot right through all 3 members of Dragon Slayers, getting that in. Really well done. And it's one of those things, like, I feel like Showtime is a team that uses flips so well. I saw them with 2 flips at last point, and I was like, this is looking over. We're seeing these flips come out from Dragon Slayers, though, able to get both barriers, but the Mako and Snare Drum canceling out Twisty's flip. Now, very little energy for anyone on the field. Could be an opportunity to get some damage as Showtime is trying to force it through the corner here. It gets out. Dragon Slayers have an opportunity here, but they're able to clear it. And now Luke has the ball. Yippee!
Yeah. Joker gonna whiff that flip, unfortunately, which means that this offense from Showtime might be a little worse for wear. The drum and bass not enough to put Xianzhu in just the right position to get the strikes he needs. Twisty looking to work her way upfield here now as we get into overtime. A little bit low on the energy. Gonna get denied a little bit of that regen here, but might be able to score regardless. And yeah, the best way to regenerate is just to score the core. And Twisty finds her way to do that. An amazing point here coming out from the offense here at Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, bang, signs of life as they're showing up, getting in there, able to get that goal. And like you said, all healed up, back in business. But immediately, Xianzhu and Joker are just in there. And again, this Xianzhu guy is so fast right now. Max stacks, peak performance, floating around at over 600 move speed, almost at all times. Has this flip, but Barcode burning his flip, having to use it on the defense, means that that's 1 flip down for Showtime. Luke has a flip of his own. It's going to be hard to get through that. But still, I'm looking at Xianzhu with his core flip, and again, I just really want to emphasize the fact that Showtime is always really, really smart with their flips, because bang, that's going to be a barrier for Xianzhu right there.
Yeah, now it's going to be Joker here to use his flip to take it home. Going to actually use it to take a power play instead, but this is a familiar spot for Showtime. They find themselves on the man advantage. But will they be able to actually close this one out? Xianzhu with a barrage. Going to be enough to force Luke to clear upwards, and Joker is just waiting in the wings, looking for that opportunity, and that he takes it 2-1 in advantage of Showtime now.
Yeah, really difficult situation for Dragon Slayers because Striker Kai was positioned right in between Joker and Xianzhu, trying to cut the pass, not let any of that go through. But Joker was there covering the cross clear that Luke went for. He could have tried to clear back into Xianzhu, but I feel like you just never want to clear back into Xianzhu. That's such a scary spot. And again, we're just seeing it. The Showtime is running through right now. They are looking like national champions, just getting these barriers. Not even 30 seconds have passed. They just have to wait for their opportunity to get the CDs back to get this goal. Great little blick coming out from Joker to pass to Xianzhu, but the defense of Dragon Slayers is holding on for now.
Right now, it's going to be Twisty looking to find any response here on the offense. Pendulum Swing not going to find the KO that she wants, and she's going to have to watch her stagger. The black hole's going to be spawning soon, and Preemptive Evade comes out just so that she could get the orb here to regenerate. But now Joker finds himself with a flip in front of the net. Guaranteed combo coming through to close out the set, and Showtime look dominant. It's absolutely looking, it's looking tough if you are Dragon Slayers 2 right now. Xianzhu here, a bunch of things to pick from.
Yeah, trouble on set for the Dragon Slayers. I really like Twisty throwing out the hook on top of Luke, try and catch the core through Joker's core flip. Unfortunately, just not able to get it. And now, Xianzhu, very interestingly enough, picking up extra special. And this is something I think we haven't seen a whole lot, but Jakar, the character, has a very unique attribute that only like 3 characters have. It's been floated as an Octavia counter before, but Molten Bolt is able to, it slows you. It makes you very slow, actually. So picking up Molten or extra special on Jakar, obviously a huge thing. Good deny from Xianzhu because that guy's moving at the speed of sound. He does not want anything to be stopping that. That would eat, it's 30 seconds on Molten Bolt, so 25% off of that is pretty substantial. You know, if that's coming out constantly, that is a big, like, kneecap to Showtime's speed, coverage, etc., everything. So not letting that go through is very smart by Xianzhu.
Yeah, ooh, good timing by Xianzhu. Waits out the lock and load from Striker Kai. Good patience in order to sneak away that goal. And, I mean, I think the story of this game can be told right now. Look at the levels. The forward duo of Showtime, fully level 10, and then some probably here. Flip comes out from Xianzhu, gonna be an open net. Joker, level 10 himself, has that flip to work with. Just needs one shot, unfortunate whiff, but the offense will keep going. The blick is there, not enough to take out Luke though. So right now, one more opportunity. Flip comes out from Luke. It's just one more push needed from Showtime, but no!
Oh.
A black hole interaction with a dash. Unfortunately, we saw a ton of that last series, but now it's going to be the side of Dragon Slayers 2 to potentially even up the score. Giga Blast not able to cut the pass. Now Striker Kai pass down to Twisty, trying to follow it up with a pendulum swing. Now primary comes out from both goalies. Gonna go back and forth here in the midfield. Striker Kai almost with flip as well to assist on this defense if it is needed now. Barcode, unfortunately, whiffing a ton of flips. A little bit of a choke there from Twisty, though. Now overtime, going to be a response here from Showtime, but all of it's going to go right into the secondary from Atlas. Flip sound comes out from the Joker. Striker Kai going to be sent off the pitch. Luke now looking to stall out this play. Slice and dice from the Joker, not going to find the goal. Barcode with possession of the core, passes it to his midfielder. The pull, not going to cut the pass either. Striker Kai back on the pitch. We're back in a 3v3 situation. And now it's looking slightly advantage for, I don't even know what to say. Showtime, maybe. They find themselves with the opportunity. Oh, the barrage catches the back pass from Striker Kai. And that was a stressful point, but Showtime once again find themselves on top. One more point away from taking game number 1.
Yeah, Xianzhu hitting him with the curtain call, just fanning out that barrage to cover all the clear options from Luke, and unfortunately the Expanse not able to block it right there. Means that Showtime is on match point in this incredibly dominant game. Of course, Dragon Slayers, as I say that, wouldn't have it any other way, opens up Showtime's net, but they've been really struggling to mount any sort of offense, and once they do, they still have to get through Barcode, which, like I said earlier, easier said than done. Much easier said than done. And so, things are looking great for Dragon Slayers right now, but they have to find their opportunities and really capitalize.
Absolutely agreed, and this is one of those opportunities. Flip down from Barcode, but flip down from Joker, but is going to be trading their brawler's life for it. Xianzhu, one more flip to deal with. It might be Currens here if they do get that final barrier. Flip clear, called out by Luke. The primary is only going to buy a little bit of time. The Joker not able to get it with the slice and dice, which means Dragon Slayers 2, a potential opportunity to take a point. Black Hole comes out, going to be immediately popped in the face of Twisty. As Luke, cooldowns come through, finding any gaps in the opening in order to take out Showtime. But again, easier said than done. Striker Kai, though, the demolitionist size of all things, actually taking that advantage for the strike war, uses the lock and load for good measure. Even though it's looking a little grim, like you mentioned earlier, we do see some signs of life here coming up in Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, that exercise, very useful. Just beating out Joker in that interaction, getting it in, and that's one of those capitalizations that Dragon Slayers needs to start getting on. Just very, very, very little mistakes, because Showtime is not a team that makes mistakes. They do have both barriers down, so ignore that part, but Dragon Slayers starting to surge back, getting their footing, getting exactly what they need, getting a lot of damage on Xianzhu, who has to go back and pick up an orb. This is looking like Dragon Slayer's opportunity this set.
Yeah, flip now for Twisty. Tries to do a little bit of pull tech to get some hits done, but nothing comes of it. Luke almost has flip. Look how forward he's actually playing. I think I'm sniffing a flip. I'm sniffing a goalie on a goalie flip right now, but unfortunately Luke gonna have to retreat a little bit, buy some space for Striker Kai to work with, who finds himself taken off the pitch. Secondary comes out, and of all things, it's gonna be Twisty catching a bit of an awkward bounce, taking that luck and scoring with it. Now things are looking good in the set here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, but they do have Xianzhu's flip coming up soon, and they're gonna have to deal with that if they want to make it out of this set.
Yeah, really. We saw that last point. Xianzhu dove into the corner after Striker Kai was taken out, looking to get the ball, but the awkward bounce allowed Twisty to get it straight into the bottom side of the corner, which again, just very, very small thing, but the capitalization on that allowed them to get that point. They just have to keep doing that. We saw in the previous 2 points, though, they were able to get the barriers pretty early and, carry the game off of that, but now only 1 barrier down, and with Xianzhu and Joker having the ball, things are looking a little tough. Striker Kai really low. This could be it.
Oh! Yeah, that's a midfielder gone for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. The Joker now, the world is his oyster for whatever offensive plays he wants to make. Good interceptions here from Twisty. Buy some time, but it'll only be so much. The Joker able to find the core one more time and sink it into the top side of the net. And even though it was close for a second, Showtime show their dominance once again. Well-earned MVP for Xianzhu, but that's tough if you are Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, especially after such a monumental win against Demon's Raw to run into Showtime. And I feel like this happens a lot. We saw it in Nassau this past season, and I'm sure it's happened other times, and I'm sure it's going to continue happening, is that Showtime is this, monolith that just head and shoulders above everyone else right now, and all the other teams are phenomenal in their own right. So a team like Dragon Slayers that are going on this crazy run right now have to go through so much just to get to Showtime.
Yeah.
And by the time you're here, this is the biggest challenge yet, and you've already had to work so hard from everything in the past. It's really difficult to carry all of that momentum through Showtime. Again, Barcode, impenetrable wall, Xianzhu, everywhere. He's like 50 people on the field at once, and then Joker is just always having these perfect executions. What do you do? How do you get through this?
I don't know. Absolutely, I think. And it's crazy too. Like even if something miraculous happens, they're not done. This is a incredibly long day too. I think by Omega Striker standards. I think teams in loser side who started loser side are playing 7 BO3s, if I'm correct. So
whoa,
it's a bit disturbing. The only runs I could even think have come close are Rose Petal's Launchpad Liftoff run from the beginning of this from season 5. That they had, I believe, go through 6 BO3s. Rose Petal's Pick Your Poison as well more recently. Again, similarly, I believe 5 or 6 BO3s. But this, I think it was confirmed earlier, takes the cake. This is the marathon bracket, this format specifically for these teams. Obviously, if you're in winners, you got less games to play. That's all fine and dandy. But again, I think stamina is going to be the main thing here. Especially again, like you mentioned earlier, you came off of a monumental win, a career-defining win. But you still gotta you still got 3 hours before you can clock out at best, right? so you still got the rest of your shift. You just got to see what you could do. But speaking of just what's in front of our faces, right? Looking at these stats, I think again 302 redirects here from Xianzhu. A bit more core control offered, I think, by the Kai, by the Mako. Right, really enabled Joker to kind of do what he wanted in the offense. And we saw so many situations where Joker didn't really find a confirmed hit stun dash kill. He often scored by taking a good strike and getting a 50-50 shot against Luke. And those things are only really enabled when the brawler is willing to walk back a little bit, use some of their cooldowns midfield to get the core up, and B, their midfielder reciprocating on that, really setting them up for good positions to actually take that strike in the first place. So I think, again, we're seeing Showtime in full force. This is a Showtime at their prime, in their peak, in their lane. And we see that, right? A dominant performance, only 3 goals scored even total that entire game, right? A really good showing from them. But if you are Dragon Slayers too, there might be some potential to fight back, especially if you get maybe a similar start. It's not a similar start because I'm looking at a perfect form here. So I'm thinking immediately, I think this Octavia, maybe, which has been such a big pick ban, I think, for a lot of teams right now, it goes down a little bit in priority because you don't want to give up the Zentaro. You don't want to give up the X or Juliet to a lesser extent, right? We do see the Asher band make sense. That's probably it's as close as we're gonna get to a signature brawler pick from the Joker that isn't Octavia. I think just overall, and overall we're gonna see that second pick actually taken away by Showtime themselves. Atlas gonna be picked up again, really good on the perfect form, really good. Like not only does he have good synergy with the perfect form, he has good synergy with whatever his teammates are gonna pick in this game because every single character in this game has health, and when that health goes away because of perfect form and all the cooldowns that fly out because of it, it's going to be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, you're going to want to write that one down. Every character has health. Very important to know, very important to remember. And I think this Atlas is a great pickup here. Perfect form start. Going to be really nice. And obviously, just good to have one of the best goalies right now. Good to take from Barcode, who will be putting the Mako in the bag as per usual. And we saw it last game. Really hard to get through. So it looks like Showtime is mostly trying to run back the comp that they just had. Zen, Mako, both great on the perfect form start, whereas Dragon Slayers are picking up Kai and Julie. They had first pick here, opted for the Atlas, but still had the Kai was still on board, not denied by Showtime. So, going to be Striker Kai on the Kai, Twisty on the Julie, which I don't think I've ever seen, but I really like the pick on this map. I think it is very nice. It's like Night Market or Imi Zap or anything like that. And it's pretty easy to get a lot of value, especially in those corners on the pick. Finally, Shionzu picking that now. Character that is known for that is like his signature pick. Yeah. If I'm Dragon Slayers, I'm sitting here and it's like, well, first of all, how do you deny Showtime? Like, you don't want Shionzu on the Now. You don't want Barcode on the Atlas. You've got Barcode on the Mako, which is just the same thing. And now Shionzu's on the Now. And it's tough. It's very, very difficult. Again, if I'm Dragon Slayers, going to be hard. But yeah, Luke on the Atlas has been playing that a lot, looking great on it. You've got Striker Kai on the Kai. Going to be a lot nicer than the Drakkar. And so, there's good and there's bad. It's a very, you've got to give and take drafting in Showtime.
Yeah, I think as well, I thought it came out a bit earlier here, right? When Striker Kai is denied his namesake pick, right? What does he rely on? And it really felt like if Drakkar is kind of your next option, I think it's a bit revealing, which I'm a little bit worried about. That being said, it won't come into play here. Striker Kai is able to get that Kai pickup, but it is going to be into a perfect form Zentaro. While he does have that Atlas to help pick him back up, he's going to get knocked down right quite a bit. So we'll see if Showtime will be able to keep him down from this match. I think even though that Now doesn't do a lot of damage herself, she's really good at preventing regen. So easy to hit that secondary to prevent the regen, so that'll give Joker more than enough time, really, to find a lot of these KOs. But we'll see what comes of it. As of right now, we are finally getting to the game proper here, as we see Twisty and Striker Kai once again rotated back to the defense here. The dash going to come out, not going to find anything, though. As again, Striker Kai, this back line of Dragon Slayers 2 looking a bit solid right now here. Already, every character has stagger, has some health, and it looks like Showtime's taking advantage of that.
Yeah, really are taking out Striker Kai there, Joker, catching the cross clear. Just going to be a public execution, finishing the point right then and there. And that is the value of the Perfect Form Zen. And, not a whole lot to say about Perfect Form Zen. Obviously, it is very, very strong. He has so many hits. I'm concerned for Dragon Slayers about future drafts because Zentaro is not a scaling character like Octavia or X, these other characters that we see that like blow out of control so significantly. But he's definitely not a character that doesn't get out of control, and especially on a perfect form start, he does become that kind of demonic force to be reckoned with. If you see like a heavy impact come out or a 1-2 punch, suddenly Joker's going to be playing a very different game, and I think it's going to be really, really hard to deal with unless Dragon Slayers are able to get a lot of survivability. We'll have to see. Obviously, 0 drafts have come through. Guy only has perfect form, but we're seeing what he's able to put up with just perfect form. Now imagine 5 million more awakenings and a ton more damage, CDs, etc. It's looking pretty scary.
It's looking a bit scary right now. KO on Twisty, right? No flip coming in this next set, and Joker able to get an immediate flip goal himself. Really just establishing Showtime's Showtime is really good, guys. I know that it's a bit of a contested fact, but if there is one team here that does want to contest it, it's going to be Dragon Slayers 2. Good KO from Twisty now buys a power play for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. 1 barrier found, 2 now from the Broader Striker Kai. Anything you could do, Twisty might be able to do better there as well, almost getting the goal, and another KO found. Goal off the Taiko drum as well comes through. The Now Mine in a convenient spot to buy a little bit of extra time here to get Joker back up. But that's still 3 seconds. Flip comes out. Joker now back up. The flip comes through. Barcode not quick enough on the drum and bass there. Striker Kai, off of some very good plays from his brawler, sinks it in.
Yeah, really well played by Twisty and Striker Kai there. Twisty with the double dash punches to just take Joker out. And without Joker, I feel like Showtime is... they just lose all of their offense. Not all of it, obviously. Shionzu, great playmaker, but Joker is so pivotal to the potential that they have on barriers, on goals. And we're seeing it again. It's Shionzu and Barcode on defense, and they're kind of stuck there because Joker is dying. He's not very healthy right now. Looking for a hat in the draft, perhaps. But this is Dragon Slayer's opportunity. If they continue to put damage on Joker, get these dash punches, they're able to do these passing plays, these 2v1s, and Barcode is stuck there. Like, you can just watch. He's Mako. He's not very fast. What is he supposed to do about that?
Absolutely agreed. And right now what I'm looking at as well is there is a lot of damage coming out. And overall, the Kai, doesn't have a lot of health. Again, very important stat to have. But one thing I'm looking at is one team has something that could heal and prevent your KOs, and one does not. And we've already seen that come into play, right, with Twisty finding 2 very good KOs here onto the Joker. But we'll see if a more consistent man advantage could really be built out for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. And if that comes to fruition, there's a very good chance that they could pull off an offset here on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about Joker scaling out of control, getting these damage awakening, CDs, etc. But Juliet's pretty similar story. The ult will just refund almost your entire dash punch, and so that's a lot of CDs coming out. Perfect form, obviously phenomenal on the character. Putting out a lot of damage, Dragon Slayers might be feasting for this damage win condition just as much as Showtime. That being said, Shionzu with the core, looking to get something, passing it to Joker, trying to get something done. Barcode has a flip. Things are looking pretty nice for Showtime here on this .5.
Yeah, big thing. Flip comes out, pass comes down to Joker, but it's going to be actually called out by Luke's primary. Now it's time for Dragon Slayers 2 to potentially get a response. Strike shot going to be there. The Taiko drum looking scary. Striker Kai not have the reactions, doesn't have the perfect positioning needed for that defense, and that's going to be Showtime taking out this set. And what I'm looking at here, fight or flight or stagger, whatever that move speed and stealth, right? I think those are going to be the 2 kings here in this draft. We already see some spark covers coming out from both Twisty and Striker Kai. Primetime actually picked up for now, so interesting to see where this draft will take us.
Yeah, stacks on Joker I think is pretty bold. Been taking a lot of damage and might just become a bigger target for it. Obviously the move speed's going to be very nice for trying to avoid it, but I like the pick. I think it's going to be incredibly useful just as long as he can hold on to it. The 2 sparks will be going to Striker Kai and Twisty. The only damage in that entire pool was that Spark of Strength, going to be very nice on the Juliet, who has that 10 extra base power, now sitting at 134. Dash Punches will be coming out, doing a lot more damage, more knockback, more opportunity to get this KO win condition. And in the meantime, Striker Kai, much healthier, is going to be sitting pretty with that 1600 stagger, almost 1700, way more than a Kai could ever fathom. And suddenly, Twisty is the big target of damage now that Striker Kai has all of that stagger. Xianzhu too, now lowest stagger character in the game. This is becoming a bloodbath very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and this Alice can only intervene so much celestially. One does come out here, keeps Twisty alive. He decides to elect to dance in that newly created rave party, but unfortunately, his dance will not lead to any blessings. The Joker gonna sink it in, top side of the net. Luke, though, critically preserves his flip.
Yeah, Striker Kai catching himself ensnared, perhaps, and great value coming out from Barcode, walking up to drop the ensnare drum. Now holding the secondary on kickoff with 1 barrier for Showtime. Barcode with a flip too. Things are, and you can only say it so much, but things are looking very Showtime favored here as they continue to win as the current #1 team in NA.
And we are going to see Twisty again. She's going to be rotating back just to help on this defense here. Just going to the pressure that Showtime can bring out right now. Striker Kai, though, got to keep the core forward again. Twisty finds herself in a bit of a rave party here, sipping on some of that Atlas healing, but we'll see if that'll actually be able to be converted into any sort of pressure. There it goes. 1 dash punch found again for Twisty. The Joker going to be taking 12 seconds here in the penalty box, and that's 12 seconds Dragon Slayer 2 are going to look to take advantage of. Flip comes out overtime. Excellent angle from Xianzhu. Burns the flip of Luke and takes the goalie berry, but the dash punch is there. Prevents Barcode from reaching the core in time. And finally, Dragon Slayers 2 able to put themselves on the board here after set #1. And it looks like they're getting a bit more of a game plan here, trying to find sort of more KOs onto the Joker, trying to find more pressure here with Twisty coming back here for the defense.
Yeah, really, and I'm always a big fan of that 3-man defense. You know, you get in there, you just, usually the enemy goalie not getting in there, but only so many people can defend against wedging the core between the barrier and an expanse. Goal now open for Dragon Slayer, or for Showtime on the side of Dragon Slayers. Joker with the flip too. He's got that flip aura, but uses it trying to KO Twisty. Twisty now incredibly low, looking for the orb. Is able to get it now. Joker low again, just brawlers back and forth. Joker getting the now healing, going back for the orb, helping on the defense. It's a lot of ebb and flow between these teams taking turns dealing damage, but Showtime just has so much more pressure, able to get it in that corner. Joker slam dunking that thing in the net. It's going to be 1 more point for Showtime and 1 point away from going up 2-0 in this set, in this game.
Already 1 goalie barrier gonna be down here. Xianzhu with that flip as well. Gonna elect to actually find a KO, a bit of a stylish KO. Using the primary and the flip, slice and dice again, looking scary as well. Twisty forced to blow all of her cooldowns here, just to assist her goalie here. Not gonna mean anything though. It's gonna be an open net. Striker Kai gonna be back. Giga not gonna do too much here except blow the flip from Barcode, but Joker does not care for the whims of mere midfielders. He gets the core, he sinks it in, and he takes the set for Showtime.
Yeah, beautiful flip coming out from Barcode, getting it straight to Joker, and he had a perfect redirect. And now, this is a little bit more of the draft I was looking for. We're seeing another spark being hovered by Striker Kai. Stagger Swagger going straight to Xianzhu. Plus Hat, unfortunately not reaching its namesake, but 1-2 punch will be. And that is going to be a game changer. Joker can now fight back so much more. The Stagger Swagger on Xianzhu also just helping the survivability, not letting it go to anyone on Dragon Slayers, preventing that outright. Spark being picked up by Twisty, now has focus and strength. An incredible combination for the Juliet. More dash punches, more damage on the dash punches. Now it's 154 power. That's brutal. both brawlers picked up damage in a pretty meaningful way, but I think it's going to come down to how they can apply it, and obviously the perfect form 1-2 punch Zen, I think, is able to apply a lot more damage over time, so we'll have to see.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely crazy defense. All three members of Showtime there showing up, reporting for duty. So right now they're going to take the advantage of this now by going on the offense, and Dragon Slayers too going to respond in kind here. The Atlas revive comes out. No revive found, but the healing will be much appreciated here in just a second for Striker Kai, as cooldowns are once again probably coming out again. We see the slice and dice coming out from the Joker. The dash probably not too far to follow. There it is. Not going to actually find the damage that the Joker wants, though. Just right now, Luke going to try and find another creative clear as we get into overtime here. Twisty finding herself with the core, trying to get it through Shianzu, but it's only going to lead to a blown flip for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Now, Striker Kai trying to duke out in the midfield with Shianzu. Shianzu finding the breakaway, able to get that goalie berry here. Flip comes out, pass down to Twisty, but it goes right back into the hands of Shianzu, and oh no! An unfortunate misclear, I think, from Luke. Just rough timing, but that's going to be all she wrote for that point, and it looks like Showtime reestablishing their lead, looking to close out the series and punch their ticket into Grand Finals here.
Yeah, just a great timing coming out from Shianzu on the secondary to confirm it, not ripping it immediately, but letting it come out and catch that clear. I want to point out that Joker is incredibly fast right now, picked up that stacks in the first draft, and maxed it out immediately in 1 point. You know, a little bit of a perfect form specialty, but this guy is moving fast, and the move speed is looking pretty relevant here. Been taking a lot of damage at past point, but able to just go for orbs with all that extra speed. He is flying right now. It just obscene amounts of speed coming out from this guy. Gets both barriers, is just kit dumping the entirety of Dragon Slayers 2 in the net. It's looking like the Zentaro is completely online, and I don't know how Dragon Slayers can deal with this guy.
Yeah, the only way to deal with it maybe is to get a Hail Mary dash punch, but the healing from the now also making that way too hard to deal with. Overtime finally finds a corner offense here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, but it's just going to be another KO'd brawler. As once more, the Joker finds himself right here. Flip comes out from Striker Kai, goes not the bounce that you want. Luke now blowing Flip as well, but the Joker finds himself in front of the net, and bang! Joker sends it right in. The 1-2 core speed sends it right past the Giga Blast. And that's Showtime, 1 point away from putting themselves into Grand Finals if Sonii hits the eject button.
Yeah, Joker with a surgical timing, just sending the core flip right after Striker Kai's Giga Blast, not letting it go through, and it just, he's so fast, he does so much damage, he has so many CDs, he has it all. And he is sitting pretty with everything you could ever want. 2 barriers down, 1 good conversion away from winning, and really, I don't see how Showtime doesn't win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Flip comes out from Shianzu, narrowly intercepted by Luke. No strike shot, though, as right now it's looking more and more claustrophobic for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Joker gonna walk back to lick his wounds a little bit, buying so much precious space here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. 1 goalie barrier taken down from it. The Oni's blade comes out, sends Twisty packing, and now it's going to be Striker Kai and Luke in a 2v3 situation. 2 flips on the side of Showtime. It's looking grimmer and grimmer by the second. The strike were won by the Joker, but it's going to be blocked away. Now Luke, a valiant effort to save the core, but it's just not going to be enough. Barcode, able to save all his cooldowns, able to strike at just the right moment. Sends it in for Showtime, and a perfectly executed offense sends Dragon Slayers 2 down into losers bracket. Showtime are in Grand Finals.
Yeah, and it is just to be expected. Unfortunately, Showtime is just so dominant right now. And looking at the redirect numbers, Shianzu with 258 is just kind of all over the place. You know, tough letting the Shianzu now go through, especially on a map like Taiko, where it's pretty narrow. All the creations are going to be super useful. Really well played by both teams, but Dragon Slayers obviously going against the Seed 1, the current champions. It's going to be tough to try and take anything off of them. So, again, to be expected, but sitting pretty in losers finals, guaranteed a top 3 finish. Definitely really nice. Might be looking for the run back against Showtime. Gonna have to see who their opponent is as the losers bracket fills out. But in the meantime, I think that's gonna be it for this series, Brickbat.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting? This kind of reminds me. I don't know why, but I think I just had a flashback to Afrika, where I think top 3 was like Sad Boys, Demon Raw, and kind of like their prime, and then Bozo Bunch, which now obviously second place in NASA, right? Good ending for them. But this is another situation of kind of this like team that most people have been thinking about being in the NASA levels, right? Not really nasty caliber, but like maybe kind of approaching greatness. But this is an absolutely amazing showing from all of them, and I think we're going to be seeing them again later in losers finals anyway. So like you mentioned, top 3 finish, absolutely phenomenal. Nothing absolutely everything to write home about. Nothing to laugh at. That's what I was trying to think of. So well played. Obviously, though, I think a really interesting story of that game. I know that scoreboard's all the way, but I don't think Joker broke 100 redirects, or not Joker, Barcode broke 100 redirects. So well played, Shianzu. Really good. But I'm getting yelled at by production to get us on an outro. We're gonna go on a quick break, but we're gonna pick it up in just a moment. I believe we're gonna be catching ourselves in a losers semifinals. So if you want to see more Omega Strikers, just stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Strikers. We are back here in losers semifinals for a bit of a throwback to the North American Strikers League Season 3. We have a Demons Raw and the Sad Boys battling out for a podium finish here. Loser is going to be exiting in 4th, and I don't think either of these teams want to do that.
No, absolutely not. But one of them's going to have to. We've got the iconic matchup, the grand finals for many an S tier, but it's been a while since we've had an S tier, and now that we're back, this matchup taking place in losers semis is definitely not what anyone would, or I suppose more of what we've come to expect in recent years with the Showtime dominance. But here we've got, again, two Titans duking it out. Despite teams like Showtime and Boza Bunch surging, these are still two of the best teams that we have to offer, going back and forth. And again, for 4th place is insane, but one of these teams will have an opportunity to take on Dragon Slayers in losers finals, and the other will unfortunately their run will end here.
Mm-hmm. So both of these teams fighting for their tournament lives, and they fought fiercely before, and they're only going to get fiercer as the games go on here. Game 1 here, Gates of Obscura. And we'll see what these teams have for us today.
Yeah. I am very excited to see this map. Not very often seen, but we're seeing Sad Boys put the Now and the Asher in the bag, doing what they've been preaching about, how Now is super strong, Asher is super strong. Getting to work on that, and yeah, especially on Gates, where it's the corner stuff map. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a Sad Boys fan. On the other side, Demons Raw playing the Atlas, which I think is pretty interesting. We don't often see the Gumi Atlas, but here it is. Alive and well. Kainoob on Rune is very exciting, and Snake on the signature Zentaro. Very, very frequently playing that. Looking great on it. You know, I'm really excited for this match.
Absolutely great. And this Asher Now Dubu composition is something that we've seen Sad Boys already play earlier today. We actually, in the kind of the side stream during our break, we saw them pull it out against Bun Bun Bonanza, and it looked really dominant. It looked really good. I think it's going to be even better on the Gates of Obscura, where creations can really roam free and do a lot of work. But we'll see right now, though. Flip coming out from Gumi, looking to sneak a goal in, but You Already Lose is going to react and call him out on it. This flick from Snake, not going to be able to mix up You Already Lose. Now Bells, a good offense, going to be stopped by an even better defense here. The Atlas being able to use its cooldowns. Vaughn trying to get us another sneaky goal of his own, but it's going to be Bells potentially with the opportunity now, but the core speed sends it away before he has the chance. Pillar comes out, going to be easily defended away. The evade is here for You Already Lose as well. So now overtime has already started. Snake walking through the portal, trying to find some opportunities here to play with the core, but it's going to be Vaughn there to meet him. Good pillar from Kainoob, keeps the point alive for Demons Raw, but not if Bells has anything to say about that. Flip comes out from Vaughn, excellently timed here. But now Demons Raw have the momentum. Flip from Kainoob's out, but it's going to be defended away again. But You Already Lose. Passing plays come through. The triangle for Sad Boys now firmly established. Snake with an opportunity to clear, but it's going to be Kainoob doing the dirty work for that. Bells now with Flip looking for that 50-50 shot, but he's going to find himself staggered here. Vaughn now with possession of the core, but it's going to be Snake actually. Sort of anticlimactic, finds the core, uses the hits, then You Already Lose. Not enough time to evade. And that's going to be a long and arduous first set going the way of Demons Raw.
Yeah, great slice and dice coming out from Snake, and that's what we've come to expect, is this just really, really confident offense from Demons Raw. And it looked great, executed great, but like you said, I think that this Now Asher combo, Now Asher Dubu, all three looking great. We saw a good hold coming out from You Already Lose that last point, and a great KO coming out from Bells, who's a bit of a wizard on this Asher character, getting these KOs, just finding people off guard and surprising them with how much damage and knockback Asher really has, squeezing them into the wall and getting a lot of opportunities, though fortunately not getting a whole lot of opportunities to get the barrier here as the ball is drifting back onto Sad Boy's side and they're forced to play defense again.
Going back to the game, Rune Pillar, well timed from Kainoob, now going to open up the net for the side of Sad Boys. Pillar there assisting on the defense. Snake looking to try to get a dash through, but not going to find it. Core speed now accelerating the rate of play quite significantly right now. As the Pillar comes through, going to be blocked away here by the secondary from Vaughn. Snake now trying to get possession of the core, going to be jostled away here by Vaughn. Pillar comes through, now it's going to be You Already Lose now with the expectations of saving. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be Snake taking that point for Demons Raw, now finding themselves 2-0 here on set number 1.
Yeah, it's looking like Sad Boys is just having a little bit of trouble getting through in the midfield, they'll get it into the corner, but then they have to get through the entire Atlas kit, which is pretty tough. everyone in this lobby has rapid fire, and that means a lot of Asher primaries, a lot of Now primaries to try and force through. That also means a lot of Atlas primaries, a lot of Rune pillars, just everywhere. It's tough to get into this corner. Though with the primary and secondary burn from Gumi, another one back, able to get one barrier, secondary still down. This is kind of looking like Sad Boy's chance, but a pass from Bells to Vaughn unfortunately gone awry, not able to get anything, and they are back to trying to defend. Snake is low, they have an opportunity there, but until they're able to capitalize on it, it's looking like Sad Boy is just trying to shove through the corner still.
Yeah, Snake thinking with portals though, but the only thing, he's gonna have a lot more time to think about it as he finds himself in the KO box. Ooh, another KO though, found on Bells, almost a third, found by the flip of Vaughn, but not going to come through. Kainu, the last member of the game with flip, looking to take advantage of that, does so with a pillar of all things, so the core speed a little bit scary. Bells looking to respond in kind, not able to find it as now the banish comes through. Core slowly makes its way over downwards. Kainu here trying to find more core speed to play with, but you already lose now. They're ready to react. Bells finding a critical dash punch here. Now Snake all or nothing, and it might come up with nothing here. Gumi trying to potentially get a save. It's going to require some assistance from the brawler, but they're able to get it done. Again, Sad Boy's unable to crack the defense. Gumi with a little bit of taunting for good measure. Unfortunately, gets bodied a little bit. Now, goalie barriers set up. Vaughn and Bell is looking to score potentially, but no. A slow roller catches the Sad Boys off guard. And even when things were looking up for the Sad Boys, Demons Raw were able to sneak away an extra point, and that's going to be them taking the set.
Yeah, you already lose on the Pauldron's Dubu, not having a strike shot or any speed to really get there in time. And unfortunately, it's going to cost them. But going into the draft, we're looking at Monu now on second pick. And it's going to be locked in immediately. Snake not taking anything, has the opportunity for things like Super Surge, going to be taking that right there. Spark Resilience, I think, could be a pretty big pick. We're not seeing a whole lot of KOing. Well, we are, but not due to Stagger. It's going to be taken by Kainoob. But in a full rapid-fire start, I think getting that survivability is going to be very important. Bells with the big fish gets that size. You already lose with the missile prop, too. That's going to be really nice for their offense. And just trying to get it out of the corner, not ever letting it through by dropping a big Tofu Fortress.
Oh my god.
Shoving it out. But a great hold from Demon's Raw in that corner. It's going to be keeping them with one barrier here. Overall, though, I'm looking at the draft. I really like what Sad Boys has. I think the Super Surge on Snake is really a big pickup. And it's not getting through the Dubu so far, so got to be looking for maybe something a little bit more later on.
It definitely feels like a case of a movable object versus a movable object. No force really unstoppable in this meta, so it'll be up for the walls to face each other and see who's more Wally. I'm sort of losing my my train of thought here on that one, but Snake's gonna pick it up for me. Flip comes out, Rune Pillar's there, gonna respond. Flip by Vaughn, narrowly saved by Gumi here with a good strike shot as we get into overtime. You already lose, passes straight up to Bells. Bells looking to potentially find an answer, but Gumi's going to easily clear it away with his primary. Core speed, though, good use of it. Opens up the net for the side of Demon's Raw. Flip now comes out from You Already Lose. Bells wins the strike war against the primary, thus getting the flip from Gumi. Now 50-50 shot has to be made. Gumi does not get the strike shot off. And after a clean 3-0 set from Demon's Raw, it's going to be Sad Boys picking up the first point of set number 2.
Yeah, both Gumi and Kainoob throwing an ability out. Gumi with the strike shot and Kainoob warping back, but ball is just going too fast, able to get right in there. Now, though, we're looking at Vaughn getting absolutely picked apart. Has that healing. One now line, healing a whole lot. Kind of a testament to how little stagger he has, but both barriers down for Sad Boys here, and Demons are really starting to pick up steam. These points are getting a little bit shorter, their holds are getting a little bit longer, and their KOs are starting to come out as Kainoob has the flip, almost gets it in. Unfortunately not. Still in the power play, though, looking for their opportunity, looking to KO Vaughn here. Kainoob still has this flip, and it could be their big ticket to time up this set.
Yeah. Looks like, though, Bells making his way here on the offense. Portals, though, coming through, so the core's going back and forth really quickly. Snake with possession of the core. Bells going to hang back to potentially use the defense, and it's a defense well needed. A good evade from You Already Lose prevents the Banish from letting a slow roller core go in. Now, though, it's going to be Bells trying to get the core. Going to be intercepted, though, by Snake. Again, Sad Boys trying to form up the triangle here. Finally, an open net here for Demon's Raw. The dash comes through. Unfortunately, going to whiff, but Kainoob still has an opportunity to make the plays here. The cooldowns are going to be there. One pillar comes out. Bells with a 50-50 shot. Going to be blocked away, though, by Gumi. Good primary from Gumi as well, calling out the mix-up on strike placement. Flip comes out, though, finally. Gumi, Bells duking out, but it's going to be Bells here with a flip. If Snake doesn't get it in, this could be curtains for the point for Demon's Raw. Good core placement. Finangles a little bit more opportunity here for the Demon's Raw. As again, Snake has to blow Flip defensively, so has to go in eventually, and Gumi's going to be the one having to defend it. Flip finally here. Flashbang comes through. Kainoob gets revived, or Snake gets revived, but it's going to be a 2v2 situation here in the net. The core is going so insanely fast right now. Dash comes through. You Already Lose trades. Vaughn, though, finds the revenge KO, and now all of a sudden we're in a 2v2. The Banish comes out, not able to find the play that Kainoob was looking for, but a good strike war win against Bells. Sends it into the top side of the net. No cooldowns from Vaughn to intercept, and after another long point, it's going to be Demon's Raw evening up the sets.
Yeah, every time I think you never want to be in an even situation against Kainoob, like a 2v2. That guy's like 13 different guys, all wrapped up into one. The power of 10 men on his side. And we saw it right there. Just a great strike war against this giant Asher, no less. Able to get it in off of that. Really well played, and just always a testament to Kainoob being incredible. And here, we're still seeing it just ease everywhere at once. Demon's Raw able to hold really well, transition to offense really well, with Kainoob and Snake getting in the corner. The re-flips for Demon's Raw. The energy economy is in their favor. One burned by Snake to stay alive, but with Bells also staggered, we could be seeing some KOs coming out soon, and we could be seeing some more flips for the side of Demon's Raw.
Yeah. Speaking of KOs, Snake's going to be the one flying off the field for now. Tofu Fortress comes through, but that's just going to be responded to by Banish. Now again, another strike forward win from Gumi. Keeps the core alive and gets the clear going. A Rune Pillar almost snipes away that final barrier, but a fortunate angle for the side of Sad Boys keeps it alive. Now 1-1 barrier. No, 1-0 here in terms of barrier count. Snake going to be sent off the map with a flip again. Second time this point. Gumi now has to use flip. Bells not able to intercept the clear, and now Kainoob potentially looking to buy some time for his brawler to come up, but the offensive play from Sad Boys is going to come through. 2-1 here on set number 2.
Yeah, kind of an explosive play coming out from Sad Boys, able to get the barrier and the goal immediately. It looked like Gumi had burned all of his abilities, and that seems like the Sad Boys win condition is just kind of not let Gumi sit on all of his CDs, able to just try and get through, not let any of that happen. And I think if Bells can pick up like some prime time, just any more CDR, and able to drop a primary for each ability that Gumi has, that could be great for getting through, because this Atlas is looking tough. That being said, big Rune Pillar, great help from Kainoob, gets through Bell's flip, and both these teams are holding really well. The barriers down for Sad Boys, and they still have to try and figure out how to get through this Atlas. Things are looking pretty tough.
Yeah, again, that unstoppable wall meets the other unstoppable wall here. Kainoob, though, in 1v2 situation, potential scorer elects just to save his cooldowns for the upcoming defense. Snake, though, might buy an opportunity for himself. The flip comes out. Unfortunately, though, that just might cost him his life, as all of Sad Boys gang up on him, Mafia style there. And unfortunately, Snake has a bounty on his head. Now, flip comes out from Kainoob. Vaughn not able to react in time, and despite some good coordination from the Sad Boys, again, another point's going to be sniped away by Demon's Raw.
Yeah, just jumping in there, shadow swap, ripping the flip, getting it in. incredible play coming out from Kainoob. And we're on a tied up set here, 2-2, and one of these teams, you know, in classic Demon's Raw Sad Boys fashion, kind of trading points back and forth. Sad Boys taking the first point, in theory having the advantage, has a flip on You Already Lose, but also has Vaughn looking really low, staggered even, and with Snake on him, this might be Demon's Raw's opportunity to get a great power play and explode, but Sad Boys able to open the goal gates. Both teams, especially with this big power play coming out from Sad Boys, have an opportunity to get something done here.
And now a power play coming through. Snake gonna come out here in 2 seconds. Bells needs to end it now unless he wants to end the power play with nothing for his work, and that unfortunately might be what it is. Vaughn rotating back on the defense. Bells trying to find another KO, but any sort of response would have been answered here by the Celestial intervention. Now overtime is finally landed. Snake able to get that final goalie barrier. Flip comes out from Gumi, goes right to Snake. Just barely not there in time now. Flip comes out from Vaughn. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. Bell's not able to get the pass splitter though going, and it's going to be a 2v2 here on the defense. Banish comes out from Kainoob. Now potentially looking to score. The Tofu Fortress now taken out of the count. Strike shot comes through. 1v1 situation here. Gumi versus Bells. Gumi's going to come out on top again. Kainoob has some CDs, but the flip comes out from Snake. Vaughn not able to react in time. And Demon's Raw, after Sad Boys trying to claw their way back in the game, unfortunately get knocked out into a 2-0 position. Gumi with a well-earned MVP.
Right, but you know what they say. Sad Boys is known for their O2 comfort zone. And now, looking at this start, perfect form going to be picked up by Gumi. That's pretty dangerous. That is not what Sad Boys want to see. That's going to be so many more cooldowns for Gumi, who's proven to be a great wall here. Tough to get through. More size going to Bells, though. Now 2 size awakenings. Going to be tough to deal with. And Timeless Creator on Kainoob could be a big opportunity for them to just keep pushing forward. Big pillars, rapid fire, etc. Just, that is incredibly tough to deal with. Vaughn with the extra special has a little bit more mobility, able to warp in, more healing, etc. Going to be nice, but it's hard to shrug off this perfect form and Timeless that Demon's Raw picked up.
Yeah, it just really feels like Demon's Raw have got a bit of a strong draft going for them, and all You Already Lose has to answer is a pitiful heavy impact. That being said, those summer assaults are going to be a little bit scary here in the corners, especially on Gates of Obscure, right, where people are playing that corner all the time. So there might finally be some unstoppable force here on the field. As of right now, though, it is going to be Snake, an unstoppable force, able to take barrier number 1 with a flip. Gumi looking to respond and follow it up with a second, but Vaughn has something to say about that. Bell's looking to jostle control of the core here. Evade comes through preemptively, and looks like it saves him a little bit of damage for his trouble. It's going to be Vaughn, though, with the flip. Sends it through the portal to himself now. Gumi with the flip comes through as we enter overtime. Bell's actually almost able to grab it, but again, unstoppable wall meets unstoppable wall. Just as I say, though, we're gonna have a little bit of a caster curse here, and oh my gosh, You Already Lose almost sniping away the point with the Tofu Fortress, but that Timeless Creator is just such a nuisance to deal with right now for the Sad Boys. Kainoob and Gumi, though, gonna try and get the rebound. Unfortunately, Bell's there, finally able to get an interception, and Sad Boys take point number 1 here of set 3.
Yeah, Bells is just massive, able to jump right in there, you know, split the path without the ability, a little bit of dash, barrier, beam right on the line, and that's what you want to see. That's a ton of value out of this Asher pickup. You're able to dive in, kind of catch people off guard. God. You're able to put a ton of damage onto the tiny Zentaro like vultures on a carcass, just eliminating him. Another KO found by Bells on a bit of a tear, bit of a rampage. It's Gumi in the 1v3 right now. Sad Boys able to get 1 barrier, looking for 2 with the missile prop wall right there. That's going to be it. The net is open, and Sad Boys is looking a little back.
Yeah, they're looking a little back right now, but the only thing coming totally back right now is the core in this back and forth. secondary comes out from Gumi. Bell's going to be immediately met with a banish here, but still able to get possession of the core nonetheless. Full rotation here from Snake on the Oni's blade in order to keep the core alive. Now Kainu, though, in a 1v2 situation. Not a lot of work that could get done right now as we get into overtime here. Almost gets a nice dribble play with a pillar, but cannot close it out. Snake, oh, an amazing snipe off of a dash here. Now an open net for both teams. Vaughn barely able to defend. Some assistance here from the Tofu Fortress. Very much needed right now. This is such a killer offense from Demon's Raw, but again, the unstoppable wall of Sad Boys is going to keep the core in play. Dash comes through. Oh, the rollout keeps it alive again. Dubu looking incredibly strong right now. Never thought I'd say it, but as we go into this power play, it's a little unfortunate. All right, my bad, guys. My bad.
A little bit of a Gumi episode, an incident, you could say. Not quite thinking with portals there as it goes through. Walks up, thinks about it, but who could really say what's going on in Gumi's mind right now in that moment? Yeah. In a lot of situations. Bit of an enigma, but Kainu, thankfully, had a great banish. Doesn't matter. Snake is executed by the missile prop Tofu Fortress. Just completely wiped out. Nothing left of him. And now, Sad Boys really surging. Again, I earlier said O2 comfort zone, and it's been said a lot. It comes up quite frequently. I wasn't really believing it. I was looking at the Demon's Raw draft thinking, wow, these guys are about to smoke them. But Sad Boys up 2-0 in this set right now. The barriers are down for them, but they're in the corner. They have an opportunity to get something done. Bell's banished, trying to get through, but Vaughn just waiting by the portal, not letting it pass. An incredible play. Bell's low, but the gate is open, and this is Sad Boy's chance to take a set.
Yeah, flip here from Kainu.
Oh!
It's off the angle. Tofu Fortress, one gap in the armor, and Kainu takes his shot. Bang, bang. Right there, 1 point on the board for Demon's Raw here, looking to claw their way back in the set.
Yeah, Kainu running the calculations, seeing all worlds at once, every angle that could possibly be hit. Says, this is the one. There's one way to score it, and I've got it right here. Insane. I just did not expect that whatsoever. Did not think that flip would get any value after the wall came out. But now, Sad Boys having a power play, having an opportunity on the barriers. Vaughn with a flip, looking to try and get it through. But Gumi with the flip of his own, the pillars, the expanse, the peanut, the Patrick, all of it. It just really hard to get through. The perfect form value is here, and it is vicious, especially with the rapid fire Kainu pillars on the barriers at all times. How do you get through this?
I have no clue, honestly. That looks just so incredibly frustrating to deal with for the side of Sad Boys. Just double creation, double rapid fire coming out, basically having a solution to every single shot that you can send at it without too much of an execution. That being said, the execution from Demon's Raw, phenomenal. Same can be said for the Sad Boys here, and that execution is very much going to be needed. Bells, again, looking to snipe away the core. Oh, flipped exchange, but it's going to be Snake coming out on top. The Oni's blade comes through, but a well-timed strike from You Already Lose keeps the point going here. Oh, Snake trying to dash forward, pays for that with his life, and Bell's another opportunity, but I have seen this offense before. It actually goes the way of Bell's this time. No cooldowns to be used here for Gumi. Pillar comes out. It's just a timeless pillar. That isn't going to be shrinking anytime soon, but whoa! The rollout, the log from You Already Lose takes the core through. Core boy, thanks. Well-deserved. Wumpus defend. Well-deserved. Vaughn taking the MVP of the set. Let's see what we have for draft.
Insane secret hot dog technique, coming out in full force, placing that thing right in front of the pillar, not letting it go through, and getting the goal off of it. Really well played. Sad Boys now taking a set, getting rewarded with glass cannon. Very nice. Going to be a very fast now. Could be very powerful too. Able to snipe some KOs with maybe a primary flip. That's definitely something you like to see. Explosive entrance Dubu is not what I expected to see, but definitely very, very interesting. We saw it, I believe, yesterday on Lilybun, and it honestly looked great. She was able to use it incredibly effectively to just cover a lot of distance and stop a lot of pixel perfect barrier takes with the Summer Assault. Gonna have to see how that pans out, but until then, kind of got a second spark, and Gumi got Siege Machine, so expect these Atlas primaries to go even farther.
This is a Dubu roll that hits 23% harder than it normally should, so that's going to be exciting to see. That being said, just as we're talking about the Awakening's Bells, takes one through, gets the first point of the set here for the Sad Boys. Gumi preserving his flip, but we'll see if he'll be able to utilize that effectively here coming in this next point.
Yeah, Gumi on the flip, definitely nothing to sneeze at. Going to be hard to get through. Bells gunning for a big KO, unable to get it. Strike shot from Gumi, pushing it in, and now it's in Sad Boy's corner. Snake with a great flip, able to get the barrier. Both barriers down for Sad Boys. Gumi still has his flip, still has his 2 barriers. And Kainu with the strike war into the pillar. Not even just a normal strike war. He had to put the stank on that one, getting the point, tying up the set, and really well played.
Staying in the goal in style here, Demon's Raw, despite losing the set, still feeling confident, so it may seem. All 3 members of Sad Boys here on the defense. Again, Snake in a familiar position of getting his brain caved in for daring to try to approach the goalie barriers. But right now it's going to be Sad Boys. Bells probably has a similar situation too. I've seen that, the barrier beam into the Atlas secondary all too many times, but now one goalie barrier is going to go down. Bells barely not managing to stay alive, just as I say it. Kainu now with the flip traded here for pillar. You already lose. The offense though from Demon's Raw still going. 1 goalie barrier down. Flip from Kainu makes it 2. Back pass through the portal. Unfortunately going to get intercepted by Bells here. Snake though in a potential 1v1 hangs back to play a little bit defensively should he need to rotate. Now the Oni's blade is here. Midfielder on midfielder action right now. The banish comes through, hits both members of Sad Boys. The Tofu Fortune's there. The flip comes through. What the hell just happened? Snake with a 360 fakey no-scope wall bang. I think that's the closest thing we'll ever get to a genuine wall bang going right through the creations. What was that, Snake? Holy moly.
Holy moly, indeed. Snake just dropped an ICBM on the Sad Boys' house. They're all gone, one after another, back and forth. Really well played. And Demon's Raw on match point, game point, looking to seal it out right here. Both barriers down. It's going to take a bit of a Sad Boys miracle to stay in this game, as right now they're able to get 1 barrier, unable to get the second though. Bell's close to a flip, but it's going to be very difficult to maintain this defense with so many creations, and Snake jumping in there, able to get it right through the banish you already lose and take this game right then and there.
Wow. That was crazy. Snake just, it was like an average game. Like obviously good, well played from Demon's Raw. I was like focusing on the defensive pillar of Kainu and Gumi, as sometimes we tend to do, but Snake all of a sudden stealing the spotlight, stealing the set, stealing the goals, stealing the game. Amazing play, explosive coming out here from Demon's Raw in game number 1, and yeah, I mean, well played, right? 6+1, very respectable from Snake, making so many hero plays, right? And that was the difference maker, clearly, right? Dashed in, had really good hit stun, had really good timing, really good under pressure, right? Especially here as we enter the final few series of this invitational here, or not the invitational, of this S tier here. But Sad Boys obviously still Sad Boys. They've clawed themselves out of worse, and they could do it again. And even then in that last game, even though it was a 3-1, right? The Demon's Raw had a struggle. It really felt like if it weren't for that rapid fire, weren't for that timeless creator, their game plan wouldn't have been nearly as effective. So if it weren't for that kind of minor outdrafting that Demon's Raw did, I feel like we could have had a completely different game going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Kainu was just everywhere. Snake was, like you said, explosive. And I'm looking at the Gumi redirect save numbers, and they're looking good. He's doing it. Put that guy in the Atlas. Most redirects, 130 saves. Phenomenal. That's not the Gumi I know. Not at all. Very different guy. But
yeah,
that is a great goalie performance out of the goalie of Demon's Raw, and that is what I like to see.
Absolutely. Demons were all looking good, right? After losing that game, or it's that series against Dragon Slayers 2. I think they're back and looking as ferocious as ever here coming into game number 2. We'll see if that luck continues. We're going to the splash zone. We're going to have a hootenanny. We're going to have a good little surfing stream coming up soon. I think that Inky Splash Zone has been really interesting. Before, pretty much a universally hated map by most of competitive play. You had a few teams that had it as a pocket pick. PLX and NASA a couple seasons ago comes to mind. Demons Raw even come to mind as a team that was functional on it, even if they didn't go to it as their first choice, right? But nowadays we've seen Inky Splash Zone really come into its own as a competitive map, and I think a large reason for that is because of the Magnetized Souls meta. There's a really interesting dichotomy where the map is split diagonally instead of horizontally, such that Mag Souls has slightly lower value than it normally would have on the offense, because again, you can't use Mag Souls to play kind of in that bottom corner of the map, right? So a lot of teams have been using this to kind of say, hey, I feel like we're not playing this meta as well as we could, or we just want to, we want to shake things up, see if a team has that knowledge prepared to deal with it, and we're going to play on Inky Splash Zone to see if the other team is prepared for it. And Demons Raw potentially going to be very prepared for it. It is Demons Raw after all, but like I said, Sad Boys was a team that absolutely abhorred this map. So to see them bring it out means that they have to have a game plan going, and we'll see where that game plan takes us here in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Inky's always an exciting match to watch, and we've been seeing a lot of top players turn towards liking Inky's a little bit more, just because the games are a little bit shorter on this map. Not by much. We've been seeing some 30-minute Inky's games, but definitely very exciting to see the map, especially on a 1-2 punch big fish start. It is going to get vicious, as Inky's is kind of a map you wouldn't expect it. It's a very open map. And you look at this and you're like, okay, nobody will be doing any KOing here. That's ridiculous. But you tend to see people hanging around the walls a lot and kind of crowding into the corners, either in a corner offense, try and get the barrier, or on defense, or even trying to get the barrier along the wall, not in the corner. And those are a lot of opportunities to stack damage, especially with the 1-2 punch start. We might be seeing a lot of people just blowing up. Absolutely. And that's exciting, especially when the barrier goes down. Obviously, the cannons come out. You can you get exploded in the bumper instead of just the wall. That is no longer a safe spot. There's a lot of opportunity for some damage shenanigans to get out there. And both these teams very fond of getting active in the damage department. So we'll have to see what they pick, but 1-2 punch start super, super decisive here. Whichever team plays this damage and maneuvers through it, I think will be the victor.
Yeah, agreed. I think that as well, the Juno, something that really felt like the Juno had a huge grip on the meta, but we've actually seen that kind of dissipate a little bit in favor of things like the Rune. I feel like though on a 1-2 punch start, that's something that you could absolutely pull out, especially like you mentioned, even though there's a lot of KOing, it's still an open map. Juno could absolutely take advantage of that, with the course being innately given to her from that 1-2 punch on her slimes. And I don't know. I mean, both Vaughn and Kainu absolutely pilot as Juno to kind of the peak of the character, right? Even though it might not be their signature character, they're good with it. So we'll see as it comes out. We'll see what striker select brings us. Big Fish on the other side going to be interesting as well, right? Going to be big for those brawlers should they elect to not take that 1-2 punch. But we'll see. Is Octavia going to be banned out? That makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, we last game saw Octavia being banned, I believe, by Demons Raw, and Mako being banned by Sad Boys. Gumi, been playing a lot of Mako. Pretty fond of the character. They just didn't want to deal with it. But the Juno being wiped away by boys, like you were talking about, both Kainub and Vaughn able to play the character incredibly well to its peak, but Sad Boys not wanting to give over that pick. Instead, Demons Raw will be taking the Atlas, which again we saw last game held on really well, but that's going to be an Asher Kai for Sad Boys. Probably could be Kai goalie, could be Kai midfield, but Bell's back on the Asher. I think, going to have a much easier time getting through the Atlas on this big, broad Inky's barrier as opposed to the much smaller Gates of Obscura barriers in the corner, you know?
Mm, mm. Yeah, we'll see. Centaura now locked in for the side of Demons Raw. No question about what position those two are going to be in. Atlas first pick. Interesting. It's an interesting meta that we live in, such that I think melee goalies, which are largely considered to be awful in this map, are still being picked with very little hesitation, I think, from either team. Mako to get rounded out as another melee goalie here to assist this time on the Sad Boys. Interesting to see how this will play out. Very interesting. It feels like both teams just kind of didn't regard each other. They just kind of locked in what they wanted to play. They wanted to play what they felt good on, what feels good. And you know what? That's Omega Strikers. So I'm excited to see this game number 2. We'll see what the Sad Boys and Demons Raw have for us as we get loaded into game here.
Yeah, if Demons are able to win on the splash zone, that'll be it. A one and done, or I guess 2 and done, clean series for Demons Raw. But if Sad Boys are able to bring it back on what I believe is their map pick, we're going straight to Taiko Temple, which is an amazing Game 3 map. Very exciting, especially with these two teams. In the meantime, though, got to focus on what's in front of us. We got the cannons prepped and ready to go. The Mako, the Atlas, the melee goalies on lock. Speed midfielders, an Asher on one side and the Zen on the other. A lot to look at here, as all of Demon's Raw takes big fish, which I wouldn't expect ever. And Vaughn and You Already Lose taking the 1-2 punch. Bells on the big fish as well. That's a big shocker. I would have expected to see a whole lot of 1-2 punch. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Great way to start here. An immediate goalie barrier found here by the Sad Boys here. Is now strike war 1 by Bell. Is going to try to sink the core in here, but Gumi's already got. Wait, that guy already has core flip. So I guess he's okay for now, as Snake going to take a little bit of punishment for approaching the goalie barrier here. Now Hainu trying to get it past Bells, but Bells winning out on the day. Pass back down to Vaughn a little bit. Unfortunate here. Unfortunate timing, though, means that it's going to be a pretty easy clear here for Demon's Raw. Oni's blade comes out. Vaughn going to take some punishment. Ooh, Snake able to have some good patience, allowing Kainu's strike to take the goalie barrier. Now, open map for both teams. Bell's going to follow up with a flip of his own. Ooh, and the slice and dice is pixel perfect. Finds the core on the top side of the net, and Demon's Raw again find themselves advantaged here.
Yeah, bang. A great play by Snake, getting it through. And really, they were able to stack a lot of damage on Vaughn right there. The last boy. It seems like Demon's Raw are saying, like, we can do enough damage without 1-2 punch. Don't need it. We get more stagger, more survivability to live through the damage that Sad Boys can put up instead of dealing with doing it ourselves. We just have enough. Like Bells, staggered, forced to burn flip. Not just like it forced in a position to just not play the game. And that guy does have big fish. So the damage from Demon's Raw coming out even on these characters that are super significant damage characters. It's Atlas and Now, but they're still just mowing people down.
Yeah, and we'll see what comes of it. Gumi passing down to Kainu. Flip now burned by Vaughn. Bells are not able to capitalize on the opportunity, and Snake gonna potentially find himself in a scoring position. Gonna be cleared away though by the side of Sad Boys. Wow, good use of the core speed, getting a clean shot onto Gumi's barrier. Good defense though there to match now. Back into neutral as we enter overtime here. Snake with a strike war going to be blocked away though by the strike reset of You Already Lose. Flip comes through. Snake almost paying for his offense with his life, but got to stay alive for now. Walking back to lick his wounds, going to buy time for Bells and Vaughn to now open up the net for both teams. As the button is pressed, Gumi going to pay for the defense with his life, and Snake not able to intercept the core in time out of the water. Sad Boys now find themselves 1-1 here in game number 2.
Yeah, Vaughn there to catch the ball on the rebound, send it straight to Bells. Quick one and done after the KO onto Gumi. And that was a pretty big KO. And I don't know if that's something that they can replicate, but taking out Gumi, I think, would take out a lot of Demon's Raw's defense, which is not... It sounds dumb. You know, it's just so strange because obviously you take out the goalie, they lose a lot of defense. But then this is Demon's Raw we're talking about. They're not quite like that. Now, though, Gumi on the Atlas, holding strong. You know, really devoted to the goalie gameplay here. And it's a different story. He's also devoted to killing Bells, taking him out right here, which the entire team really is. Forced to burn flip, not quite able to get anything out of it, but Bells is just in the pinball machine right now.
And we'll see if he'll be able to recover and not able to get the orb before the Oni's Blade comes out, which means now we've got a power play for Demon's Raw. Vaughn, though, in a good position, able to buy a few seconds for his team to recover. With his clear now, as we enter overtime, we'll see Bells come back through. Good hit stun from Kainu means that now You Already Lose has to use Flip to defend his goal. Vaughn going to be claimed by the water, and Snake going to show up right in time to get the core, sink it in the bottom side of the net before You Already Lose can mount a defense.
Yeah, the surf is up, and Demon's Raw are really riding this wave here. 2-1 in the set so far. Bells, though, looking to change that, trying to force it through, unable to get it so far. Vaughn kit dumping right onto Snake, who was looking for a sneaky little barrier take, unfortunately not able to get it. Now Vaughn and Bells in this corner, trying to push it through on the back of the airship, unable to get anything so far. You Already Lose with no energy, able to stop Snake's flip, but not stop the barrier from going down. The cannon comes out, not too much effect. Vaughn looking a little low, almost shot dead in the streets. Has to walk around this giant mine and just look for any opportunity to get it to Bells, who is tearing it up right now in between Kainu and Snake, but unfortunately Sad Boys is just not able to get any sort of offense going, as Snake is able to weave in there on the back of a slice and dice, get it through You Already Lose, and Vaughn taking the first set.
Yeah, good positioning from Kainu, right? The reason that even happened in the first place, Vaughn, You Already Lose, scared to clear into the flip that Kainu has, and as a result, it's actually going to be Snake rewarded with a perfect form here in draft number 1. Things might blow open here for the Sad Boys. Wind Drive going to Gumi, infamously strong awakening here on the Atlas. Bells only able to match with a Catalyst, which, while useful, is just not the same power. You Already Lose here, basically picking up the scraps of draft with a Spark of Power just to compete in the Spark elections here with Kainu, but overall, again, a killer draft for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, absolutely. Catalyst on Bells is going to be nice for energy. Aerials is obviously pretty nice for Vaughn. A little bit of extra projectile range, I think, pretty interestingly enough, could be relevant with the 1-2 punch if he's using Barrage to try and put on damage, able to just shoot it through. Like right there, that was really nice. I don't know if it would have gone through without the aerials, but the aerials definitely helped to force it in that situation. Still, though, like you said, everything pales in comparison to Zentaro Perfect Form and, to a lesser extent, Twin Drive Atlas. Those two picks for Demon's Raw are just going to be so powerful and could just win them the game single-handedly. Sad Boys, once again, feels like last game, has an uphill battle. They have a mountain to climb if they want to win this game, bring it to a game 3. But they've definitely done it before. If there's a team that can do something like that, it is Sad Boys. But, again, just because they can doesn't mean it's going to be easy, doesn't mean that they have it in the bag. It is still a hard-fought battle that they have to engage in to get through here.
Yeah, and that hard-fought battle is going to involve taking the barriers. Bells able to get the first one, but Kainu now making it a power play in favor of the Demon's Raw. Button going to be pressed, buys a little bit of time. Bells not using this flip to buy more time. Feels like that they could defend it on their own, and that call out is correct. Vaughn back on the pitch here. Going to lose our goalie barrier, but now with possession of the core, potentially. Flip comes out from Bells, comes out from Bells, intercepted before then by Kainu. Oh, and a bit of a scary angle for the Sad Boys. Gets saved though. They're able to pick up, come back, and an excellent shot from Bells sends it right through Gumi's defenses. That looks scary, but the Sad Boys are here on top.
Yeah, some wonderful saves coming out from Sad Boys, getting it to Bells, who has a great flip, able to sneak it right past the Gumi Expanse. And that's, again, I was talking, this is not going to be an easy game if Sad Boys wants to win it. But that's kind of Sad Boys play that I would be expecting to see if they're looking to win it. That's kind of thing that they have to pull off to get through here. Now Vaughn looking low, getting flipped for damage, something I haven't seen in a very long time. But Demon's Raw is hungry. They are bloodthirsty, looking to get any KOs they can. And they have been proving very valuable. It's still looking difficult for Sad Boys, and I'm going to keep saying it, and it's going to keep being true, because the damage is coming out in full force. They have to find some way to hold on and get the offense that they need. They aren't going to have a whole lot of opportunities here.
Yeah, Vaughn's been out of this point for literally half of it. Been unable to play. That being said, you already lose in Bells using that extra opportunity and autonomy to actually take the goalie barriers themselves. Overtime hits, the cannon's out here. Oni's blade comes through. Crazy bounce off the water, of all things, I think gets it clear for Demon's Raw. Now flip comes through from Kainoob. Instantly passed back. The 1-2 punch makes his core speed so deadly, and Gumi uses the flip, but a bit too patient. Bells realizes what's going on, clicks that barrier beam, sends the core in. Sad Boys are now up 2-0.
Yep, secures it there with the barrier beam right on top of the flip. Like you said, we might not be seeing a whole ton of damage value come out from the 1-2 punch picks on Vaughn and You Already Lose, but the core speed is absolutely invaluable. Definitely going to be a lot of opportunities they can make, especially with the Asher sitting up so far forward. They can get it to Bells and get an offense off of that without having to coordinate a 2v1 or 2v2. They can just force it through, and then Bells can do some devious Asher things and get it done.
Yeah, good call out here by Kainoob, though. Immediately means that it's going to be a dangerous situation here for the side of Sad Boys. Bells needs to receive this core, but he might not get the opportunity. The Oni's blade is here. Oh my god! Sad Boys, what was that defense? Vaughn and You Already Lose, absolutely masterclass here of defense now. Gonna find themselves in a power play as we enter overtime, but Vaughn is back. He's hungry, and he is looking to score after a defense like that. You do not lose these points, and now they find themselves here in the power play. Kainoob almost snipes it away, 1v3. Can he do it? No! The button now is pressed. Bells has the opportunity to end it here. Not able to do it though. The flip comes out from Gumi, sends it through. Gonna be intercepted before it enters the goal though by You Already Lose. But now 2v2 situation here in the defense. They've done it once. They could do it again here. As Bells doesn't get the strike ward that he wants. A Giga Blast comes through. Gonna be reacted to though by Gumi here. As the overtime 1-2 core speed is a little too much to handle for anyone. Clear comes through from You Already Lose. Snake is there and sinks it in, and despite probably one of the craziest defenses I have ever seen, Snake gets another chance and he sinks it in.
Yeah, what a tough point to lose for Sad Boys. Incredible defense after incredible defense, but just not able to seal it out. Demon's Raw able to sneak it in, get it there, but they're looking to change the tides right here, getting the barrier early, forcing it in. Great strike from Bells, barrier beam to confirm it. Just dropped everything he had onto Gumi, forced it, and that's what you want to see after a point like that.
Yeah, honestly,
you sit
that
back,
was just a 12-second
Sorry.
continuation to the last point. What were you going to say?
Yeah. You get in there, you sit back and you say, we played great that point. We didn't win it, and that's okay. We're going to charge back in there and blow them up in like 12 seconds. Like you said.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. We're going to turn to draft 2 right now. Look at this. Stacks on Vaughn. Fight or flight on Kainoob. The midfielders electing to just go right into that mobility here. And the only other mobility I see here in this draft is that Super Surge. Critical pickup here for Snake. Got the perfect form. Got the Super Surge. 1-2 punch not on the table, but should he find that heavy impacts, I think he might have a game-destroying build. So that'll be something to look out for here. Now, though, it's going to be Demon's Raw finding themselves on the offense, looking to get to that point in the first place. Back pass from Kainoob. Good barrage prevents Snake from doing anything with it. Now we're chasing the core around 1v1. Snake versus You Already Lose. Snake comes out on top. Vaughn able to get there in time. Pass comes through to Kainu, but Vaughn there on the defense is ready. Core speed comes through, almost found by Demon's Rob, and an excellently timed strike's gonna find it. Snake though has the flip, has the resources, has the super surge. No counterplay to it. They're gonna sink in point number 1 of the set.
Yeah, just sealing the deal right then and there. Great play from Sad Boys. I think this is some of the best play I've seen from Sad Boys in a very long time, which is not to say that they haven't been playing well, but just we are seeing some of the peak Omega Strikers from 2 peak teams, and they are fighting back and forth brilliantly. It's just really nice to see. We're seeing such great defenses, you know, such great offense from both teams. It's super exciting. A ton of things going down on the field right now. Snake, I believe, doing the Hyper Blink tech on Zen. Barrier down for Sad Boys. Flip burned. Snake going for it all, but not able to get it right there. And Sad Boys are on the breakaway.
Yeah, just good defense here from the Sad Boys. Unstoppable wall, again meeting another unstoppable wall. This drum and bass comes through. Vaughn looking hungry here, but he's not going to find the opportunity. Snake, again, that super search dash looking so scary. But right now, it's going to be Bells with Flip in overtime. Almost finds the pixel perfect shot, but just barely eludes him. Vaughn, 1-2 punch dribbling, looking scary, has the core speed to do something explosive here. Giga Blast comes out, but going to be defended by Gumi. Flip still available to him. Vaughn, though, dribbling the core upfield, making things claustrophobic from Gumi, trying to burn this Flip, but Gumi holds fast, and Snare Drums gets the core cleared, but Snake now with the Yoni's drum, not able to get it through. Vaughn pass up to Bells. Strike shot's going to be there to meet it, though, and now we got to see the point end soon. The speed from Kainu isn't able to snipe it away. Vaughn here, again with the corner offense. Fit finally comes through from Gumi, comes through from Bells as well. We're now in an energy-less point here. Super Surge comes through, dash comes through from Snake. You Already Lose, just trying to buy a little bit of extra space. Good strike timing, keeps the point alive. Vaughn going to be sniped away by the Sentry drone. Oni's blade not able to catch the core, but it might not be needed. Yes, it is. There is a whole triangle right here in Demon's Raw with one side less is going to hold again on the defense. They're going to hold. They're going to take the goalie barrier. Vaughn's on a breakaway here with a barrage. Kainu has Flip, but will it be enough? Bells now, barrier beam comes through, going to be easily cleared away by Gumi. The primary is there, this water is coming out. Vaughn trying to give Bells one clean opportunity, one clean shot is all he's going to need to end the point. Overtime now here in full effect, the core speed is good, the button's been pressed, Demon's Raw looking to end it here, and it's going to go through. Snake sends it forward, Kainu credited with the goal. Again, a masterclass defense from Sad Boys doesn't convert into another point.
Yeah, just we're seeing again and again Sad Boys with these wonderful defenses, but Gumi here on the barrier is just completely impenetrable. Here, Flip coming out, Bells looking to get something, but Gumi not even burning Flip, able to hold on. This is looking really tough for Sad Boys. You know, third set, winner of it goes one set away from winning. A great KO onto Vaughn. I just, again and again, things are looking so difficult for Sad Boys, and yet they're still holding on the defense.
Yeah. Flip carried, though, comes out for Snake. You Already Lose, going to be sent into his own net soon enough. Does he choose? Yeah, there he goes. Should he choose not to walk forward? Giga Blast comes through from Vaughn. Not much he could do. The overwhelming pressure from Demon's Raw is coming on display, and maybe here in set 4 we finally see the first fruitions of the true unstoppable force of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and here is that heavy impact that you were talking about earlier. Vaughn's gonna have to deny that if he doesn't want to deal with the, you know, God Zentaro build, which has been doing such a great job. He will be doing that, but first pick Kainu, Stagger Swagger, not letting Vaughn get that at all. Not letting anyone have it. That's more speed for Kainu, which is going to be very nice. Snake picking up BD, also pretty nice. More size, gonna be bigger ults. And that's actually a double-sized Centauro, which I think is pretty substantial. Not something that you see very often, but as a big boy, and that boy's going to be having a lot of big abilities to be throwing out. It's just, like Gumi picked up Missile Prop as well. It's another draft that looks really Demons favored here.
Yeah, agreed. That being said, it's going to be Sad Boys with the man advantage here. 7 seconds on the clock, going to be dribbled up field. All 3 members of Sad Boys here looking to score the goal. Bell's going to find himself staggered. Flip comes through just to keep himself alive. No value found, unfortunately, here. Strike shot, trying to keep the core up. Bell is unfortunately going to be sent off the map. A snipe from You Already Lose almost ends the point preemptively. But a lucky bounce for Demons Raw allows them to keep the pressure going. 2 members of Sad Boys down. Bells is up, but it's not going to be in time to save the goalie barrier. Gumi has to use the flip here. The pass splitter comes out, doesn't get the catch that he wants. And now, again, Sad Boys find themselves in a power play, but they've been here before. They might just do it again. Again, they do. The unstoppable force of Demons Raw find themselves stopped for a little bit here. The button's going to be pressed. Vaughn trying to get the core into the hands of Bells, but Kainu on interception duty before anything comes of it. Snake, Oni's blade doesn't catch the core in the place that he wants. Strike shot gonna whiff a little bit, and whoa, a good pass splitter again, almost ends it there. But it is going to continue. Again, Demons Raw find themselves here on the offense. It's gonna be scary. Again, Vaughn and You Already Lose are going to be forced to make another miracle play. Bells with a core, gonna be stopped immediately by the Atlas expansion here. Kainu with a flip, should it be needed. Goes right through Bells here. The Oni blades come through the flip, not out in time to catch, but it's still not the end of Demons Raw offense. Good flip reaction from You Already Lose, but Snake reads the strike timing, parries the core flip yet again, sent it into the net. And Demons Raw seem to be closing in on Sad Boys here. It seems like they finally got their number.
Yeah, really. We're just looking at so much value coming out from Snake with this double size. His whole strike covered most of the angles that Caleb could hit it at, and it didn't even matter that he had the flip because it was just all shut down by Snake. Here, though, barrier down once again. Sad Boys just, like you said, it looks like Demons has their number. They're struggling to make anything happen right now. Looking to get it through this Atlas, looking to get it through this now in the midfield. It's so difficult. It feels like every time Bells gets the ball, finally, it's just shut down by an Atlas ability. And that's really tough for Sad Boys, as Snake able to catch the ball right there and hit it up to the top empty space where Sad Boys is unfortunately not defending. And that's going to be taking us to match series point.
Yeah, series point, fighting for a podium finish. Both of these teams do not want to go home without a medal here. Bells making sure that things do not end right here or right now. Has the flip, needs to make a hero play, but it's just one creation after another. Snake able to respond, gets the goalie barrier. This may be curtains here for the Sad Boys. Vaughn might be KO'd, stays alive miraculously, but the play is not through yet. Kainu lightly taps it in, doesn't even need the flip, doesn't need any of the damage, just sends it right in, and Demons Raw takes Sad Boys out. 3rd place guaranteed for Demons Raw, and moving on to the losers finals.
Yeah, Demons Raw taking it over Sad Boys there in a wonderful showing from them. Again, this game, a little bit more of a Demons Raw experience, kind of getting most redirects on the team, just kind of controlling the midfield, but Gumi still he felt completely indomitable in the box. Like, you just could not get through that guy. And that's going to be it for Sad Boys taking 4th place. Demons Raw now moving on for their rematch against Dragon Slayers 2 in the losers finals. Winner of that gets to go to Grand to face Showtime. The champions, the Kings, been sitting on their throne for a little bit now and might continue depending on how things go in losers finals. I think that's going to be it from us. Breakbat, anything left?
Absolutely not. We're down to our final 3 teams, and we've got nothing but S-tier Omega Strikers to close out the night. But if you want to see that, you'll have to stay tuned. We'll be getting started soon enough. But for now, it's going to be me and Yoshi heading out. You all have a wonderful evening, Strikers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Sheb. We're here in the top 3 in losers finals. It's a bit of a rematch. Dragon Slayers 2 face off against the demons they vanquished in the upper bracket, but now it's for real. This will determine their final placements here. What do you think, Mystic?
I mean, this tournament, S-tier tournament, amazing prize pool, and I love the mix-up. I wouldn't even call it a mix-up. I just love that we have new contenders in here showing what they got. Someone unseen to, I can't say unseen to Nassel, because these players on Dragon Slayers 2 have individually played on Nassel teams before. Luke, my old teammate on Winterfall, Twisty subbing in quite a few times for, and I believe undefeated in Nassel each time they have subbed in. And Striker Kai, I believe, is newer. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not 100% positive there. But regardless, these are people who have been seen in the solo queue mines time and time again, have been seen in some of the lower divisions, and now all of a sudden are giving top tier teams a run for their money. Yeah. And Demons Raw, say what you were going to say first.
My bad. And a little bit of that does have to do with some kind of disrespect, right? Especially when we saw with the Bozo Bunch, their best of 1 against Dragon Slayers 2, and the first game, Demons Raw versus Dragon Slayers 2. I don't think these tier 1 teams are giving this team enough respect.
Yeah, completely. And to be in fighting for top 3 already, or I should say already top 3, fighting for number 2 or potentially number 1 is an amazing achievement. And their run isn't over yet. We have a long series ahead of us. Starting off on Clarion Core, taking a look at the map or the characters that are picked today. We have Rune on Kainoob again, played it last series as well, showing off a little bit of Obscura magic here, Maelstrom time. And no ban on the Kai, Striker Kai able to take his character that he wanted. We instead see the Octavia banned away, and then Dragon Slayers taking the X away. Although Snake has been going phenomenally well on the Zentaro throughout the day. I'm actually surprised that the X was targeted. I don't think that would have done too much in this particular situation. More than you can't really target one of the goalies because you're on blue side. So unfortunately, unless you want to opt into playing Asher, denying the Mako or the Atlas is really rough. So instead, they went for a brawler ban. And yeah, that leads us into this first game. Barriers down on both sides, and Core is already going fast in overtime. We have strength on nearly every single character, Spark of Strength, paired with the Siege Machine, which gives additional power to all those creations, some extra duration, and some distance on the projectiles, which the 2 characters that took them absolutely love them here. Between the Atlas and the Rune, I love taking this thing all the time on Rune. And we'll see if the lack of Spark on Kainoob makes a difference. You end up in these situations, Saya, where you end up taking or not taking the Spark, get first in draft, and then it feels bad because you have to deny the Spark from the person behind you.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case in Twisty on this Kazan that we don't see too much on this patch, but Twisty's gotten it done in the previous series against Demons Raw as well. So we'll have to have faith in that pick for now, as Striker Kai, the titular character, continuing to run along the sides. The Rune Pillars, though, doing so much work on this particular variant, forcing out a very difficult strike from Luke. Manages to save the day for now, but you know Snake is lurking the pillar, making it nearly impossible. The strike timing, but the pillar to cover from Kainoob. The shadow swap, and a 1-0 lead early for Demons Raw.
Is starting off strong, going a little bit back and forth there, and then eventually getting to the overtime. One of the benefits of Siege Machine Rune is because Rune has a base 110 power. One of the highest powers for a non-brawler character. Oh, great Bandage there coming out, getting into that little bit of a Maelstrom Poison Puddle, forcing Striker Kai to retreat, and Twisty looking low as well. But let's see if they can get some KOs out with this composition. It's not really, oh my goodness, as I say that, Snake, hearing my call, gets the KO. Gumi looking like they're trying to save the enemy team with that with that Atlas ultimate, but gets the walks up. I like this aggressive play. Snake has to retreat. I like the rotation from Gumi, causing the Core to just stay on the enemy side and give them plenty of time to keep their offense up. Oh, surprised that did not kill. Interesting interaction there between the Pillar and the Zentaro ultimate, the Oni's Blade. But it looks like it is Demons Raw favored in terms of the stagger and how the point's going. But right now, Dragon Slayers are the one with the barrier left, and they're defending it pretty well.
Yeah, it really comes down to Twisty on these scoring attempts. Striker Kai being targeted down. not quite surviving again and again in this point, but Twisty continuing to manage to interrupt Demon's Raw on these offensive tries. Luke with the ensnared drums is successful in nullifying the pillar for now, but still Twisty in a bit of a dangerous spot. The Kazan could be targeted down as well, but so far Demon's Raw's focus is squarely on the Kai.
Yep, completely agree here. And a great Oni's Blade, but unable to get the barrier. Almost gets the KO on Striker Kai. Striker Kai might be facing his 3rd KO of this round. With how things are going, this map variant of Clarion Core at least promotes quite some high amount of damage and KOs just through how we strike the core through the side areas there. But like I said before, Luke is doing a great job holding it down. Dragon Slayers aren't in that much pressure. Oh my goodness, the strike shot from Mako downtown. That might not be able to be done next patch, according to Aesop, with the scaling structure. I guess he doesn't have any scaling yet. But regardless, what a snipe, getting the point and making things 1-to-1 here as we go into point number 3 for what was looking like a Demon's advantage, at least map variant in that moment.
Yeah, but it's looking like a big Demon's advantage here as both barriers are taking a ton of damage onto Striker Kai, but Snake also soon to follow, perhaps, if Twisty can get the confirm, but just enough healing coming out from Gumi on the Atlas, and now Twisty's the one who's also in a lot of trouble, doesn't want to get this flip wasted. Striker Kai on Death's Door, and the Dragon Slayers manage to keep the core away from their net for now, but they're not even getting close to a hint of a barrier on the other side. Gumi sitting pretty, taking a break as it's all kind of in the midfield. So many pillars, Snake, so many opportunities. The flip comes out, this time double banish, but the ensnared drums from Luke manages to nullify it all. Dragon Slayers don't find a barrier just yet though. The shot goes barely wide, and Demon's Raw hold on.
Holding on indeed. This time we have Luke with an open barrier for once, so now he has to hold on while it is Gumi who is holding with one barrier left. Oh, a great Oni's Blade isn't able to get it, but once again, Striker Kai looking awfully low, has been spending most of this game so far, the last few points, just in this state where they have to constantly move back and get an orb and retreat, and they aren't being an active participant in the point, kind of trying to go for that secondary, isn't able to catch the core in time because of the overtime speed with everyone sending it at such a faster speed due to the Spark of Strength. But regardless, Ainub has been all over the place. You can see the EXP here. Banish comes through, almost gets the Striker Kai there. He's going to look for an anomaly placement, and he's just walking down, patrolling this midfield line on Rune, which is something that Rune absolutely loves there with the extended reach through his primary anomaly. And we can see the rebounds he's catching, putting Snake in a position where he can go for an attempt on net. Isn't able to catch it with that energy burst. And again, abilities coming through. It is, oh my goodness. The demon bounce off the bottom barrier. I mean, the whatever sideline over there, sending it right back. Luke caught off guard. Just a little bit of hit stun mentally. Could not react to that. Would not expect your teammate to send it right back at you. I'm sure nothing over there was intentional, but that gives Demons an advantage in this first set.
Yeah, it's a big advantage, but Twisty turning it around immediately. The Kazan, if you slip up once, you get punished by the hook. The strike, the Twisty double barrier here. Demon's Raw return the favor for one on the other end, but that's a lot of meter being built up for the members of Dragon Slayers too. A flip here could put the goal in, even up the set, and kind of erase the memories of the previous point as Luke manages to defend against the banished pillar. Snake, though, backed up by that Siege Machine pillar, tries to play the corner. So far, still well defended by Dragon Slayers 2, though.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. I feel like every one of these points ends up with someone's teams or some... Oh my goodness, Snake with a KO. And again, I'm not sure what Gumi is ulting here these last few times. Every time Snake has gotten a KO, the ult comes down. No one is near getting KO'd. I'm sure Kainu would absolutely love some healing right now as the anomaly comes through. Banish comes through. A phenomenal Banish. Getting both people in the net. Luke having that reduced CC time because of the goal net. Barely manages to save it. Oh my goodness, goes around the world. Twisty manages to get the shot perfectly off the top bunker. And the angle goes through between Gumi and Kainu, tied for first set, 2-2.
Wonderfully played by all three members of Dragon Slayers 2. Striker Kai with the strike wars in the goal box. Luke holding on as well, but now we're on their point, and Twisty's got to find another brilliant shot to turn it all around, just like last point. But Striker Kai's taking so much damage. Gumi even joining the party by stepping forwards. But Twisty getting in there. Those strike interactions are the one place where the Rune's going to have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and once again, Striker Kai on Death's Door almost gets sent out from the anomaly. A great banish comes through. Once again, not sure who we're ulting there, Gumi, but either way, Snake with the back pass, trying to get it around, triangle formation from Demon's Raw, but it gets sent off the top barrier. Bouncy House comes through, breaks it. I hate these type of situations when I'm playing on it. You never know where exactly it's going to go. Gloomy has to predict things correctly, get the ball up. The Oni's blade, unfortunately, catching it at an awkward angle, so now won't be there for offense. But oh my goodness, the flip by Snake sends it through with the passive into the top corner, exactly shot back at Luke, who could not catch the core in time.
Yeah, it was a brilliant barrier take by Twisty, but Dragon Slayers 2 just couldn't get the control of the core after that. And heading into this draft, what do you think will Demon's Raw really just take over the game with?
So speed is king here. Taking a look at what Kainu has access to, we're in a situation where the Spark goes to Luke, but at least it's the goalie. I think that one is reasonable. When you're first pick and you don't want to know if you're not positive if you want to deny the Spark or not, typically Spark on the goalie, especially in this exact format where we are without eject button, is a lower priority than one of the forwards getting it. So instead, we opt in for speed. In Rune's case, they tend to like the Kainu's clock, the peak performance, better than the pancakes, because Rune is just one of those characters that stacks up the stacks really slow, similar to how Kazan would or some of these other characters. And instead just likes the immediate value and does not care about the extended 150 stack value of pancakes there. Taking a look at everything else here, nothing really sticks out too much. There was only one Spark there that ended up going over to Luke, but I will say the Catalyst on Snake, we saw how he scored that last point there using the Catalyst, or using the Energy Burst plus the passive. Already is the first one to have Energy Burst there, and these Energy Burst plays from Zentaro are so powerful because of how many mix-ups Zentaro has. So I'm excited to see how Snake is going to utilize the extra energy he has going forward.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage on Twisty, but Striker Kai gets a dunk with the Giga Blast. Kainoob goes down, and the massive Twisty has so many chances on the goal now. Striker Kai looking for the rebound, hits stun on Gumi, and Twisty with the patience waits until the strikes are expended to sink that one in. And if they can create a power play like that out of nothing, Dragon Slayers 2, very, very good conversion, gives me confidence for the future.
Yeah, starting off strong, 1 point lead as we go into the next variation here. Bouncy House is back, a good save from Gumi, sends it back, the Astral Projection able to keep it out as the members are looking low once again. The ultimate comes out, trying to heal Dragon Slayers for the 14th time as Gumi goes through. Oh my god, a great reaction there. KO comes through, guaranteed thanks to the Banish Pillar combo. Even the stagger was there to pretty much guarantee that KO. Now we're in a power play situation here. Snake looking, that was a scary situation there with the top spin coming through. Almost got the KO onto Snake, but got out thanks to the rush. Striker Kai is back though, and now we're in a situation where the barriers have fallen, just one of those map variation things. But Snake is going crazy, Saya, with this passive, and now both nets are open.
Both nets are open, and Luke has a flip, but it's going to be so difficult to react to a lot of these shots around, perhaps. Twisty, big opportunity. 1v1 with Snake, a strike interaction on the top side. Striker Kai trying to press it forward, but it's Kainoob we're talking about here. But Luke manages to thread the needle around the pillar, get it out of danger for now, and Kainoob trying to find the bounce forward, but it goes up to Striker Kai, the barrage forward. And the strike war set up. Twisty trying to get a rebound, but Gumi and Kainoob have enough coverage here. Twisty with the flip available now. Might have to expend it to try and secure the goal at this moment. Has the flip, but the expanse lasts long enough, and now Luke's in trouble. A flip inside. It needs snare drums though, and Luke will get out of there alive. A pass up to Striker Kai. One more chance here as the pillars continue to be such a threat. Strike shot it away. Twisty pressing the point, making sure these strike wars aren't fair as it goes up to the top side once again, but the flip is forced out of Luke. To the other side of the world it goes. A primary from Gumi. Make sure that Twisty can't get the core once again. And as we're bouncing around in the bounce house, Twisty finds a strike war win, catches Kainoob trying to pass, and Dragon Slayers 2-0 up in this set.
Twisty utilizing the extended hit range of the Kazan closed form, or not primary, but the passive strike range there, enhanced by the demolition as well there. Kazan, one of the best users of size. It just feels like it gets out of control when Kazan has one too many size awakenings, and we only have seen one set with one awakening here. Gumi does not get back in time. Barrier falls, although it was a great banish, and the members of Dragon Slayers are low once again. It might not matter with how Dragon Slayers have been playing, and the rush, the secondary forward to catch the core with the crooked leverage. Twisty catches it, baits out the strike shot, and sends it back up top. Gumi unable to be in position there to catch it, and now it is Striker Kai who has first picks over here. Taking a look at the draft side, the thing that sticks out the most here, Perfect Form, Fight or Flight are available in this draft. Some of the highest awakening when we did that pre-show for Nassel on finals day. These were the highest 2 awakenings to be picked, and both of them immediately gone in the first three picks.
Yeah, and I really like how they passed Fight or Flight down to Twisty, because usually you see it as a huge priority on the midfielders, but Twisty is doing it all, and getting that additional mobility after a hook, after losing a strike war, is going to let her recover that so well.
Yeah, and that is... I am looking at the awakenings that Dragon Slayers have. They gotta be feeling great about this. Perfect Form, Fight or Flight, and then on top of that, Luke with the missile prop, which means the strike shot range can lead to those points like he got in set number 1, where you just send out a strike shot and it catches people off guard when they're not paying attention, and then the primary as well will reach pretty much across the map with that, and the damage, do not forget about the damage Mako can do. But if you're Demon's Raw, you're not upset about getting rapid fire on your Atlas or even Manu on the rune. It makes for these KO plays to be way more valuable, and Demon's Raw have already been dishing out quite some damage, and you can see with the Manu, it blocks the side lanes perfectly on a lot of these map variants, such as this one and the side lanes one. But yeah, looking at the draft, I think everyone's pretty happy, but Dragon Slayers definitely came out on top.
And that's a lot of damage on the Twisty, though. It's coordinating a KO. Kainoob solo getting the center orb and getting a lot more power with it now. Gumi and Kainoob pushing forward, a flip away from Luke, though. A creative bounce off the center terrain. Stalls out so much time. And a good clear away, but Snake will win the resulting strike war and make sure Demon's Raw have something to show for that power play. Twisty, though, utilizing the core speed in overtime, but Snake a quick flip in. No time for Luke to even get there, and Demon's Raw take the lead.
And you know what? I'm looking at these awakenings again. Maybe Dragon Slayer did not come out on top. Snake has explosive entrance catalyst, and then Gumi has a siege machine rapid fire. So Demon's Raw have a phenomenal build here. You can see Twisty's already pretty much taken out. These abilities do so much damage. Gumi is trying their best to get the KO. It does not matter. In the meantime, while there's a battle going on the hot side of the map, Snake is just doing it all. 2-0 lead. It's a complete polar opposite of what happened last set.
Yeah, the damage focus is just taking Twisty out of the play. I think that's a good decision from Demon's Raw, not focusing Striker Kai, instead focusing Twisty, especially with the Fight or Flight, right? She is a scoring machine solo, so making sure that win condition is not there at all for the Dragon Slayers 2 is really doing a lot for them, forcing Dragon Slayers 2 on defense permanently.
Yeah, 100%. And taking a look at the damage coming through, once again, it is Striker Kai getting low. The greatest banish comes through. Luke been taken out, but it does not lead to a barrier take. The rush comes through from Snake, unable to get that barrier, but the offense is unrelenting here as Demon's Raw keep going. The middle expanse popped. The side lanes closed up. The barrier falls. Snake trying to get in position. The anomalies coming through. The pass is all over the place. We have 2 flips available on Dragon Slayers, and they're going to have to use it. Snake trying to go for the play there, isn't unable to get it, reacting and chaining all those Intaro abilities. But a great job from Demon Slayers, manages to get them the defense out, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, a good flip out from Striker Kai. Unfortunately, doesn't contact the barrier. Now Gumi is moving up, looking to use the expanse to clog up the mid lane. Double creations here, but Twisty's core speed is too much. Gets past Gumi, who doesn't use the flip now, and a big opportunity for Kainoob, but a great strike shot from Luke to nullify that entirely, prevent the setup, and the snare drum from all the way across the map, the furthest possible snipe there, and now it's a huge chance that Striker Kai can find a pass to Twisty, uninterrupted. Bottom side, the pillar helps out. Another pass to the top side, and the barrage will do it. For Dragon Slayers 2, they make it happen, and what a snipe coming out from Luke.
Luke was on the bottom right corner of the map, I believe, or at least in the middle, on his side of the field when he sent out that ensnaring drum, and it caught Snake, got the KO, but oh my goodness, the abilities come through. The double pillar, the anomaly paired with the siege machine Manu, and then Snake on top of that to make sure the KO on Twisty is immediate within like a second of the round starting. One barrier has already fallen, but one barrier is not enough to get the point here. A great anomaly comes through, unable to catch that bottom barrier. Gumi is taking a offensive position here, walking up, has to step back for a little bit, and as the core finally manages to make its way over onto Demon's Raw side, though, I'm not sure how that managed to get through, but Luke drops the barrier there. Gold gates open, and this could lead to a point leading to the set by Demon's Raw. And was that Twisty slam that sent it in that direction?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a series of unfortunate events. First, a missed strike shot, and then the maddening descent in the wrong place. But they got to shake it off. It is a Demon's Raw set win, though, and it's looking a lot scarier here.
Taking a look, this could be Luke's third spark if Inoob decides to let it through, which honestly I would let it through and take extra special instead there. A perfect pickup. The banishes, when you play for not the KOs on the banishes, but you get the banish in a spot where you're aiming for the goalie to be taken out of the play. You're aiming for the midfield to be taken out of the play. Those few seconds where someone is caught out of position makes the world of a difference. And then on top of that, it still adds that KO pressure through the pillar knockback combo, or just one pillar plus Snake hovering by. So I think a phenomenal pickup there. Snake getting the heavy impact. This is such a strong build on the Zentaro. And taking a look, like Luke has 3 sparks, but honestly, I'm not sure if it matters. I would say Twisty getting another Size Awakening is a really big deal. But let's see, they've been taken out of the play so many times thanks to all the damage that's been coming through Saya. So I'm not sure if this extra size is going to matter or not.
Yeah, it's going to be really dangerous here. No elusives available and comboed off with the help of Gumi there. Jury's still out on whether that KO is going to be worth it, though, because Luke and Striker Kai are holding quite well. Both barriers still standing, and Striker Kai, finally the first barrier going down. The flip, though, nullified. Snake prevented from becoming a second barrier take, and once again, another KO comes true for Demon's Raw, but a great snipe by Luke. Make sure the net's opened up. A flip available now. Luke's going to save this for as long as possible here, and if the Dragon Slayers 2 can survive this onslaught, they do, they're in a really good spot heading into this overtime.
Yeah, now it is Snake who's looking low. The speed is going crazy in overtime. Twisty catching it, sending it off into the top corner. Gumi does not have the speed or the strike shot speed to catch that core moving it that fast. This is one of the things with Clarion Corp. A lot of these points go into overtime, Saya, which means the core is going insanely fast. You have rune pillars, you have everyone with damage coming through. It is so hard to react to some of these plays that you just send it at the right spot at the right time, and it's just going in from the midfield.
Yeah, and we're going to get even more of that here in the bounce house, but Luke unable to release the drum and bass in time. That will be the barriers gone, and Demon's Raw looking for the goal here. The flip available, deflected by Twisty, trying to find the reach here, but taking so much damage. Staggered on death's door. One pillar will do it. Dangerous for Twisty, but it's instead Snake who finds a shot off the bumper where Luke can't reach, and Demon's Raw equalize the set.
Yeah, one of my favorite shots there from Snake, the shallow angle bounce, and because being able to keep the momentum from the shot, the core just goes too fast off the bounce there, and then it's perfectly angled to go into the net. And now it is 1-1 here. Looking for a banish onto Striker Kai, is able to get it, but because of the core's positioning, unable to follow up with the pillars. Otherwise, it would have just breaking the pillar on the spot. But oh my goodness, getting the KO there with the secondary. The knockback from Snake's flip into the secondary from Kainoob. Got the KO. Gumi walking up. I love the positioning on the top side there. Looking for the bounce off the middle. I think Kainoob should have hit that middle to send it at a 90-degree angle there, but it does not matter as Kainoob gets the rebound off the primary from Rune and doing what Rune does best. A lot of times these, I would say the higher level goalies are predicting where the Rune is going to place their pillar. As time has gone on and Rune has been so strong in this last meta or last patch or two, the effectiveness of the Rune pillars has gone down. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, when everything is going crazy, the core is going too fast, you're just able to get these rebounds, and you just forget, you know, it's like man, one of those moments. You just forget that the Rune can catch it, and Kainoob got the goal there. But this point is going the way of Dragon Slayers as both barriers have already dropped.
Oh, a really risky clear from Luke. Almost caught by Snake, forcing out the flips, but Luke's on top here. Another banish comes out. Twisty defuses the pillar and makes sure Striker Kai can live to fight another day. And now Snake, the one in a little bit of trouble. The combo starter not connecting, but the top spin will. And now Twisty, so much presence on the map, so much scoring ability, healing up just in case. And Striker Kai's also got to be careful, but the respawn's being stalled out here. And that's a flip available for Gumi. Doesn't even choose to use it. A great shot by Twisty, and we're headed to a 0.5.
Yeah, I think Gumi expected the core to be going slightly more up and opted in for the Atlas primary instead. Didn't realize, not realizing in the moment that you would have been able to use the energy burst to actually catch it there. This variation is one that Demon's Raw seems to be doing a wonderful time on, with all the damage coming through. That is Twisty being taken off the map. Striker Kai can be followed up next. going in. We have an energy burst available here from Kainoob, trying to get one barrier, but look at the position that Snake has taken up there. Has to be standing in the poison to just be able to catch these rebounds, and unfortunately has to walk back. I don't think that was the most effective play there from Demon's Raw, and allows for Twisty to return, even though they are low, but a great elusive gets out of the banish there, and one barrier falls as Luke is still holding down the drum and bass here. Oh my goodness, the ensnaring drum. Snake comes through with the rush, the Oni's blade, so much damage. Everyone is low. The KOs can come through any moment here. One falls. Twisty might be next. Twisty is next. The Oni's blade catches it. Gumi doing what Gumi does best and pressing buttons, the ones that aren't going to send the core forward. The banish comes through and Luke unable to catch it as Kainoob catches him out of position there for a second.
Brilliant end to the game, except Gumi. Kainoob and Snake, brilliant end to the game there for Demon's Raw, and especially that banish at the end, right? Luke doesn't want to flip, wants to save the flip to keep getting the 1v3 going, but has to gamble the banish timer basically, and came out of it just as the goal went in. Very, very well played, very cleanly played in the end, but Dragon Slayers too, they're winning the upper bracket, no fluke. They kept it competitive all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, they played phenomenally, but I mean, we saw the sets go extremely close each time around. The set that they won, it was a 3-0, taking it over Demon's Raw. We saw them win 2 games against Demon's Raw already, but in this particular game, it just felt like the forward combination of Kainoob and Snake was amazing. There was so much damage coming through. The number, taking a look at 20,000 damage on Rune is an insane stat. If you guys don't play Rune or aren't familiar with him, Rune is amazing at doing efficient damage. Rune doesn't really do extra damage, right? Like his moves aren't AoE besides his ultimate. So a lot of the times he's not doing damage to players at all unless they are banished or unless they're specifically going after them. To do 20,000 damage is a metric ton this game. And then Snake with 54,000. This combination, 11 KOs, more than that, 12 KOs from Demon's Raw on a composition that you would not think to call a damage composition, Saya. What do you think that Dragon Slayers have to do going into game 2 to maybe combat this?
The thing is, I don't know. I think in the past, for Dragon Slayers 2 in their previous games, they benefited a lot from Luke playing a lot of Atlas, especially in this tournament, where the Atlas healing is just enough to keep them alive just long enough to score the goals. But since the Atlas was picked by Demon's Raw here, that was not really an option available to them, and now they're heading on to Inky's Splash Zone, a map where Demon's Raw looks so good on in their previous series. This is a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, and this is, like you just said, it is Demon's Raw's pick as well going into game number 2, and could mean the elimination of Dragon Slayers. A little bit more fast-paced, or I should say quite a bit more fast-paced map, as the barrier can fall extremely easily. You have access to the water cannon. Typically the points on Inky's are over within seconds if anything goes wrong immediately. So taking a look at the draft here, we have our starting awakenings being Rapid Fire and Explosive Entrance. If you're Demon's Raw, okay, so taking a look at Dragon Slayers, they are on blue side. So I agree with what you were saying with Luke being on the Atlas is when they're typically at their strongest. And I think that's what they're going to target. But I'm curious if Demon's Raw is going to ban away the Atlas. No, opting in to take away the Octavia. They're happy to go up against the Kai, which means that Luke will be getting his Atlas. Mako most likely going on the other end, and the forward combination of Kai and Zentaro locked in. And this was something that I was talking about in that first game where the X was banned. I don't think Snake cares at all if X is banned. We've seen how amazing he's been playing on the Zentaro. He's happy to keep playing it. So Asher banned away. I don't think they care at all. I'm just surprised at the bans coming through. I'm not sure if Dragon Slayers expect themselves to be able to pick up the Zentaro that late, or if they're happy playing against it, but I don't think this is the correct play. Either way, they're going to have to lock in. Let's see if the Atlas makes a difference here, Saya.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy because Snake has looked so good today on the Zentaro. The damage output has been quite significant here, and Striker Kai being put on the Estelle of all picks, right? We know Striker Kai as a Kai Octavia player, and with that pool pinch like that to try and get the Atlas on their team and not the other team, this is really, really going to be difficult for Dragon Slayers too.
Yeah, I think Twisty will be comfortable on that Kazan. Luke will be comfortable on the Atlas, but I'm not sure if Striker Kai will have the same level of mastery on Estelle as they do on the Kai or the Octavia, which has been banned away. And we're going to be going into the game looking at the picks here. This is a Zentaro starting with Explosive Entrance. And we saw the damage that came through when you have every single impact ability enhanced by, I believe, 13%. The dash range increased. The dash, meaning the Oni's Blade, the ultimate ability, gets an extended reach as well. The passive on Zentaro gets an extended reach. Snake has been on a hot streak, and I think nothing's going to change this game. And it's going to be up to Dragon Slayers to somehow get through the Snake, either through KOs or to ignore him. But if you ignore Snake, there's a Kai Noob sitting there, and Kai Noob is no slouch in the midfield. So I'm interested to see how this matchup is going to play out, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, a lot of rapid fire here, though. No explosive entrance for Snake, focusing on that rapid fire, I guess. Really wants to prevent the regen, perhaps, of Twisty and Striker Kai. Get those KOs early, or maybe find those flicks as the barriers opened up so early, and that is the defining feature of Inky Splash Zone, the water cannon, the barriers that are so quick to be taken because of how wide they are. And I think that the defense is going to be quite the struggle for Dragon Slayers 2 here. Kai Noob and Snake continuing to find the passing plays and dealing so much chip damage to Twisty. Even that orb pickup is not really doing anything to improve the overall situation here in Snake. We're seeing the plan in action. Luke's health bar is dwindling by the second. The flip comes out and snipes it right past the expanse as it trinks.
And Luke, unable to, I guess, not level 2, doesn't have access to the ultimate, had to retreat a little bit, puts himself in a position where the expanse came through and Snake could just wait it out. Snake, one of the first players to turn level 2 as that barrier fell in point number 1. Barrier falls again immediately, and Snake kind of showing us why that rapid fire pick instead of the explosive entrance is coming through. He's putting on so much pressure onto the back line of Dragon Slayers, but a good strike shot takes it away. As a little bit of oh my goodness, I was going to say a little bit of breathing room for Dragon Slayers, but instead the passing play between Kai Noob and Snake and just finding the angle between the backline, Striker Kai and Luke, unable to react, both of them a strike or two away from having their energy burst, but that meant they couldn't use it in that defensive play there. And now one already popped, Kai Noob still has their own, and it's looking great if you're a Demon's Raw fan right now.
Definitely is. Snake and Kai Noob playing so consistently. Snake, usually the more low-key member of Demon's Raw, right? But incredibly flashy this tournament so far. And that's always a good sign because you know the midfielder's always there to back everything up. A flip available for Kai Noob as well. And the flip used now to accelerate the offense with Snake. Kai Noob at his back constantly. Twisty needs to find an opportunity now, but it's always just interrupted by Kai Noob, who is all over the map. And now an open net once again. Kai Noob just finding the strikes over and over, forcing out cooldowns again and again. A good strike war by Luke to hold on. But again, the resources dwindle, the healing expended, and now Demons Raw are truly in an advantage state. The core accelerated, the Giga Blast for the dribble, a good clear by Luke once again. That's every cooldown down as the Atlas goes in. Twisty looking to win a strike war, but Gumi with the ensnare drums makes sure the barrier still stands, and Kai Noob low, but Twisty can say the same about herself as the barrier take is looking so far away. Gumi holding on.
Holding on long enough, well, actually more than long enough, as it's not even the ensnaring drum, the drum and bass giving the speed boost to Snake, gets the shot. It is overtime. The core is going plenty fast, and these characters are shooting them at an insanely fast speed, even with no additional power. Luke unable to catch it. It looks like the comfort pick of Atlas is not doing anything when you have such a rapid fire barrier takes, the aggression coming through, the passes coming through. And we can see the level of comfortability from a top Nassel team coming through in this particular game here. They are going insane as this first draft comes in, and Zentaro first pick gets a perfect form. This is looking... I mean, Zentaro's having a field day today. I know Snake is smiling as he's going through some of these plays here. The rapid fire, perfect form. Gumi's having a great time in the backline. I'm not even sure if a barrier has fallen in set 1 for on the side of Demon's Raw Saya. Dragon Slayers gotta get the mental reset here and step up, which they have it in them. We've seen them we've seen them do it in Winner's side, and they have to do it again if they want to keep going forward.
Inky Splash Zone is such hostile territory for them, as well as that perfect form on this Zentaro. A great strike by Luke, though. Perpendicular gets it away from the barrage just barely. But Gumi with the strike shot, stepping up, being the offense himself. No eject button in this tournament, but the spirit still lives on here as the strike shot comes in. Twisty, though, trying to find these interactions. Luke trying to find it as well. Snake with the coverage, with the passive strike, and the flip available. This time it's deflected away, and the healing coming through for Striker Kai. A flip away from Striker Kai now, as Snake is the one who is brought low, but they still need to finish off the KO, still need to create a power play, and Gumi's walking all the way forward. Kainoob left to defend, and if one flip comes through here for Gumi, that could be curtains for this point, curtains for this advantage for Dragon Slayers too, but they will manage to find the barrier, have access to the water cannon, maybe finding a passing play here, but Kainoob's keeping possession so well. Twisty to the bottom corner, but it looks so far away, the goal out of reach, and once again Demon's Raw continuing to defend.
Holding it down just fine while Snake was out of there, but we're seeing a little bit of Dragon Slayer's win condition here, being able to pump in the damage this time around, getting their first KO. Striker Kai is fully stacked up as well on set 1, or I should say a 0.1 on Inky's, which is one really impressive feat here. Oh my goodness, the Giga almost getting the KO, but I think the goalie net just saving them barely from the reduced knockback there. As Striker Kai jumps through the Rose Warp, trying to get the KO or trying to get some extra damage, as Twisty goes in, goes for the crooked leverage, unable to catch it. The primary from Atlas getting the rebound there. Twisty just looking for a shot onto the net, isn't able to find it as the drum and bass covers so much of that space. And Snake, a great flip there, catches the primary from Estelle, goes for the shot right at Luke, unable to get in position really. You want Kainoob there or nearby to help you with that rebound, but instead, before the ensnaring drums can land, Twisty getting the shot in overtime, sending it in, and that is their first point of this Inky's game.
Very, very well played, but we're going to need more of that, and Twisty is the one who will be the target immediately without any meter to her name right now. Good strike shot by Luke will get it out of the corner, and Snake trying to confirm the barrier, but Twisty drops back to help defend. Healing coming out as well, but Twisty still very, very low in the energy department, trying to get around Gumi, who predicts the movement. Down to Twisty once more, but Gumi's strikes are so on point right now, emoting as he usually will, and the barrier still standing for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, getting a lot of those clears. Gumi showing his expertise on the net, pretty much predicting exactly where Twisty is going to go with each strike, each positioning or reposition there. The ensnare jumps, gets the barrier saves the barrier. They're very surprising. And just holding on to the energy burst, doesn't really need to use it, doesn't feel pressured at all in this situation here. But the members of Demon's Raw, the forward members, are at least taking some additional damage, more than they were in set 1. And finally we get the barrier to pop as Luke sends it around, trying to get it over to Twisty directly. The topspin comes through. Topspin doesn't get it, but the rebound from Gumi sending it right back over to Twisty gives them enough time and enough power there on the strike to send it right back into Gumi, unable to save it there.
And that's big. A lead on Inky's is something that even in their last series where Dragon Slayers 2 prevailed, Inky's was a map that Demon's Raw basically just swept here, and taking another barrier, getting access to the water cannon once more, a great primary to block off all the flip options from Luke. As Striker Kai brought low, but as long as the core can be kept forward, that's huge for the Dragon Slayers here. But Snake will take the barrier, flip to the other side of the world, and gets right past Gumi, perfectly placed, and they get a crucial set win.
That was a big play from Luke there. If you saw the way Gumi moved, Gumi predicted that Luke would pass it down over to Striker Kai and had already begun moving down, which Luke saw, or at least predicted, and immediately just shot it with the energy burst there. Gumi caught out of position, or I should say Luke checking him on that prediction there, catches him out of position, and then gets the point. 3-0, a complete turnaround from set number 1. Taking a look at the draft here, a few things notable is the speed being picked up by Kainoob on the Among Titans, and on top of that, on the other end, the Atlas, Luke getting that twin drive, which used to be so infamous on Atlas back in the early days of launch. Even now, is still a phenomenal pickup there, having an additional expanse to help protect the barrier here, and having it on such a long cooldown, having the twin drive makes it feel amazing when you can have two for the same offensive play, or just always have one in the back there. And we can see with this extra expanse, Luke is playing a little bit more aggressive as well.
Yeah, that aggression is going to allow for more offense from the Dragon Slayers here. A good strike shot by Luke, a good primary from Luke, and Twisty's gotten a lot more confident with the extra size. The barrier already taken, and now working on perhaps a KO onto Snake. The hitbox is a lot more favorable, and the win box will pull Snake up to the top wall. Now a big power play here. Pass up to Twisty, trying to get the late strike, and will succeed in doing so. Kind of mixes up the timing a little bit there. I expect the strike to be way earlier, and I think Gumi did too.
Yeah, just didn't strike at all. Didn't need to. Waited for Gumi to make the first move there and was able to get it just based on that. Striker Kai is also extremely close to getting their stacks fully stacked up, and that's, oh my goodness, what a reaction there to catch that. And we can finally see the Atlas ultimate coming through to heal up as Striker Kai was brought down to half, brought right back up to full here. Kai Noob trying to do their best, has the energy available, but with the Among Titans, that reduced size means you can kind of get around kind of a little bit more, even though they have some extra speed here, as Gumi trying to just send it around the players of Dragon Slayers. And we see Twisty is low as well, but the defense is coming through. This is the longest that Dragon Slayer's barrier has stayed up in a point, I feel like.
Yeah, and a good flip out, but Luke is on death's door. That healing is going to have to come through fast for to go and survive, but Snake's offense is a little bit short. Doesn't contact Luke. The regen timer really ticking, and Twisty has plenty of energy to play with as well. Dragon Slayers too, they're playing with such thin margins, but they're surviving thanks to the Atlas.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you were talking about in before the draft, where if Luke got the Atlas, was more comfortable on it, and on top of that, you specifically mentioned the healing that Atlas provided, allowing them to stay alive, and we're seeing that come through as there haven't been really much KOs, but a great, oh my goodness, a great ultimate from Snake keeps the core up top, and then the reposition to send it down to the bottom was able to get it even through the water cannon play.
Yeah, that was such a heads-up play. If that point had gone on any longer, I think Dragon Slayers 2 would have gotten it done there. They would have been able to hold on, keep going for the offense, but now it's not looking favored for them at all. It's such an even game, and Kai Noob and Snake are continuing to push the same side. A KO found, but that's still a barrier take, and Kai Noob has so much speed, has the capability to get around people. Of course, the core can be sent around Kai Noob as well. A good piercing shot from Striker Kai, and now Twisty with a chance to close this one out, but Kai Noob with the speed, forcing it away. The rebound, Twisty looking for the crooked leverage, looking for the strike, but not quite, as Snake comes back, deals so much damage, and now the Kazan has to be careful here, trying to commit to the top side. Striker Kai low as well, but the Atlas healing, saving the day for the moment, and Striker Kai trying to trap the core on the bottom side, but Kai Noob's flip is coming up, has the pass, but interrupted by Striker Kai, who positions to cover the Snake pass, and now Snake and Kai Noob rushing the bottom corner once again, but defended away by Luke once more. Striker Kai in position to Crystal Thorns, barely short, same with the press to point, but Twisty with the maddening descent covers the clear out, and Dragon Slayers 2 take back the lead.
Twisty just holding on in the air as Mary Poppins, just waiting to see where Gumi would have to send the core, and then lands exactly in the spot needed to catch the rebound there. That gives them the lead here, and the lives are staying up. Striker Kai has Fight or Flight and stacks, one of the best builds you could possibly have here on this map, or just as a midfielder in general, has fully stacked up pancakes. That's 21% speed, and then pair that with, oh my goodness, the topspin sends Snake back perfectly to allow him to catch the rebound there and get the strike onto the net, breaking the barrier, but Snake ends up getting taken out here. The ultimate from Atlas comes through to keep the health bar up, as Kai Noob is running back with a blazing pace, with the Among Titans speed, with the aerial speed as well. But the barrier finally falls for Demons Raw. They're down 2-1 in this set. If they lose this, it is 2-1. And we're going for a water cannon play. It's not able to get it, but the Atlas ultimate, or the Atlas primary, catches the rebound here. Striker Kai looking for a piercing shot. Play, oh my goodness, the flip at the back of the net barely catches it. It could be anyone's point here. The flips are coming up for both Striker Kai and Twisty. I'm not sure who is going to get it. Striker Kai is looking to get in position, has to pop the flip early, gets the KO with the other flip. It's coming through. Oh my goodness, the crooked leverage into the shot gets it in. That's a 2-1 lead.
And Twisty has been consistently fantastic all throughout this tournament, and Dragon Slayers 2 holding on by a thread. They have the lead now. They have the chance to advance to a final game in this losers final on Demons Raw's map pick, and the Stagger Swagger is going to be even more valuable for them. So much speed for Striker Kai, and nullifying a lot of the damage is going to be huge.
Yeah, and that is Huss's hat going over more speed again on that Stagger Swagger. Kainub at least getting back to a normal size here as they pick up the big fish, 27.5, pretty much counteracting that among Titans. And one thing I want to note is we have 2 Scythe Awakenings on Twisty, we have the Catalyst on Luke for more energy, and then on top of that, on the other side for Demon's Raw, one of the best pickups on Zentaro, something that is becoming more and more meta, is that extra special, especially when paired with a Dash Awakening, if they can manage to get... I can't even explain the whole thought process. A 9-second point from Snake comes through. Doesn't even use... I'm not even sure if they use the Oni Blade in that sequence. But what I was getting to say is that the extra special on Zentaro allows you to just have another point-and-click dash. Allows you to teleport pretty much. And have that on kickoff every single time. A 40-second cooldown available to you on kickoff is such a powerful thing. And Demon's Raw starting off strong, Saya.
Yeah, we're seeing the effects of that right now, but Twisty continuing to force the core forward with that sheer amount of size, with the Strike War wins, with the press to point getting even longer in range. Striker Kai taking out the squishy Zentaro, and we can't forget that, right? The stagger pool of the Zentaro relatively low, definitely vulnerable here as Twisty tries to play the Strike Wars, but Gumi continuing to defend here, and Sarah Drums now also an option. The drum and bass speeding up Kainub and making sure the power play is nullified. Twisty brought low, but the Atlas healing coming in clutch once again. And now Striker Kai's got to be a little bit careful. Does have the stagger swagger, but needs to be careful not to get bursted down here. Looking for a snipe onto the barrier, but Demon's Raw continue to hold very stably here.
Yeah, Kainub has the energy burst available as well. So does Luke in the back end, seeing who's going to end up having to use it first. Gumi has it on the defensive part too. Snake, oh my goodness, what a shot after the Oni's Blade, rebounding it perfectly from the Atlas primary. As Twisty is looking low, has to stand up. Oh my goodness, a KO onto Striker Kai, which is an absolutely massive KO because all the stacks are gone. That Awakening is going to be completely useless for the next point here. And that might be all that Demon's Raw need to get this to a set 5.
Yeah, and they also keep pace. They're ahead in the energy economy, and with that barrier take, this point is looking over. A good flip out from Luke, but Gumi still has insurance. They still have the water cannon. Kainub just dribbling on the bottom side. A flip from Gumi, deflected by Luke for the moment, and Dragon Slayers 2 stay alive here, but they're so far behind right now. The barrier finally taken. Striker Kainub with the barrage, winning the Strike Wars, and Snake to the top side. A water cannon available though, and a big opportunity if Twisty can get it forward to passing place to the bottom side, looking for the coverage onto the clear, and the Crystal Doors will send it forward, but Gumi has strikes to spare, and once again Demon's Raw holding so well in this set. Kainub rushing forward, the Expanse burned, a dangerous spot for everyone to be in as Snake's almost taken out, but they can't get the KO just yet, and Snake just walks away from all of the pressure. Striker Kai with the flip available though, right to Kainub, and the reactions will be there as Kainub tries to solo this goal here. A snipe available from Gumi as well, but Striker Kai walking forward, looking for the rebound is Twisty, and will follow up to keep Dragon Slayers 2 in this set.
Yeah, and the way Twisty used the crooked leverage there, the Kazan crooked leverage hitbox is lingering if you don't hit something besides the core. And using that to their advantage, if they manage to hit, while standing in 2 people, if they manage to hit either one of the members of Demon's Raw there, they wouldn't have been able to get the core with the crooked leverage, utilizing the hitbox property so well. And we're now back what was looking like a Demon's Raw 3-0 clean sweep, with how quickly they took that first barrier on the 3rd point. Is being brought back by Dragon Slayers. Oh my goodness, almost a KO onto Luke there as they were a little bit close to the edge when they used that Expanse. Rose Warp comes through. Striker Kai back to full stacks as well. The Giga could have gotten the KO there, but a thin margin as Striker Kai dodges. Snake is looking a little bit low, has to pop the Oni's Blade, has a little bit of healing through it as well, using the elusive factor as well as possible here as Striker Kai dodging the barrage pellets as much as possible, gets taken out of the play for a few seconds, but right back in as they use... That was a surprising energy burst there, I will say. But things looking relatively neutral. Oh, as Snake catches the core, unable to finish it through. Oh my goodness, what a play by Twisty, Saya.
Yeah, Twisty gets the pull back, gets the extra hits, and finds the barrier here. Such an important spot, but same for Snake. A good primary help by Striker Kai to reinforce the defense, and the barrier still stands for Dragon Slayers 2. Kainub looking for a barrage up, but another perpendicular clear by Luke gets it into safe territory. Snake, though, finds the snipe, finds the passive strike, a flip available, but deflected by Twisty. And now, as long as Dragon Slayers 2 can hold on, a good strike by Striker Kai at the last possible moment. The primary from Snake doesn't connect either, but Gumi has flipped. They still have one more thing to look out for here. The strike shot up. Kainoob in position, but Twisty will send it forward. Still a dangerous spot as Snake is looking for the passive strike. So much damage onto both Striker Kai and Snake as the top side is pressured by the barrage from Kainoob. Demons Raw have the resources they need. The Giga Blast hits Striker Kai into the opposite direction though. Snake not taken out yet, finds the evade despite the combo from Twisty attempted. The clear's coming out from Dragon Slayers 2. Hold on for now, the water cannon's gonna come up soon, but Gumi still has that flip.
Oh my goodness, I think Striker Kai was spending a little bit too much time waiting for this this water cannon to come up. The KO finally comes out onto Snake here. 3-man or 3-2 advantage here. Power play coming through, trying to catch it, but I think Twisty moves up a little bit too much. They should have gotten the bottom angle there to catch the rebound. We still have a second before Snake comes up. Snake finally up here. Twisty 1 hit away from getting the energy burst. This could be all they need to score the point. Use the crooked leverage, goes for the flip, tries to send it right through all 3 members, almost gets it too, as Gumi on the final line there is holding down long enough. And we have the energy economy just towards Kainoob at this point, the only one close enough to have the flip available here. The healing comes out as Twisty is trying. Oh my goodness, the dash is to the Atlas Primary, gets the KO, and we are in for another power play as the forwards walk up in unison here, and the Rose Warp catches it, tying things up 2-2, 1 point away from taking game 2 over Demons Raw. Remember, we're on loser's side. The winner of this BO3 moves on while the loser is out forever.
Yeah, but it's not over yet. Demons Raw still 1 goal away from continuing this game, from continuing their chances to win the series in this game. Twisty taking so much damage but manages to get the orb, demanding descent perfectly placed. And Striker Kai as well pushing forward with Luke, but that's a lot of resources burned from Luke, who's working on a flip. Same with Striker Kai. They're putting a decent chunk of damage in as Twisty is incredibly low. Even more so, good evade away from the Oni's blade to not take too much damage, but still in a lot of trouble here is the Kazan. Manages to find the orb though, but could be the target still.
Yeah, and everything's getting heated. The energy economy on the side of Demons Raw as the passive comes through, the dash comes through, gets the flip, another flip comes through as well, but the rejection, oh my goodness, what 4 flips used or 3 flips used in a matter of seconds. The rejection flip as Luke gets denied by the barrage, cannot strike it up as there's a Snake waiting there, and now we're going to set 5.
And with Kainoob MVP, this is a really scary spot to be in. Even more speed, a possibility here, and I don't think Dragon Slayers 2 are scaling much further.
Yeah, Kainoob could get the peak performance there, and they're going to have so much speed here. Taking a look, Primetime gets picked up by the Estelle, denied away from the Mako as well. But there's really not too much. 1-2 punch is going to go over to the Kazan. Snake doesn't really get anything. Honestly, take the Deadeye, man. But Manyu on the last pick, if you're Luke, you're happy with that. Twin Drive Manyu cannot be complaining, has the rapid fire as well, and it means the ultimate will heal a little bit faster, I believe, and will have a larger radius as well.
I kind of lied there. I said they're not scaling further. Striker Kai, rapid fire Primetime now. Going to be building up those stacks more efficiently as well. And Twisty with the 1-2 punch has the possibility for some crazy Kazan core speed on those hook strikes. So I think Dragon Slayers 2, not too sad about that, but the main problem is that Demons Raw are going to make it so that Twisty cannot play the game.
Yeah, starting off with a KO. Twisty gets one immediately here. And now that's a top spin paired with that 1-2 punch there. Remember, Kazan can proc it on one ability alone. So if you do not elusive it, you will be gone. And oh my goodness, Kainoob returning the favor. The barrage into the angled Giga Blast sends Twisty off the map as Snake returns here and reversed the power play onto Demon's Raw side. The barrier is still holding up just fine as Luke uses the flip and stalls long enough for Twisty to come back. And this means that Striker Kai still just happy, doing what they're doing best, is halfway to getting their stacks fully up. And that's, like you said, the rapid fire Primetime is helping quite a bit in that objective here, and things are looking pretty good as Luke is I feel like Luke is doing a great job at denying these barrage barrier takes. And oh my goodness, around the world it goes. Snake trying to return the favor. That's a twin drive coming through. A KO might follow as well as Snake gets taken off the map. Power plays left and right, they're being returned back and forth for each team. Twisty goes for the shot. Striker Kai unable to get the pass, but Kainoob doing what they do best and holding it down until Snake comes back. And this is going into overtime as the core is going so fast at this point. We don't know how it's going to be when it comes to defending, but it finally manages to get through thanks to Kainoob's barrage. Snake sends the shot in, unable to get it. The cannon comes through. Is it enough? It isn't. And now Twisty is just being returned back to the back to Gumi. The ensnaring drums doing so much damage here. and I'm not sure who is going to get this point, Saya.
Oh, but that's a good res onto Twisty, who survives. Luke digs the core out of the back of the net, and a flip available, wasted by Snake. That's a huge opportunity for Dragon Slayers too, if Luke can make use of this one. Still has a flip available, dangerous for Striker Kai, but a perfect clear down to avoid the rapid Kai Noob from catching the core, and now the water cannon is just about ready to come up, but the power play continues for Demons Raw. Snake to the bottom corner, flipped away now, and the water cannon transports it to the other side of the map. A good primary by Striker Kai, but Snake finds the Onis, not the Onis blade, the slice and dice, and Demons Raw get out of the point, finding the goal.
That was a crazy point. I think there was like at least 4 KOs on that point alone. And then finally getting the KO on the back of the net as Snake secures the point here. And then now we're going into point number 2. Luke uses one of the expanses here, has access to another one, unable to use it in time. A Striker Kai trying to get the... Oh my goodness. Kai Noob is just going crazy. They're following that Giga up and just in the face of both Striker Kai and Luke, striking back and forth, catching the rebounds perfectly as Snake catches the core, sends it back with the energy burst there. Kai Noob taking the offensive position here as Snake is playing a little bit more of the midfield role, trying to keep Twisty out. Kai Noob has all the speed in the world, but a good shot from Striker Kai sends it down. The flip is able to get the barrier here, and the cannon comes through. Are they able to get into the water cannon? Can Twisty catch it? No, Twisty is low, unable to catch it. Gets taken down in terms of staggered to nothing. Has to play in the middle of the map so they don't get taken out, and it's a little bit of a power play. Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be like a double kill from Twisty. Saya, this is going crazy.
Yeah, that could have been huge, but Twisty gets sent in the other direction. Snake doesn't predict it, doesn't get the KO confirmed, and the revive comes in just in time. Big opportunity for the Dragon Slayers. Once again, a flip available for Kai Noob does make it difficult though, but Snake gets taken out now. Kai Noob with the flip, trying to find a Giga Blast into flip, but no, not quite this time as Twisty interrupts, and Twisty has to be the hero here, but it's so difficult to find the core forward when Kai Noob has the rebound off the water cannon, has the barrage, forces out the flip from Luke, and all the resources disappearing for Dragon Slayers too, as they need to find this goal to prevent going down 0-2 in the final set on their tournament lives right now, as the water cannon's about to come right back up, but Kai Noob with the Giga Blast will seal the point away, 1 goal away from advancing to Grands.
I mean, Dragon Slayers are playing amazing, but Demons Raw are going insane. The amount of plays that are coming through, the individual plays from Kai Noob, just getting these barriers, getting these KOs, the Giga Blast, getting the redirects, has been insane. I feel like Kai Noob has taken a bit of a step forward in this match. The strike gets it through Luke. The 1v2 play between the goalie and the midfield. Kai Noob just manages to get it all in that situation, but the return from Striker Kai gets the barrier open. The Demons Raw, or I should say Dragon Slayers, haven't gotten anything this set yet. If they want to start, they got to start now. Tries to go for the strike in, but Gumi uses the flip. Ensnaring jumps, falls, won't have access to that. Twisty looking low. Barrage comes through. Luke does not have access to the ultimate yet, but the biggest expanse comes online, and that is it. It goes away too fast, and they keep it in the corner, kind of striking it through the Oni's blade, knowing his partner Snake will hold it down so well. And that's all it is. I feel like game 1, Saya, was Snake going insane, and this time it's Kai Noob following through. Demons Raw will be moving forward onto losers finals. Into grand finals, losers side, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, and what an incredible run by Dragon Slayers too, right? They only lost to Demons Raw and Showtime in this tournament, the 2 teams sitting in the grand finals, the 10th seed coming into this one, ending up with a podium finish. What an incredible performance over multiple Nassau teams. And also beat Dragon Slayers 2 beat Demons in winners as well. You can't forget that. That wins forever in the records. Just very well played.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal gameplay and definitely a fun Inkies match to watch and just experience here as everyone on each side went, oh my goodness, I'm taking a look at the damage stat from Snake. 66,000 damage. The redirects were so high for an Inkies game. These are numbers that you don't typically see. You can see how much impact the midfielders had when it comes to saving the core on a map like this. A lot of the time you have to do this double midfield or double goalie defensive position here. And you can see Striker Kai with 54, Kai Noob with a 51, even Snake with almost 20 saves as well. Everyone is involved with defending the goals here. Demons Raw just held down a little bit more, but I will say Luke did a phenomenal job there on the Atlas. It felt way closer this time around here. The Atlas pick was doing amazing, just a little bit shy of making it to the end. We won't be seeing a game 3 on this series, but instead it'll be Showtime versus Demons Raw in the grand finals.
Is this Nassau all over again? you know, it was a little different this season, but it is reminiscent of what we see always up there. And I feel like this Demons Raw roster has figured something out. I feel like this is different from the Demons we saw in Nassel Season 5 playoffs. We'll have to see, though, if they can get past the Titans that are Showtime, the Nassel champion sitting winner's side, right after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to Sheb, and we're here with Grand Finals Demons Raw versus Showtime. And this is going to be a good one here, Mystic.
Yeah, and we'll, in a second, everyone will see what the draft and the map picks are, but we know a little bit ahead of time the map picks will be Clarion Core for game number 1. Game number 2 will be on Inkies, and then following that up, if it makes it to a game 3, Taiko Temple will be the final map. A little bit of more fun selection of maps being picked up this time around here, as no gates, no Atlab, no Night Market, no Oni Village as well. I don't think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've seen an Oni Village game today, at least on stream. But taking a look at what the draft will be, or talking about this first game at least, Clarion Core is a map that Showtime picks almost every single time they possibly can. It is a map that other teams are completely fine with playing, but they tend to pick the other maps instead. This is a map Showtime has just done phenomenally on. They're so good at utilizing the small corridors, passing it through, being able to get the passing plays done, even on such a tight map, that it is surprising that this is the map they favor. Regardless, this is a map that just one set ago, we saw Demons Raw take the victory over Dragon Slayer, and it looked great. We saw the Kainoob on Rune, Zentaro Snake. It was a masterclass. We're loading into the game now. Let's see what the starting awakenings are going to be here. Siege Machine among Titans. Rune is picked up. Immediately, one of the first things that I saw was like, oh, look at these awakenings. Let's see if Rune gets picked up. Taking a look at the goalies selected, Atlas will be going over to Demon's Raw, as Showtime instead will get Mako paired with Asher, most likely going to Joker. Showtime, surprisingly, the one to ban away the Octavia, something that I wasn't expecting to see at all. And then facing everything else, Snake, for I don't know how many games today, is on Zentaro. And for the Awakening draft, all 6 players of this lobby, oh my goodness, what a double barrier immediately from this game, but all 6 players have taken the Among Titan Saya.
Yeah, and with that extra speed, Jianzu manages to wiggle, catch the core, send it to the top side, and that's the first goal going on over to Showtime. It's been a while since they've last played, but it looks like they're off to a hot start.
Yeah, completely. I mean, Showtime have been sitting for, I think, 2 to 3 hours waiting to play their grand finals game, and if they lose this first set, they're going to have to play another set in terms of the winner side advantage that they have right now. So for Demon's Raw to take this, they need to win 4 4 games potentially, or I should say 4 games to take it all. And Snake coming in, the flip catches, the banish catches, the damage comes through. Xianzu looking low, the Drummond base being held down by Barcode, manages to clear it out as Snake is going in for the damage on top of Barcode. As to elusive, Snake is just sticking to Barcode like glue. Another elusive comes through as Snake tries to find even more damage onto him. There's nothing available here. Let's see if he can deny him off the health bag. Isn't able to. Oh my goodness, that is not the KO that I was expecting. How the heck did that happen? Oh my goodness, that was a pure knockback KO from Joker onto a full stagger Rio or Gumi on the Atlas there. Oh my goodness, the bouncy house comes through. The Asher sends its regards and clears the way for the gold to start. 2-0 lead coming in for Showtime.
That was a comical KO, but I think Showtime will take those. They're already working on the next barrier. Instead of feeling cold, I think they're feeling a little fresh here coming out of that long break, and without the exhaustion that comes with playing a lot of series. Joker trying to back pass on the pillar, unsuccessful as it disappears, but Xianzu and Joker keeping possession going and forcing so many cooldowns out of Demon's Raw, who are forced into their little corner here. So many pillars coming out. Kainoob still defending though, and Demons convert onto a barrier.
Yeah, the power of Demon's Raw, having 2 goalies at their disposal at any time if Kainoob chooses to come back and hold down, but it is not enough as the barrier falls from Joker being on the Asher, having access to so much stuffing power there between the passive, the primary, the everything, the path splitter available to him. And with this advantage, they still have the barrier held up as Barcode does a great vertical clear to get it down over to Xianzu. Joker trying to get in position here to score the goal, but we're seeing how they maneuver the ball around. Oh my goodness, a great save in the back of the net as Gumi is able to catch it with the flip. Snake trying to set up a play, has to use a lot of abilities there to get the core down to the bottom. A banish comes through, unable to catch anyone more than Joker, so not going to lead to anything as the path splitter is no longer available for the time. Let's see if Joker can set up something here on the top side. Comes through with the secondary, primary, passive, all available, everything meshing together to get the point. No energy burst used from Kainoob, no energy burst used from Joker. And that point goes through 3-0 this set. One of the fastest sets we've seen all day.
Yeah, incredibly fast set. And we're going to get a little bit more speed perhaps here. But what are you looking at here to keep this draft going?
Gotta see if we deny the hot shot away from the rune. We do, so that will be Xianzu picking that up, which isn't the worst thing in the world. A lot of the times your Barrage and your Giga Blast will be connecting with the core, so you'll get the value out of that for sure. But instead, I love this pickup here. A lot of the other thing I would be taking a look at is a Spark pickup for Rune. Rune is one of the best users of Sparks if you can get his hand on it. Leaving the Siege Machine over to Gumi, giving them a great pickup there in terms of duration on the secondary as well as extended range on the primary. Atlas uses the Siege Machine so phenomenally, but instead we have damage coming out onto Kainoob, and this is something that, because the Atlas is on the team of Rune, you can use the Deadeye way more. A lot of the downside of Rune is when you have an Atlas on the other side, it really denies a lot of the KO potential because Rune's KOs are so telegraphed. When you banish someone, you know that they're going to be taken out, and Atlas can just stop that. So let's see if these Awakening picked up will help, but Showtime is still looking strong with a double barrier start into a point immediately.
Very, very clean execution there, and I think the start is really helping out Showtime too, right? That Among Titans speed on Joker in particular is letting the Asher be so mobile compared to more of a standard game with a different Awakening start. And we're seeing the effects of it here, right? Joker can maneuver so well, finds the KO there, so much burst damage coming out from Showtime. These air drums as well, forcing down the top barrier, and if Kainoob hadn't won that strike war, that would have been a double barrier take here. But with so much mobility, Joker keeps pushing the core forward. That pillar's going to disappear soon, and Xianzu now brought low though. Snake has a lot of reach with the aerials, but Joker still finding his way onto the core again and again. Xianzu finding so many rebounds.
Yeah, and doing a good job of holding it down, but Joker picking up, oh my goodness, massive size there on the Asher, is able to catch the rebound off the bottom, and Xianzu with the flip in position there, immediate strike, 2-0 lead. Showtime is, I mean, that 2 or 3 hour break did not matter to them. They're here, they're warmed up, they're practiced, and they're ready to win this game. We gotta see if we can come back from this as a great banish comes through, but unfortunately catches the core. A lot of these times, it's unfortunate when you go for a banish play, you just want to get rid of the player. Banishing the core makes it so that the core will get unbanished at the same exact time the play. Oh my goodness, that is a KO onto Snake. I think that was the Giga Blast coming through. and just knocking him out completely, as Kainu is going to have to hold down a little bit longer. Joker unable to fully combo Kainu, but still manages to stall long enough here. Has to stand in the Atlas ultimate to get a little bit of healing here. Snake comes back, Oni's blade comes through, unable to get it, but a great barrier, or a great pillar, manages to get the rebound onto the bottom of the side street, as we're seeing what angle can we take because of that extra speed, like you said, on the Among Titans. It is making it so hard to get through Joker here. The barriers are always falling on the side of Demon's Raw first. Let's see if we can get a KO at least.
Yeah, they're trying to get Xianzhu, and the Joker is incredibly low. One more hit will do it, but Joker's still standing here. And that Asher is such a threat when the terrain helps you to survive, using the side streets in a very, very different way. And Joker still standing, such a threat. They're trying to combo him off, maybe a flip, but no, they don't want to use the energy just yet. The barrier still stands thanks to a great evade strike by Barcode. And Xianzhu, of course, healthy. Joker regen back up, and Showtime, they have not missed a beat.
Yeah, but the passive there manages to evade the gore pretty much. But we're not over yet, as Snake dashes back in with the rush, trying to catch the core, isn't able to get it. The possession is looking pretty good, but oh my goodness, I thought that was going in, and Gumi didn't flip at the last second there. But a path splitter is trying to keep Gumi out of position here. The expanse comes through. I'm not the best expanse, I will say. But either way, the core is still alive. A pillar comes through, keeping the ball up. The Deadeye is helping with the core speed, even though no hotshot. We can use that Deadeye like a hotshot as well. It won't provide the same CDR, but the KO comes through. Joker taking lessons from the guy that gets one more member of Demon's Raw out of the map here, but a great strike plus the pillar onto it. Oh my goodness. Okay, Joker's still alive, but kind of is doing everything in his power here to get the core over and try to score 1v2. Snake finally back, but it is overtime, and the core is going fast, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to keep up the offense long enough to get in possession. What a great secondary. The shadow swap comes through. Kainu cashing it. You sometimes just forget that that thing is there. Barcode striking it right back into it, not realizing that Kainu had the secondary available, and the point goes over to Demon's Raw, finally getting their first point in, I think that's like a 5-point streak from Showtime.
Yeah, making the recovery here, and now the bounce house has returned. We might be seeing some KO craziness if the bumpers are allowed to go in that direction, but right now it's some good defense from Barcode and Xianzhu. Joker mixing up the timing, and now this pillar is going to be a little bit dangerous, but Joker gets out of there alive. Flip available, barrier taken. Xianzhu accelerating the offense with the bounces, trying to win the strike war, but Snake will get it out of there just in time. Now the pillars from Kainoob finding the rebounds onto the barrier, but it still stands. Xianzhu with the flip available. Barcode working on one in Showtime. They're so stable right now in the energy economy. This flip from Snake, a long shot, flipped away by Xianzhu to the other side of the world. And Joker now, so much speed, just dancing forward. The pass splitter buying so much space, but a good clear by Kainoob, and Gumi will keep the point alive for Demon's Raw. But as Xianzhu's finding the strikes, finding the rebounds, Joker's finding the dribbles, it's looking so dangerous as Xianzhu catches the clear. So much speed to work with, the blazing pace, and 2-0 in sets.
Blazing pace, running in from the midfield, had the magnetized souls, the 2-second duration, the extra speed, the 23% speed coming through, 22% speed with the Among Titans, just manages to seize the future of what was going to happen a second forward, and puts himself in position there to catch the rebound and get the score. 3-1 this set, 2-0 lead for Showtime. As we're getting the drafts through, the prime time is taken away, not going to be going over to, oh my goodness, the hat has been picked up by Joker. It is happening. A cast the last pickup is something that I really like on Rune as well. When you're having some of these phenomenal banish plays, let's see if it's enough to take someone out just a little bit longer and allow you to have a power play for an extra second or not. But either way, the draft is looking great for if you're on Showtime, right? You have prime time on your barrage. You have the secondary to help with the drum and bass speed. The additional speed is just so annoying to get over with each successive secondary awakening put on the Mako, and then of course the Joker there with the hat, the stagger swagger, is going to be increased movement speed, is going to be so resilient to getting taken out, and is going to have that much more offensive pressure because they don't have to walk away from the fight.
Now it gets really, really dangerous here. Joker continuing to press the corner. Xianzhu there to back it up. And the creations will have to be used excellently, but the pillar not there in time. The core still on the side of Demon's Raw. Showtime continuing to push forward. The banish is good for the moment, but the Astair drums almost connects. That would have been devastating, but thankfully for Demon's Raw, it falls just short. Joker now playing with the pass splitter, flip available already. And Xianzhu backing up with the barrage. The flip goes wide, but that's a lot of damage onto Kainoob. That could be a KO onto the midfielder, who is now staggered, and Snake desperately trying to get the core away, but so much damage onto the members of Demon's Raw, but the core speed really becoming a factor here as well. Joker and Xianzu continuing to dribble the core, continuing to keep possession for most of this game though, and Joker is looking immortal with the stagger swagger.
I mean, take a look at the level difference of Xianzu and everyone else in this game. Xianzu has been going absolutely crazy, always finds himself in the right position there. A great expanse from, I'm not sure if Xianzu was the one who procced that, manages to get the barrier. Their path splitter comes through, trying to set up a play here as Gumi is doing their best to hold down long enough. And oh my god, oh, a great flip from Gumi, manages to save it there. We've seen these situations there where on the top side, as the expanse closes, we score right between that small gap. But a good reaction from Gumi, manages to keep the point alive here. This time around, Snake is unable to really get the success he's been getting before, and a pass from Xianzu over to Joker finds the bottom corner, and that is a 1-0 lead immediately on this set.
That's 2 goals away from taking a lead here in the grand finals, and with Barcode having more than enough meter here as the goalie with the barrier already falling, it seems like more of the same for Showtime. They're continuing their dominance in this game, pushing forward with the Pat Splitter and Joker trying to find another advantage here, but no, so far Kainu and Snake keeping the core away just in time, but the Pat Splitter on the top side is good for the moment. Snake now looking for a strike war win. Xianzu accidentally Giga Blasted backwards off the terrain, and that's a huge opportunity for Demon's Raw. Flip available for Kainu, but Joker on the other side of the map finds the barrier despite it all. Forget about the Demon's Raw offense, forget about the barrier takes, because Showtime is 1 goal away from taking this first game of Grands.
Joker perfectly spacing each ability there, sequencing it in between each strike, making sure that the Atlas primary doesn't send him back far enough, and just gets through that point with Xianzu on the top side and the barrage to help load it down. And now we're going into potentially the final point of this entire Clarion game, one of the fastest games we've seen. And Joker gets the first barrier, isn't able to get the second barrier. One barrier traded right back as pillars come through, strikes come through. We're being sent back and forth on this top side of the bouncy house. Finally, a little bit of breathing room, but no, Joker looking low, but forgot that he has the hat. The stagger swagger is keeping him alive, giving him the movement speed. A great pillar from Kainu and the cast last, which allows it to last long enough. I think Barco didn't take that into account and struck it, expecting it to disappear. A good save from Gumi, the strike shot finally allowing it to save. A bandage comes through, a good catch. The flip prevents the ball from being caught in. Oh my goodness, what is happening to Xianzu over there? It does not matter as Snake comes through with the primary. The pillar behind, trying his best, striking it left and right, up and down, going through, gets it off the bottom. The barrage not angled further enough down. And finally, Demon's Raw clawing their way back from this insane what's the word? What's the opposite word for lead?
Deficit.
What am I thinking
of?
Deficit. Thank you, Saya.
Yeah.
Yep. Deficit.
We're back though. Joker once again so speedy, so good with the ability usage here too, forcing out the strike shots from Gumi. There's a flip available for Gumi, but a flip from Joker. A great pillar by Kainu, perfectly spaced to make sure that the barrier's not taken. But Xianzu pushing forward into the corner. Kainu massive, but all it does is delay the inevitable. It feels like Joker defusing the pillars. A passing play down, but not enough speed to keep up with the pace of Showtime right now. Demon's Raw on the back foot for what seems like the entire game so far. Joker trying to solo score against 2. Unsuccessful this time, but so many rebounds, winning every single strike war. Trying to find the barrier beam at the end of it all, but so far still defended by Demon's Raw. The banish halts it for a moment, the barrier beam once again, and Joker just constantly a solo threat, so Xianzu and Barcode barely have to do anything so far at this point. But as the core drifts to the other side of the map, Kainu and Snake have an opportunity as overtime hits. Maybe the core speed can be enough, especially with the buff from the center of Project Maelstrom. But Kainu, with the flip available, shrinks down now, and that pseudo power play is ending. The banish is good, but not really finding much in the favor of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and once again, we seem to have the possession of the core always in front of the net of Demon's Raw. You can see the level difference of Barcode versus Gumi, how much Barcode actually has to interact because of how well the clears are happening, how well Xianzu is able to keep it up, and the passing and the possession between Xianzu and Joker, getting that middle once again, trying to get the KO from Snake, but I believe this Asher secondary, oh my goodness, that Giga Blast was almost long enough to catch that, and with the hot shot would have easily scored the point there, ending it there. But like I was saying, the possession that or the forward duo of Xianzu and Joker are able to keep the possession for so long here that it feels like it's impossible to get the core through the midfield, and just the Asher is always sitting in front of the net, always has an ability up, and it feels like Gumi is always under threat to just any moment, one wrong save will lead to the fall of Demon's Raw.
A double banish may be a big opportunity, but the banish and Xianzu is low, yes, but Joker is more than healthy enough. A good dash in from Snake, though. The rush will find the barrier. Now the open net is the target, but a very, very patient strike from Barcode will keep it going with a flip available. Barcode should be able to hold. Flip to Joker. Gumi saves it for now. The Eagle Blast goes a little bit wide. The save's being made. The passing place in the middle, and Snake has to redirect after the Oni's blade. Perfectly played from Demon's Raw to get out of danger, and with 1 point, they can reset the situation.
Yeah, it looked so brutal for Demon's Raw there. Every single... It's like that meme of the one guy having a great time, and the other one sweating on the keyboard, just fighting for their lives. If you know exactly what I'm talking about. And Demon's Raw is the one sweating and fighting here, as both barriers fall so quickly. One barrier being traded back from Snake. Joker using the time in the middle to try to heal up from the Stagger Swagger, but a great KO from Kainu. The Deadeye enhanced. A pillar comes through, gets him knocked out finally. Joker has been taken out for the first time this game. And we have a little bit of breathing room as Demon's Raw try to move the ball forward a little bit, one at a time. Xianzu looking low as well. Won't have the Atlas to back them up for the healing at all. So trying to stay towards the middle as much as they can to heal up through the natural stagger healing. But they're still doing a great job. You can just see the possession. It does not go past Xianzu unless some sort of ability is used. And even then, they are pretty much doing... I mean, they have flip. They're playing aggressive. They're trying to get in the spot to flip here. It does not matter that the barrier fall. One flip comes through, tries to pass it over to Joker, isn't able to get it. Barcode just trying to stall as long as possible to allow their teammates to heal up a little bit more, and keeping Snake into the puddle while he cannot use the movement abilities as much as possible. But comes in, oh my goodness, the KO. This might be what they need.
This might be. Xianzu is low as well. The power play can be chained. So far defended away by Xianzu and Joker, though. The passing plays, the barrage not connecting this time. A banish comes out, and Joker's going to have to be really on point in the top side here, but it's actually Xianzu who, despite being dead now, still manages to get the save previously. Now a flip for Kainu, looks for the pillar and mixes up the timing of everyone. Demon's Raw stay alive here, get a set of their own, and this game's going to get a little bit longer.
Yeah, and what a great play from Kainu. Typically, what runes like to do is when you banish or when you flip, you try to walk up and banish the enemy goalie, midfield, whoever, at least at force and evade if they don't get banished. But what he did is he walked up and he placed the pillar behind so that he himself was in position with the strike reset off the pillar to catch a rebound if needed. It did not happen that way because the pillar managed to send it through at overtime speeds. And now because of that, we are in another set number 4. Taking a look at what is picked up, that is a Catalyst going over to Snake, which is going to be a phenomenal help here. A Monu going over to Gumi, and then 1-2 punch on the rune, which is going to pair so well with that Deadeye and can lead to even more KOs if needed. If you're on Showtime, the draft is not anywhere near as good. Barcode does manage to get a second spark, and Joker gets a path splitter on cooldown because of that extra special there. But besides that, the draft is looking really good for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and especially because flips are so useful, right? When it's the melee goalie meta, when flips are such an important tool for getting consistent scoring. And whoa! Snake finds the KO, has the energy buildup as well, covers the top side, mixes up the strike timing with the primary, and Demon's Raw. After that draft, it's a completely different matchup here.
Yeah, they got 3 amazing pickups there, and you were talking about the flip. We saw the flip lead into a KO onto Xianzu onto the top. Which immediately led to Snake going onto Barcode, getting the barrier, and then getting the point. Snake scaled up, level 10, is back in the game, getting both of the health packs, trying to stay alive. Oh my goodness, a great flip from Gumi, but unfortunately, the Asher primary is able to catch the rebound there. One of the benefits of Asher is that stuffing ability is so hard to flip in front of Asher. Joker has the flip available as well, doesn't go for the KO attempt, but tries to get the shot onto Gumi. Unsuccessful. Kainu coming in with the barrier, or with the pillar to get one. Rebound, gets 1 barrier as well. Joker coming in with the primary, isn't able to get it. Xianzu doing their best to get back over to Joker. The Mako ultimate comes through. Everything is being sent back and forth. But again, the possession just feels like it's always with Showtime. They always have the core, and they're always on the side of Demon's Raw. Attempt after attempt on the net.
And with a flip available on Xianzu, this could be curtains in the goal. The barrage is good, forcing out a flip from Kainoob. A lot of resources burned there as Xianzu continues ducking in. A great flip from Snake, though. The Catalyst means so much playmaking potential for the Centauro. Tries to get a rebound off the pillar, unsuccessful. Good defense by Xianzu as well, as an attempt is made on Kainoob's life by Joker. Snake's in the midst of it all, and the pillars are helping out as well. Xianzu with a good clear out to not contact to the circular creation. Gumi continuing to defend here as Kainu backs up, but the pillars counterproductive. A dangerous spot here for Demon's Raw, but to get out of it alive. And now Snake to the bottom side continues putting on the pressure. Joker banished, so much damage in on the Asher, who manages to stay alive in the pillar. Such a massive threat. Snake building up almost an entire flip remaining, and Joker can't quite reach on the attempt here. The Strike War wins coming out from Demon's Raw, and Barcode's in such a sticky situation here. They get Snake in the ensnared drums, but Kainoob has the 1-2 punch core speed to the top side, and Demon's Raw continue their dominance.
Yeah, what an awkward spot for Barcode to be in. Just sends it back over to Kainoob, hoping that he can eventually get it through if he has no pillars, but it does not matter as Kainoob had the 1-2 punch, and the core speed just kept increasing with each strike, and eventually led to Kainoob getting the exact angle he needed to get the shot on net. And now it is Demon's Raw who have the advantage. Banish comes through. Unfortunately, does not banish Joker, so has to retreat a little bit and provide support from the back. The secondary pillar not fast enough, so Joker was able to use the flip to catch it and break the barrier. And oh my goodness, a quick point comes through as Xianzu gets... that wasn't Xianzu, actually. It was the pillar was not at the right angle, unable to catch the rebound there correctly, as it sends it over to Joker, and Joker using the primary plus strike to get it into the top corner there. And now we have a 2-1 lead still for Demon's Raw, but Showtime are not out of this yet. Even with Demon's Raw, the momentum is on their side, and finally a breath of life coming through as they push forward on this aggression. Kainoob with the Maelstrom in the middle, unable to get the banish, pops the secondary, trying to get things forward, and the possession for once is working for Demon's Raw. The core is moving forward. Snake is able to put himself in a spot where he can be aggressive on Barcode, but rather than having to come back and help dig the core out, and it's looking good for Demon's Raw.
It definitely is. Joker trying to get a pass splitter onto the core, but that's almost a barrier take for Snake. Good flip out from Barcode at the perfect timing to keep the point alive, but these pillars from Kainoob are so on point. Joker trying to find a shot to the bottom side, and a hit stun onto Gumi is perfect. Almost gets a double barrier there, but almost won't cut it in this situation. And now so much damage onto the center orb, but Joker will be the one to take it. That's a big opportunity for Showtime if they can get the core to Joker, if they can get damage on Snake, if they can find the barrier, and they do indeed do so. Joker shrinks down, but the job is done. They need to find a passing play now to get past the creations from Demon's Raw, and so far they're making it so, and Snake goes for the KO. An attempt on Joker's life unsuccessful there. That Hail Mary might be what Showtime needs.
Yeah, and now they have to get through the defense of 3 energy bursts. 1 was used by Snake, 2 still left available. A great flip from Xianzu, manages to get the clear there, but banished away with the Castleize, puts them out of play for such a long time. And in that time, they get the second barrier that they need. Xianzu going in with a Giga Blast, unable to find a Joker in position, Path Splitter down. Still no success there as 2 flips available for Demon's Raw, trying to get it a second time where Joker manages to get the size from the middle. Has such a huge amount of presence because of the Asher scaling on the sides there. A great pass, always just finding it to Joker through all the members of Demon's Raw. Xianzu with a beautiful pass, bringing things back from a 2-0 deficit to a 2-0 or a 2-2 tie in a potential final set.
We've been in this situation before, though. Demon's Raw prevailed the previous time it was this close, but Showtime looking to change the fate. Pillar has to be used there. A good flip out, but a flip stolen by Snake, who has so much energy buildup. Started that point with a flip, the only flip that Demon's Raw had, and uses it to perfect effect. The Ensnared Drums are good from Barcode, though. Prevents any sort of pressure coming out from Snake, and on this variant the damage is decisive. Joker almost taken out here. 1 pillar might do it, and is staggered now. Snake as well, pretty low, but not at death's door yet.
Yeah, and a great flip from Barcode, just pretty much as close as you can be to the barrier, and manages to save it, keeping it alive for a little bit longer. 1 barrier apiece as Xianzu is looking for a play here with the energy burst. The banish gets evaded by Joker, but is taken down to pretty much no stagger. Has to walk back. Oh my goodness, a great dodge keeps him alive, as that pillar would have definitely taken him out. The barrier falls first for Demon's Raw. Things are looking good for Showtime, but Xianzu is low. Kind of goes in with a secondary, tries to get in position to get the barrier there to get him off guard. It is not enough. Snake looking for a play onto Barcode, isn't able to find it, and we're just trying to use the abilities in a way where Barcode can get hit stunned at the same time, and it's just so hard to get into a position where that happens. That flip is an attempt at the net, but it's going to be really detrimental if Snake did not get the energy and manages to get KO'd. Yeah, that flip with Snake's lifeline gets taken out by the barrage, even through the banish or the great banish from Kainu, but a great pillar. Pair that with the 1-2 punch. Deadeye keeps the barrier and the dream alive there. Snake finally comes back, and Demon's Raw are still in this. Barrier's down. They have to go for the play. The Oni's blade comes through. Joker going in with the secondary, catches it, and that is game number 1. Going over to Clarion Court, or game number 1 on Clarion Court, going over to Showtime.
What a clutch play from Joker there. Almost got taken out. I thought that Demon's Raw would turn it all the way around when both Joker and Xianzu were staggered at the very end there. When Snake got the respawn, got the save, got the damage in. So much burst from Demons, but Showtime managed to survive just barely. And that almost got out of control.
I mean, take a look at the redirects from Xianzu. It was impossible to get the core through the midfield line for such a long time. It didn't start happening until set number 3, where finally enough awakenings came through, enough stagger from the levels gave them opportunity to be in position to strike, to use abilities to get it through. But Xianzu, just with the barrage, with the repositioning, the blazing pace, and on top of that with the ensnare drums, just constantly able to position themselves in a place where they can catch the redirect, keep the ball forward. Joker spent most of the game in front of the net for Gumi. He was just there, always in a spot where they can score, they can be in a position to apply pressure to break barriers. That's where Snake wants to be, but it felt impossible because the core never made it past the midfield line. And we know Kainoob is such a phenomenal midfielder, but the amount of presence that Showtime have, the amount of control they have on this map between their forward duo, just felt like an impossible wall to get through.
Yep. Next map's going to be very, very different, though. There are no impenetrable walls on Inky Splash Zone. Just with how the barrier layouts are, we're going to see great defense, but it's not going to be nearly as rock solid here. Any thoughts on how everything will change here?
So, if this wasn't Sheb, you might see eject button goalies here. But in this format, with how strong melee goalies are, it's still going to just be melee goalie, melee goalie. You might see a Kai goalie for Demon's Raw, like that is a potential option. It might be a way to take it away from, just say, hey, take whatever melee goalie you want. It's impossible to deny all three between Atlas, Mako, and Asher. I'm just saying there could be room for a Kai goalie on Demon's Raw side. No eject button. You still just use the strike shot or the mom boots. And instead, oh my goodness, an Octavia picked up from Showtime on the Stagger Swagger or Fight or Flight start. And in return, we're going to be Atlas and Kai going over to Demon's Raw. This is not what I was expecting. I completely forgot about the Octavia. It was not banned away. It was given to Joker. And this Octavia character, Joker, is the pioneer of Octavia. I've been playing it since the beginning, although many other players have come through and shown expertise. This person has been putting in the grind on Octavia since the first day and has some of the highest success on this character, knows it to such a high level of mastery, and we'll see if Demon's Raw can overcome this character, especially on a fight or flight start.
Yeah, Fight or Flight definitely makes it very, very interesting here. Spark of Resilience, the other choice, but you probably expect a lot of Fight or Flights, right?
Yeah, I most likely expect all 4 brawlers to go Fight or Flight with the goalies picking up the Spark of Resilience, and even then, I don't think it's wrong to take just all 6 Fight or Flight. Usually, if you take not the Speed Awakening, if you're in the forward position, it just feels horrible. You'll get blasted through. Any interaction you lose feels like the enemy forward gets 800 movement speed and gets past you immediately. So I think the safer end is to just take the Fight or Flight. It works on all hits, whether you're the one striking, you're the one being hit, you're the one hitting them, and gets refreshed on the secondary. So I think it's a phenomenal pickup there for all the brawlers. And if you're going to take the Spark of Resilience, just take it on the goalies only.
Yeah, and with all the picks locked in, this could be the final game of the tournament. This could be the final game of Sheb. We'll have to see how it goes, but Showtime so close to victory here, and that would be back-to-back S tiers. That would be quite the impressive feat.
Yeah, and I believe I got this message from a Showtime fan in my DMs, but I believe they said that if Showtime wins this 2-0, they have won every single series of this entire tournament 2-0.
Yeah, they were so dominant. In pools, they didn't drop a single set throughout the entirety of Stage 1 and Stage 2 pools, so that is just ridiculous to think about. No other team did that, and now they're here, dropping barely any sets. No games at all so far, and we'll see if they can continue that streak.
Yeah, Joker's still able to keep up the flow state in the start of this point. Got the barrier there, is keeping the speed up as long as possible, has the fight or flight available. Water cannon comes through to deny the bottom side. Flow state gone, but that's okay because the barrier has already fallen. Xianzu on the Estelle this time around. A pickup that we're not seeing the Now come through. Oh, the Now was banned away from Showtime, actually. So the Estelle coming through, a character that is going to be a little bit stronger from the next patch, but that does not matter. On this patch, Joker getting the strike and then sending it a little bit faster with the primary. Gumi unable to catch it with the expanse and already starting off strong. Another thing that happens is in these early sets, because Showtime got level 2 first, it ends up typically snowballing, not always, but they have advantage with the ultimates, and we see that ultimate, that beat drop did lead to a barrier, and now it is Demon's Raw who ended up being level 2 and returning the favor. But even with the KO, let's see if it's enough to get the power play through and break the barrier onto Barcode.
Yeah, but Xianzu has flipped. That's such a big threat. Kainoob nullifies it with a strike, though. That was almost really dangerous for Demon's Raw. Showtime could sneak that one away. Gumi pushing forward, trying to help out Snake, but the strike interactions are there for Showtime. They have the strike wars on lock, and Joker now back on the field. Xianzu incredibly low, but still surviving, dancing away from the pressure. That's a barrier take now. Big opportunity for Kainoob, and the water cannon. Snake prepped, ready to make a play after the rebound, but it's interrupted in the middle of it. And now Barcode and Gumi, the goalies, both have flips. This is a really strong situation for each goalie in the defensive end, as Xianzu and Joker are being brought so incredibly low. The Giga Blast is good, but Barcode picks the perfect time to use the flip, nullifies everything, and now Joker trying to get it past Gumi. Good flip usage there as well, as Joker gets taken out for the second time, but the water cannon's back in the favor of Showtime.
Yeah, and the KO comes through. Snake almost gets KO'd there as well. Gets into the water cannon at the last second. Oh my goodness. Misses the strike shot. So the strike is on cooldown. Uses the expanse, but is too late. And therefore, the core slides through. 2-0 lead in this set, even with a man down. And right now is where you need to take advantage if you are against an Octavia. As each set increases, it only gets harder and harder to win as the Octavia manages to get to some sort of scaling. With every awakening, with every level. Xianzu coming in with a perfect primary paired with Joker on that primary as well. Barriers traded away as Gumi walks up. The cannon not available, comes through now, giving them the advantage. Flip comes through. Snake looking for a shot, but a great deny from Barcode. Giga Blast comes through, gets the secondary. It actually reprocs Joker's Joker's flow state in that exact situation there. Keep in mind, everyone has fight or flight, which means if you get staggered, that's secondaries for everyone. And Joker doing a great job of utilizing that. Oh my goodness, a strike breaking the ankles there. Xianzu getting it through. Gumi and Kainoob with the movement there. Clean strike. 3-0 lead in this set. And that is set number 1 going over to Showtime.
And that set number 1 is so scary now. On the bright side, Demon's Raw have that second and third pick for themselves, thanks to staggering Joker so much that he couldn't participate in too many plays. But that Stagger will be in the hands of Xianzu. Even more mobility, even more anti-damage here. And this is still a really good spot for Showtime to be in.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is not Joker who is first picked there, so will no longer have access to the Stagger Swagger, but instead takes the Prime Time. Some of the other options are Glass Cannon, but the nice thing about Prime Time in this exact situation is, one, it's a deny from Gumi, but more so, having the extra primary means that if you're in your flow state, having the ability to extend your flow state with a primary again is really valuable, because sometimes the core isn't near you and you just need to do something to get the flow state to continue. So it's one of the best ways to keep it going. As a KO comes out, one advantage that Demon's Raw have is that the Atlas is on their side, which means no healing, no KO denial, and the damage can end up leading to KOs. One of the advantage, one of their game win conditions is that KO potential, as the barrage comes through and sends it through the Mako, unable to stop it with the enhanced strike.
Big opportunity for Demon's Raw. They do pick up that size, right? Kainoob looking pretty massive, the size of the Atlas right now, and those strike interactions will be so important in the midfield to make sure Joker can't get out of control, to make sure Xianzu can't set up. Right now, Xianzu getting a lot of pressure onto Gumi here, but again, really disciplined strikes from Demon's Raw. Keep it under control.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, The perfect pitch, almost getting the KO there. Xianzhu tries to follow it up, but Snake dodging as well as they can, has the max ult, so in the increased movement speed on the midfield line allows them to have the mobility they need to dodge whatever comes their way. Gets fully healed up as well as the first primary comes through from Joker. Flow state active, but is low. Has the energy burst as well, is not going to pop it. The secondary comes through. Snake with the KO. One of the biggest downside to Octavia early on is the lack of stagger, right? Not being able to pick up the stagger swagger. No spark of Rezel on that first draft either. No peak performance. No big fish, which denied away from Kainoob, which means that the Joker has some of the lowest stagger in the entire game right now, if not the entire character pool of Omega Strikers, and is already brought down to nothing. But does that matter, Saya? No. Stuffs it right back into Gumi's face. Joker sends it through, tying things up 1-1.
Coming back from death, finding the Strike War win. No one expected it there. Joker gets it done once again, but this point is off to such a rapid start. Xianzhu flips Snake all the way to Narnia, barely surviving. The revive was there just in case, but that's a big Showtime offensive. To the top side it goes. Gumi finding the defense for now, and Joker keeping the flow state alive here, just walking through the Oni's blade, barely living there, and Xianzhu snipes Gumi. Gumi has been found in the pool at the worst possible time. Joker into the corner. That's the brawler gone as well, and Kainoob has flip available. Will he be able to carry this point is the question, and he will stall out just long enough for Gumi to come back. But even still, Xianzhu finding the strikes, finding the pressure into the top corner. The possession kept by Showtime, despite the flip being available for Kainoob, who almost goes down, and Xianzhu with the follow-up finds the goal. Showtime maintained their lead.
Rose Warp comes through to secure Xianzhu again. Such a level advantage here. You can see, I keep bringing this up, Barcode is the lowest level in the game because the forwards are doing everything. And Barcode, whenever he has to have an interaction, does it correctly, sends the ball out. It's all you need. One quick save from Barcode, and then the forwards do what they need to help score. The offensive play, the KOs coming through between the Octavia and the Estelle, something that you don't normally hear. Joker getting taken low once again. Stagger pops through, but has the defense of the water cannon available to them. Elusive pop has 2 more elusives in the back log if they need it. Rose Warp or the Crystal Thorns trying to get the KO there. Xianzhu going on the offensive. One of the best things about the Estelle is that you're a midfielder, but at the same time, you have such high offensive pressure. Each one of your abilities can help score, help reposition, help snipe the core in general. And we can see that while Joker is scaling up, Xianzhu is running around the world to put themselves in a spot to either midfield, forward, goalie, do whatever, and all in between, and it's working just fine.
Yeah, just like the previous game, the levels tell the story. Xianzhu finds a snipe, and Joker to the top corner, perfectly around Gumi's range. Finds a fantastic goal. 3-1 in the set, 2-0 in sets. 3 points away from taking the entire tournament without dropping a single game.
I mean, absolutely insane. Going in once again, it is first pick to Xianzhu, has access to so many things. Most likely will go to stack. Perfect form is available. Just saw that. Yep. Notlings and Taro have that. They say, who cares? Not giving, take the Castellas, because even if you deny the Castellas, the stacks on stacks are right there. Might as well take the stacks and have some use for yourself rather than taking the Castellas and giving the stacks over to the Octavia. More speed being enhanced by Gumi, taking the Among Titans and giving his forwards a little bit of size, although not the characters that can benefit from size as well. Although I guess Kainoob already has a big fish, so is looking really big right now. As we go into this next set, and Snake already starting with 50 stacks in just that opening interaction here. But we know that Joker has to cast the last this time around. That's the pivotal awakening that we always see make or break or turn Octavia a little bit overboard when it comes to these interactions.
Xianzhu playing all the roles at once, making the save there. Really clutch. Into the bottom corner it goes once again. And Joker with the flow state now with the cast last. And the barrage goes wide. The KO not found by Demon's Raw. Joker in position as Snake pushes forward, but the primary falls just short, and the flow state still staying active for Joker, who forces Gumi into an awkward spot here. The Strike War wins once again. Joker still standing. Plenty of evades to work with for the Octavia here. As Barcode speeds it up, Xianzhu continues maintaining possession against 3. The 1v3s from Xianzhu have been the cornerstone of the Showtime possession here. And the snipe comes through as well, perfectly tapping the core. And the barrier being opened, the water cannon coming in, Joker dribbling it forwards. Showtime continuing their offense, interrupted by Snake, but Xianzhu once again has the resources to drop back and help defend. Now Snake the target of a lot of damage here, but the KO not coming through just yet. It's now a big opportunity for Kainu, but Snake, no, Snake deleted off the map, perfect amount of damage to take the Zentaro out. Xianzhu and Joker trying, but Kainu trying to be the hero, the midfield MVP, continuing to interrupt here, but Joker has so much speed, so much flow state uptime here, and the core goes around the world. Gumi barely catching it. Demon's Raw stabilized, but it's still an awkward spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, a great job from Demon's Raw holding down as long as they did, but Showtime once again going absolutely insane in these situations. Xianzhu just everywhere and anywhere they need to be. The Rose War up to the top, plus the Crystal Thorns manages to catch it. Gumi had that size reduction thanks to the Among Titans. Not sure if that made a difference in that exact moment, but all these small things coming together keep giving Showtime so much advantage. Xianzhu 4 levels up or 3 levels up on their own teammates right now. That's how much of a presence they have. Joker's still a little bit low in terms of the total stagger available because of no stagger awakenings, on top of being level 6, almost level 7 though. Regardless, even with the Castellize, it feels like the Xianzhu sweep coming through has to evade that. Manages to live a little bit longer. Finally, the barrier falls as Demon's Raw looking for a shot onto net. Barcode still holding it down. Cannon comes through for the offense, but the cannon does not really accomplish anything. And now they won't have it going forward as Joker trying to spread away the brawlers or the forwards of Demon's Raw. Snake looking for the shot, isn't able to get it. Comes forward once again. Strike comes through. No longer in possession of them. Drummond Base is still holding it down. Another KO from Xianzhu, almost level 10. But so much presence from this player on this map here as they're able to do everything, just holding it down. Good work from Gumi to keep the stall up as long as possible. They're going for the Quangle, isn't able to find it there. Snake lives, no abilities up, but that doesn't matter because Xianzhu has the perfect form. Most likely means that all abilities are up again in a second. Barrier is being held down quite for a long time, so Gumi is doing a great job in this situation. All that extra movement speed between the Glass Cannon and the Among Titans is paying off, but unable to catch that. There might be a difference of the size as the piercing shot comes through. Perfectly lined up. Xianzhu getting another point. First one to hit level 10. Making a masterclass on this Estelle, a character that we don't see that often in this meta. And it's amazing to watch.
Level 10 while every other player in the lobby is level 7. It's a Xianzhu difference for Showtime right now as Joker's working on a flip here. Snake gets it done, but this could be the last point if Showtime can hold on, take a barrier, and calmly convert here. Very good patience, but the expanse is good from Gumi. And now Barcode's in a bit of trouble. The Ensnare Drums get it done once again, and now Kainu finds a barrage forward. Snake with an opportunity, but the Strike Wars once again won by Xianzhu. Barcode dispatching it as well with the drum and bass. Xianzhu with the flip available. Dangerous spot here. Snake burns the flip early. And Showtime, despite losing the barrier so quickly, Xianzhu assassinates two. That's Gumi and Snake gone, and that's the tournament.
Oh my god. What a play there. A double KO from Xianzhu to set in, or to seal the deal. 3-0 in the final set. 3-0 in set count. 2-0 on every single series they have played today. Showtime did not drop a game, and they are your champions of Sheb.
You know, while that last game was going, I was like, we haven't really figured out how to do the MVP vote yet, but I think most people will agree that it probably should be Xianzhu. Had all the flashy plays, was 3 levels up on the entire lobby. What?
I mean, look at the redirects. Their own teammates have not broken 100. Xianzhu's almost at 200 redirects. More of the 9 goals, Xianzhu participated in 9 of them, having more than Joker in terms of actual goals scored. 5 KOs, 7 total for Showtime. I mean, this was such a dominant performance from Xianzhu on both the Clarion map as well as Inky's. Demon's Raw played great, but when it comes to this particular meta, Showtime had been working on this. They've been playing this exact team comp and this strategy long before this meta was ever a thing. And they have put in the time, and they show that they are the best at this strategy.
Yeah, it is their world. They have won an Assel. They have won Sheb 2 S tiers in a row, and this one without dropping a single game. An incredibly impressive feat, and what left is what they're like. There's nothing left, really.
I mean, this is going to be such a... I don't believe Showtime will be participating in the LAN, but what a way to end ended double back-to-back S tiers, securing their dominance, showing that it wasn't any fluke. And this is the second time they've taken on Demons Raw. They have been in the grand finals. They took down Bozo Bunch in the grand finals last time. They've taken down Demons Raw this time. They've put Sad Boys into losers. They've taken every single top team out pretty much in this tournament, have taken Dragon Slayers as well. No, sorry, I don't think they actually came across Dragon Slayers.
Yeah,
but either way,
it is. They took out Dragon Slayers in winners final. Yeah.
Oh yes, you're right. Every single top team. It's not like there's no way you can say Showtime didn't win this tournament completely, dominantly. Every single top team defeated by Showtime. And yeah, I mean, absolute masterclass of a performance. Their team comp was great. I love Barcode, just picturing him maybe like browsing Reddit or doing something else on the side. It's like, okay, Core maybe comes in once every 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll clear it correctly. And then back to going and doing whatever he wants as he waits for his 9 to 5 to finish.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're also not going to be having an interview because Joker is ready to hit the sleep cues. And, well, a very, very well-deserved win. Thank you to Cakes for sponsoring this tournament, of course. That's the gimmick after all. And, yeah, anything you want to say at the very end, Mystic?
All I'll say is the tournaments are not ending yet. We have Nassel 6 around the corner. The competition has never been fiercer. Make sure if you want to play in any of the leagues, it does not have to be Nassel, to sign up with your team members for Launchpad, for Liftoff, for all these tournaments coming up. And if you want to play in person, you want to meet all these people that you're seeing here on your screen, head over to the California LAN happening this month. Make sure to help support the community. We have so many more tournaments coming. The scene has never been bigger. And yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal time being here. I cannot wait to cast more.
Yeah, and one last advertisement. If you are interested in playing fighting games, we're putting together something like Knowledge Gap, but for Grand Blue. So, !spec, if you're an Omega Strikers player, we've assembled a squad of top Grand Blue players, coincidentally, to help out with this one. So, sign up for that if you're interested. And yeah, that's about it. I think we'll be rating Cakes after this one. So, see you, everyone. Time for an actual break because this offseason has not really been an offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, see ya.